Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 33rd International Publishers Congress, Day 2. Please be seated and make yourselves comfortable. We invite all participants to come inside the ballroom. You may take any available seats. The IPA Congress will begin shortly. Once again, I would like to invite all participants to come inside the ballroom. You may take any available seats. The IPA Congress will begin shortly. Thank you.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, in accordance with the safety regulation, we kindly invite you to please pay attention to the safety induction by Fairmont Hotel.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Fairmont, Jakarta. We require all guests and staff to wear a face mask before arrival and throughout their time at the hotel. To ensure a responsible and safe environment for everyone, all guests are required to undergo temperature screenings upon arrival and before entering the meeting room. Before your arrival and after your departure, we thoroughly cleaned the event venue, including all items and services touched by the guests and staff. In the meeting venue, our team have arranged a safe distancing space following the physical distancing guideline. Remember, wash your hands frequently with soap and water, or use hand sanitizers that have been made available
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to you all at day 2 of the International Publisher Congress. It's an honor for me, Siska Becker.
And also for me, I'm Uli Hardi, your host for the event. Warm welcome to our guests of honor, Acting Governor of Jakarta Capital City Government, Mr. Heru Budi Hartono.
Yes, and also a very warm welcome to the Head of Creative Economy Division Department of Tourism and Creative Economy, Jakarta Capital City Government, Mr. Gumilar Ekalaya.
Also Head of the National Agency for Language Development and Cultivation, Ministry, Education, Culture, Research and Technology, Republic of Indonesia, Professor Endang Aminudin Aziz.
And also a very good morning and welcome to President of International Publishers Association, Ms. Bodour Qasimi.
And also President of Indonesia Association, Mr. Aris Hilman Nugraha. Good morning.
Also to the Vice President of IPA, Ms. Karine Pansa.
And also author, Ms. Natsuo Kirino. Good morning.
And to the Chair of Jakarta Book City Committee, Ms. Laura Prinslu.
And also Director of Marketing and Business Development Jakarta Experience Board, Mr. Nabil Jaidi. Selamat pagi.
And also to the IPA Secretariat.
And all the speakers and moderator for the 33rd International Publishers Congress.
And all participants of the 33rd International Publishers Congress.
Yes, a round of applause for everybody in the room. Thank you for being here. Very happy to be able to meet you. And we express a great appreciation for Acting Governor for DKI Jakarta, Mr. Heru Budi Hartono, that makes the event happen. And this is the first time in IPA history that Congress is fully funded by the government, so the Congress entrance is free of charge.
Wow, that's amazing. And also a round of applause for the committee who have worked hard at this Congress for day 1 and now for day 2.
Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, today is the second day and the final day of the International Publishers Congress, and of course, there will be many interesting topics to discuss.
Yes, but before that, a little announcement, just to make sure that you can follow all that is happening on stage. We like to inform our audience that be needing the translation device for Bahasa Indonesia. You can just raise your hand so the staff can help you with that.
Betul, kami informasikan kepada rekan-rekan yang membutuhkan alat translation atau penerjemah dalam bahasa Indonesia, silakan mengangkat tangan Anda, nanti tentunya akan dibantu oleh panitia untuk mendapatkan alat translation atau penerjemah untuk Anda gunakan sepanjang event berlangsung dalam bahasa Indonesia.
And now, let's begin with our event. We'd like to invite Ms. Karine Pansa, Publishing Director, Vice President of IPA, to deliver her welcoming remarks.
Kita berikan sambutan yang hangat hadirin sekalian.
Selamat pagi para hadirin. Good morning. Professor Aminudin Aziz, representing the Ministry of Education. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The last couple of days have been such a thrill. This Congress we have been working for on the last 20 months is a reality. Over 600 registrations from more than 60 countries. Yesterday's sessions were exactly what we hoped for. Sometimes inspiring, sometimes reality check, always fascinating. We were constantly reminded that the reading matters, but all the conversations look to the future and how we can embrace change to make things better. We heard from Director General of WIPO about how important publishing is and the vital role of copyright in that. We heard about how publishers are embracing artificial intelligence in production and distribution processes, but where these benefits come alongside challenges in the copyright sphere. Tech giants have been calling for overbroad exceptions for text and data mining, which would undermine publishers' licensing and AI-related business models. We celebrated the outstanding contribution of Mr. Ashok Ghosh to the international publishing community and rewarded my colleagues in Brazil for their innovative platform, Conexão Livraria. We were also given a reality check about the freedom to publish situation around the world and how technology is impacting that. How technology can help, but the new media platforms have a lot of power, which also risks limiting the freedom to publish. I was so happy to lead the discussion about the readers of tomorrow and children's publishing and how we can get more books into the hands of children, but especially the most disadvantaged children. There were fascinating insights into the new ways publishers can market their books and the power of platforms to create powerful communities. That session was beautifully followed by a critical look at the choice of trade-off publishers have to make when using these new platforms to reach new readers. And we closed with the arresting session on responsibility. We all have to recognize our role in tackling the climate crisis, both through what we publish, but also what we do. Ladies and gentlemen, today will be even better. The role of women in publishing, educational technology, accessibility, the power of translation, how people read today, and diversity in our sector. We'll discuss all these topics today. We'll close with our gala dinner and celebration of the 2022 IPA Prix Voltaire laureate, Sama Sky Books from Thailand, a publisher who puts himself in danger to make sure books he believes are published. Reading matters. All of us in this room know this. We know what a difference being able to read can make to people's lives. Let me focus on this element of our Congress theme for a second, because our Congress here is also part of a journey. The 33rd International Publishers Congress should have taken place 2 years ago in Lillehammer, Norway. The theme for that Congress was to be Reading Matters. The pandemic prevented us from meeting back then, and many of us have been through some difficult times personally and professionally since. We gathered to discuss the theme for this Congress. We wanted to bring something from Lillehammer with us. We all agreed that reading still matters. In fact, the pandemic had reminded us why so many people turned to reading in those difficult days. Many markets saw bumps in sales, but so many children in poor countries without access to books in their schools were deprived of being able to read. In many parts of the world, children are still catching up. So, reading matters. But that wasn't enough, and maybe it was our lockdown minds that wanted more hope from our Congress team. When could we see the challenges? We could see the challenges that lockdowns were presenting publishers and booksellers, libraries, and authors. We saw that we needed to embrace the future and make that a key part of our discussion too. Ladies and gentlemen, let's embrace the future of publishing in our discussions today. Terima kasih. Thank you.
Thank you to Ms. Karine Pansa for your welcoming remarks.
Next, ladies and gentlemen, would like to invite Head of National Agency for Language Development and Cultivation, Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology of Indonesia, Professor Endang Aminudin Aziz.
Excellencies, President of IPA, Ms. Bodour Al-Qasimi, Vice President of IPA, Ms. Karine Pansa, Ms. Laura Prinslow from Jakarta Book Committee, President of Indonesian Publisher Associations, Pak Aris Hilman, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen. Selamat pagi, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning. This is really a great honor of me that I have been invited to attend and become part of this very important event. I'm speaking here representing and on behalf of the Minister of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, Republic of Indonesia, who is unfortunately unable to attend for some reasons. The Minister expresses his deepest apologies and extends his warmest regards to all participants attending the International Publisher Association World Congress 2022. The Minister conveyed his kind messages to all of you and thanks for choosing Indonesia and making Jakarta as the host of this prestigious event because, as you may have been fully aware, Jakarta has been declared as the city of literature. If we look at the theme of the Congress, namely reading matters, embracing the future, we will understand how reading becomes the determining factor as well as the prerequisite for anyone to be able to live in the future in the complexities of the human civilization, one of which is marked by the advancement of technology and disruptions of any kinds, as we have begun to experience now. Awareness of this potential has inspired the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology in the past few years to align the policies and programs to cope with such future requirements, especially by adopting more rigorous approaches to learning. We call this new approach Merdeka Belajar, or freedom to learn. The basic philosophy that underlines the approach is that we believe that everyone is unique and that they will learn and grow with such a uniqueness. Therefore, to grow optimally and correctly, they will have to be facilitated in the right ways. Ladies and gentlemen, some external studies so far have always indicated that Indonesian people in general and our students in particular have a quite low interest in reading. This leaves a big question to us, whether it is true that they are not motivated to reading activities and therefore their learning achievements are not satisfactory. Our recent surveys, however, show that our students have good or even high motivations to reading. They indicated their enthusiasm when presented with reading materials. What we have found lacking is the reading materials that are really attractive and can stimulate their minds and interest to pick and read. We conclude that it seems that the reading materials that are available so far are mostly written from adults' perspectives, with little considerations of children's interest. Meanwhile, we will all agree that and understand that what is good from adults' perspective does not necessarily guarantee the same perspectives of the children. We know that adults and kids have different worlds. To overcome such an issue, the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology has revised the policies regarding the provisions of books which are mainly intended to improve children's literacy and numeracy competencies. For the last 2 years, the production of such reading books have been focused to address the limitation of reading books for learners at kindergarten and elementary school levels. The most important points outlined in the new policies include, number one, the development of reading books have to be based on or at least consider the children's interests, whose information has been collected from a series of focus group discussions attended by children, parents, and teachers. Number 2, publications can be made available in printed forms as well as electronic version adjusted to regional characteristics. Number 3, priorities are given to schools with lowest results on the comprehensive national assessment schemes. And number 4, provisions of books from commercial publishers can be made by schools on the discretion of schools' principals by looking at the students' choices or nomination in online catalogs that are widely available. As the follow-up to these new policies, we have initiated the production of literacy numeracy books for children in substantial numbers and distribute them to targeted schools. We have selected 736 titles and printed more than 16 million of the books. To obtain optimum benefits from the books, we also provide special and graded trainings for teachers in all targeted districts so that the teachers know exactly what to do with the books and how to deal with their students. For the first semester of this year, we can only provide books for about 21,000 schools in the areas referred to as 3 T's, terdepan, terluar, tertinggal, or the frontiers, the outermost, and the least developed in 16 provinces, 81 regencies, plus 379 regencies and cities in 34 provinces outside the 3 T's regions. We hope to make these books available for all our schools throughout the country as soon as possible. Having evaluated the new initiatives, we are quite confident to continue the policies. This is a kind of a breakthrough that gives us full confidence of its success. Our students, teachers, and parents welcome and celebrate the initiative, and in our views, they now have turned to become a kind of reading communities that have been established based on their own volitions. They have done this because, on the one hand, they are fully aware of the importance of growing reading habits from the early age. On the other hand, they have found that the government has given correct responses to their enthusiasm. Finally, on behalf of the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology, I would like to congratulate all participants of the IPA Congress 2022 and hope you have a good time during the Congress and fruitful results from the discussion. I also hope you enjoy your stay in Jakarta. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi.
Thank you very much to Professor Endang Aminudin Aziz for the welcoming remarks, and thank you to the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology of Indonesia for the support for today's event.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we can begin the Congress. We'd like to invite to join us on stage to deliver keynote speech, Ms. Natsuo Kirino.
Good morning. I am Kirino Natsuo, a Japanese author and the president of the Japan Pen Club. I would like to thank everyone in Jakarta and the International Publishers Association for inviting me to speak. I am deeply honored. I will be making my speech in Japanese and appreciate your patience. 私のインドネシア訪問は今回で4度目になります。アジアでも有数のこの巨大で多様性に満ちた町に4回も来ることができて大変に嬉しく思っています。 10年前に私は林芙美子という日本の女性作家をモデルにした小説を書いたことがあります。3回目と4回目のインドネシア訪問はその小説の取材のためでした。
This is my fourth visit to Indonesia. I am very happy to able to visit this huge and full of diversity city in Asia 4 times. 10 years ago, I wrote a novel called Fumiko Hayashi, which was modeled after a female writer in Japan. But my third and fourth visit to Indonesia were to cover the novel.
第二次世界大戦中、日本軍は作家、詩人、画家、編集者、ジャーナリストを大量に動員して戦地に派遣し、侵略戦争を正当化、美化するための文化的方針をこれらの人々に強要しました。それは徴兵に次ぐ強制力がある徴用という形の召集でした。そのために徴用の知らせが来たらよほどの理由がない限り行かざるを得ないものでした。
During World War II, Japan forces mobilized writers, poets, painters, editors, and journalists in large number to send them to the battlefield to impose cultural services to justify and glorify wars of aggression. It was a convocation in the form of conscription, which was compulsory next to conscription. Therefore, when news of requisition came, they had no choice but to go unless there was a very good reason.
作家や詩人、画家、編集者、ジャーナリストたちは日本軍の占領地であったシンガポール、インドネシアなどに派遣されました。そこで見聞きしたものを作品にするように強制されましたけれども、もちろんその創作物には厳しい検閲がありまして、明らかな作戦の失敗、それから日本兵の無残な死、そして厭戦的な思想など軍に都合の悪いことは一切書くことが許されませんでした。
Writers, poets, painters, editors, and journalists were sent to Japanese occupied countries such as Singapore and Indonesia. They were forced to turn what they saw and heard into works, but of course there was a strict censorship of their creations, and they were not allowed to write anything that was not favorable to the military, such as obvious operational failures, the tragic deaths of Japan's soldiers, and warlike ideas.
林芙美子は今でも古びない作品を数多く残した大変優れた作家です。もちろん現在も彼女の作品は出版され続けています。彼女は子どもの頃に行商をなりわいとする母親に連れられて貧しい放浪生活を送っていました。その体験を赤裸々に描いた「放浪記」という本で売れに売れまして、それで庶民に大変人気がありました。その庶民とはまさしく若い兵士の母親の世代の女性たちだったんです。そのために林芙美子はとりわけ強力なプロパガンダとして日本軍に利用されたのでした。
Fumiko Hayashi is an excellent artist who left behind many works that never get old. Of course, her work continues to be published today. As a child, she was taken by her mother, who made a living as a peddler and led a poor wandering life. It sold well in the book called Wanderings, which depicted the experience in blunt manner and was very popular with the common people. The common people were women of the generation of the young soldier's mother. Therefore, Fumiko Hayashi was used by Japanese military as a particularly powerful propaganda.
当然のことながら 第二次世界大戦が終わると、林芙美子は戦争協力者として非難されました。レニー・リーフェンシュタールほどではないにしても、そのイメージを払拭しきって死んだとは言えないと思います。
Naturally, when World War II ended, Fumiko Hayashi was accused of collaborating in the war, not as much as Leni Riefenstahl, but she died with that image completely wiped out.
林芙美子の例を見るまでもなく、第二次世界大戦前と戦中の日本は国家による検閲と弾圧が厳しい暗黒の時代でした。作家だけでなく出版社の編集者も反国家的共産主義的だとみなされればたちまち投獄されました。その基準も曖昧ですから、かつでっち上げも多かった。無実の罪で亡くなった人も少なくないです。
Not to mention the example of Fumiko Hayashi, the Japan before and during World War II was a dark period of severe state censorship and repression. Not only writers, but also editors of publishing houses were immediately imprisoned if they were deemed anti-national or communist. The standards were vague and there were many fabrications. So many people died of innocent crimes.
日本軍は高知にも長けていました。新聞社には紙パルプの配給を制限することによって戦争協力を迫っていましたので、戦争批判は一切表に出ず、日本は侵略戦争に邁進したという事実があります。
Japanese army was also cunning. The fact is that newspapers pressed for war cooperation by restricting the distribution of pulp and paper, so they did not criticize the war at all. And Japan pushed forward with a war of aggression.
巷では隣人による監視や密告が横行しました。隣組という行政が作った組織があります。隣人同士が互いに助け合うための組織ですけれども、本来の目的は隣人による相互監視と干渉でした。インドネシアでも日本占領期には隣組とその上部組織である右上会という日本の隣組と似たような組織を作って、住民の監視と軍政当局の国事伝達に利用しました。
In the streets, civilians and informants by neighbors were rampant. There is an organization created by the government called Neighborhood, or Japanese Tonarigumi. It was an organization for neighbors to help each other, but its original purpose was mutual surveillance and interference by neighbors. In addition, in Indonesia, too, during the Japan occupation, the neighboring group and its superordinate organization, Ujokai, similar to neighborhood of the Japan, were created and used to monitor the population and transmit notices to the military authorities.
今、ロシア、中国、北朝鮮、ベラルーシ、ミャンマーでは何が行われているのでしょうか。日本軍の思想統制とそう変わらないことが日常的に行われているはずです。それもインターネットが発達した今、個人に対する国家の管理・検閲はより徹底していますから、逃れるのは困難に近いと思います。
Furthermore, what is being done in Russia, China, Belarus, Myanmar, and North Korea now, it should be done on a daily basis that is not so different from the thought control of the Japanese military. With the development of the internet, state control and censorship of individuals is more through, so it is almost difficult to escape.
国家による検閲は言論表現の自由を根底から奪います。とはいえど、戦う相手は国家権力とはっきりしています。
State censorship takes away freedom of speech and expression to its core. However, it is clear that the opponent is state power.
では、自由を保障されている平和な国で、我々作家の表現の自由を奪うものは何でしょうか。それは国家でも政治的集団でもなく、ごくごく普通の人々による圧力です。
Then, in a peaceful country where freedom is guaranteed, what prevents us writers of our freedom of expression? It is not a state or political group, but pressure from ordinary people.
日本ではパンデミックによって戦時中無隔夜と思われるような醜悪な出来事が多々起きました。コロナ感染拡大防止のために政府や自治体が外出の自粛要請を行いました。その途端に要請に従わない店や個人に対する告発の電話が警察に多くかかってきたと言います。いわゆる密告です。
In Japan, pandemic has led to many ugly events that seem to have occurred even during the war. In Japan, the government and local government requested people to refrain from going out to prevent the spread of corona infection. At that time, the police received a number of phone calls to accuse shops and individuals who did not comply with the request. It is so-called snitch.
これら自粛を強要する行為をする人々を自粛警察と呼びました。マスクをしてない人を告発するのはマスク警察です。しかし取り締まっているのは警察ではなく、ごく普通の生活をしている市民だということが、あたかも第二次世界大戦中の隣組を思い起こさせました。自粛という概念がいかに容易に他人の自由を束縛するものに転化するかを我々は目の当たりにしました。コロナのおかげで日本人は第二次世界大戦前夜の雰囲気と日本人の無意識の闇を経験したと言えるかもしれません。
These people who enforce self-restraint were called self-restraint police. It is the mask police that accuse people of not wearing masks. However, the fact that it is not the police who are cracking down, but ordinary citizens who live ordinary lives, reminds us of the neighborhood of World War II. We have seen how easily the concept of self-restraint can be transformed into something that constrains the freedom of others. Thanks to Corona, Japan experienced the atmosphere of the eve of World War II and the unconscious darkness of Japan.
しかし、自粛の強要を大衆的検閲と名付けるのならば、それはコロナ以前から見られていた傾向でもあります。
However, if we call forced self-restraint mass censorship, it is also a trend that has been observed even before the coronavirus.
キャンセルカルチャーという言葉があります。キャンセルとは過去の不平等や差別を正すという意味でしたけれども、それが表現物にまで及んでいる。問題は表現物への行き過ぎたキャンセルです。
There is a term called cancellation culture. どうぞ。はい。
キャンセルとは過去の不平等や差別を正すという意味でしたが、それが表現物にも及んでいます。問題は表現物への行き過ぎたキャンセルです。
いや、はい。 同じことですよね。はい。
もちろん SNS によってこれまで社会で耳を傾けられてこなかった人たちが自ら声を上げ、新たな運動を作り出してきたことの意義は大きいです。だけども問題なのは、ひとたび悪、敵のラベルを貼られると、どんな言葉の壁を、言葉のつぶてを投げてもよし、何を言ってもよしとされる風潮が醸成されることです。あたかも人民裁判のごとく過去を裁くには人権的配慮も必要ではないか。その人権的配慮を誰もしなくなったのはどうしてでしょうか。
Of course, it is significant that SNS has allowed people who have not been listened to in society to raise their voices and create new movements. The problem, however, is that once people are labeled evil or enemy, they are allowed to throw gravel at them or say anything. In order to judge the past as if it were people's tribunal, human rights consideration must also be taken into consideration. Why is that no one has given such consideration to human rights?
なぜ急に日本は、そして世界はそのようにモラリスティックな正義を行使するようになったのでしょうか。日本では2011年の福島での原発事故以来、人々の同調圧力が強まり、政治も国民の自由を制限する方向に向かいました。私は近い将来、戦時中の言論弾圧が起きるかもしれないと考えまして、日没という小説を書きました。これはある作家が読者の告発によって政府の収容施設に入れられ、思想矯正を受けるという物語でした。それはもちろんフィクションです。
Why has Japan and the world suddenly exercised such moralistic justice? In Japan, since the nuclear accident in Fukushima in 2011, people's pressure to conform has intensified and politics has turned toward restricting the freedom of the people, believing that in the near future there might be a wartime crackdown on speech. I wrote a novel called Sunset. This was a story of a writer who has put in a government detention center by a leader's accusation and subjected to ideological correction. Of course, this is a fiction.
知り合いの女性作家がいるんですけど、その方が配偶者がいる男女が出会って恋をするという物語を書きました。すると出版社には不倫の話なんか書くなという抗議がいくつもあったとか聞いてます。少し前まではそんなことはありえませんでした。なぜなら小説だからです。小説は完全に私たち作家が頭の中で浮かんだことを書き連ねた想像の中の世界でしかありません。それを止められたら作家に死ねというのと同じことです。
A female writer I know wrote a story about a man and a woman who had spouses meet and fall in love. Spouses meet and fall in love. Then there were several protests from the publisher saying, "Don't write about infidelity." Not so long ago, that was not possible because it's a novel. The novel is entirely a world in the imagination of what we writers have written in our heads. If you can stop it, it's the same as telling the writer to die.
まるで私の書いた日没と同じようなことが現実で起き始めています。私の中にある懸念は、これまで一緒に表現の自由を守るために戦ってくれた強い絆で結ばれた出版社が読者を獲得するためにこれらの大衆的検閲に協力するのではないかという恐れです。
Something similar to what I wrote about Sunset is starting to happen in reality. My concern is the fear that well-bonded publishers with whom we have fought to defend freedom of expression, will cooperate with this mass censorship in order to gain readership.
そしてコロナ禍を経た今、私にはインターネットのアルゴリズムがそのような正義によって人を追い詰める精神風土を調整するのに一役買っているのではないかという危惧があります。先日の朝日新聞には Facebook の内部告発者フランシス・ホーゲンさんの Facebook のアルゴリズムが偏っているという意見が掲載されていました。
And now after the coronavirus pandemic, I have a fear that internet algorithms are playing a role in fostering a mental climate that hunts people down with such justice. The other day, the Asahi Shimbun published an opinion by Facebook whistleblower Francis Hogan that Facebook's algorithm is biased.
アルゴリズムとはコンピューターが膨大なデータをもとに問題を解いたり目標を達成したりするための計算手順と言われています。私の知っている日本人ジャーナリストの須賀川博さんはアルゴリズムを人間の消費行動、つまり欲望の軌道を測るようなものだというふうに規定しておられます。欲望の軌道を測るとはうまい表現です。ホーゲンさんはこうも言ってます。どの投稿がシェアされそうかという要素を重視していたことから挑発的で質の低い投稿が優先されていたと。
An algorithm is a computational procedure for the computer to solve a problem or achieve a goal based on the huge amount of data. Japanese journalist Taku Sakagawa defines an algorithm as measuring the trajectory of human consumption activity or greed. Measuring the trajectory of greed is a good expression. Hogan says, because we focus on which posts are likely to be shared, provocative, low-quality posts were prioritized.
アルゴリズムは公開されないブラックボックスです。しかも国家ではなく私企業のブラックボックスなのに世界のほとんどの人が影響を受けています。つまりアルゴリズムの操作によって人々の意識を変えたり醸成するのは案外簡単なことです。
Algorithms are the black box that is never made public. Moreover, even though it is a black box of private companies, not nations, most people in the world are affected. In other words, it is surprisingly easy to change or foster people's consciousness by manipulating algorithm.
挑発的で質の低い投稿を多く優先すれば人々はそれが多数の意見だと思い込むし必然的に挑発的で質の低い社会が心地よくなります。自分にとって心地よい意見しか取り入れられなくなれば批判精神は当然痩せ衰えます。批判精神がなくなれば曖昧なものや価値判断のできないものは思考するのがめんどくさいからというか AI に任せてしまっているからとりあえず適当なラベルを貼ります。
If you prioritize a lot of provocative and low-quality posts, people will assume that they are the majority opinion and inevitably a provocative and low-quality society will feel comfortable. If you only take in opinions that are comfortable for you, your critical spirits will naturally weaken. If the critical spirit disappears, things that are value or that cannot be judged by value will be labeled appropriately for the time being because they are too lazy to think about, or rather because they are left to artificial intelligence.
ラベリングは単純な二元論です。右翼か左翼か、フェミニストかアンチフェミニストか、民主党か共和党か、この二元論は価値観による激しい分断を生みます。分断が激しくなればお互いの誹謗中傷も激しくなります。そして分かりやすい正義感が醸成されれば、そこから外れた他人をいとも簡単に誹謗中傷するようになるでしょう。不倫した男女を責めるのも誰も文句を言えない分かりやすい正義感の発露です。
Labeling is a simple dualism, right-wing or left-wing, feminist or anti-feminist, democratic or Republican. This dualism creates the sharp division of values. As division intensifies, so does mutual slander. And if your easy to understand sense of justice is fostered, it will be very easy to slander others who deviate from it. Blaming a man and a woman who have had an affair is also an expression of an easy to understand sense of justice that no one can complain about.
人間はたくさんの間違いを犯します。嘘をついたり、他人に意地悪をしたり、既婚者と分かっていても好きになったり、他人にいろんな迷惑をかけて生きています。場合によっては犯罪を犯す人だっています。多くの人が踏みとどまる自分の中に引かれたラインを越えてしまった人々について小説は書いてきました。小説は人間の弱さや愚かしさ、さらに言えば弱く愚かな人間の苦悩について描くものです。
Humans make a lot of mistakes. They lie, are mean to others, like them even if they know they were married, and cause all kinds of troubles to others. In some cases, some people commit crimes. I've written novels about people who have crossed the line drawn within themselves, where many people stay. Novels are about human weakness and stupidity, and for that matter, the suffering of weak and foolish human beings.
不倫の物語なんか書くなと出版社に抗議する人は、正しいことが書かれた小説しか読みたくないのかもしれません。では正しさとは何か。私たち作家が困惑しているのは、今人々の中に強くなっているこの正しいものだけを求める気持ちです。それが大衆的検閲の正体であります。作家は皆この行き過ぎたキャンセルである大衆的検閲を恐れています。
People who protest publishers against writing infidelity stories may only want to read novels that say the right thing. So what is correctness? What perplexes us writers is the desire to seek only this right thing that is growing stronger in people right now? That is the true nature of mass censorship. All the authors are afraid of mass censorship, cancellation that going too far.
批評精神の弱体化も、ラベリングによる分断も、一面的な正義感の横行も、その弊害のすべてが文学を貶めます。大衆的検閲です。それが文学とは人間の弱さを基礎とした他者への想像力がその根幹となっています。そして自分自身と他者との関係の中に新しい価値を創造していくものです。
The weakening of the critical spirit, the division caused by labeling, and the rampant one-sided sense of justice are all harmful effects of popular censorship that degrades literature. Literature is based on human weakness and imagination of others, and it creates new value in the relationship between oneself and others.
とはいえ、 過去の優れた文学作品の中にも差別的な表現にぶつかることがあります。小説の中とはいえ、差別されて書かれる側は不快の念を持ちます。
Nevertheless, even among the best literary works of the past, there are times when discriminatory expressions are encountered. Even though it is in the novel, those who are discriminated against and written have a sense of discomfort.
少し前の小説には、女性が愚かしく書かれているものや、差別的に書かれているものも多かったです。欧米の作家の書いた小説の中には、日本人に対する差別的な表現も見られますし、逆に日本人作家の書いたアジア人への差別的表現も同じように不快です。
Not so long ago, many novels were written in a silly way of discriminatory against women. Some novels written by Western authors contain discriminatory expressions against Japanese people, and the discriminatory expression against Asians written by Japanese writers are equally offensive.
しかし、それはその時代に生きた作家のある面での限界を表すものです。だから批評精神を持って読む必要があります。だけど変えてはいけません。そうした過去の時代の限界を知って乗り越えようと抗う中でこそ、他者への想像力が磨かれて、新しい文学作品を生んでいくのだと思います。今、過去の作品の表現を変えることは、歴史を修正することに近い行為です。
However, it represents the limitation of the writers who live in that era in certain aspects. So you need to read it with a critical spirit, but don't change it. I believe that it is precisely by knowing the limitation of such past eras and resisting to overcome them that our imagination for others is refined and new literary works are born. Now, changing the expression of past works is akin to revising history.
アルゴリズムのもたらす不寛容な精神に流されて、ごく普通の人々が国家権力による検閲のような振る舞いをすることは、過去の文学作品に対しても、もちろん現在の表現活動に対しても決してあってはならないと思います。
Carried away by the intolerant spirit of algorithms, ordinary people should never behave like censorship by state power, neither to literary works of the past nor to expressive activities of the present.
すべての表現は自由であるべきです。作家もそして出版社も表現の自由のために今まで以上に強い絆を求めなければいけないと思います。
All expressions should be free. I think writers and publishers must seek stronger bonds for freedom of expression than ever before. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to Ms. Natsuo for the keynote speech, and also thank you to the Japan Foundation for the support.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the talk show and discussion sessions. We'll be divided into 5 sessions for today. We have several topics.
Yes, it's a wide variety of topics ranging from equality, women empowerment, education, and diversity. Starting from the first session, the topic is Trailblazing Women in Publishing.
Trailblazing Women in Publishing. And then the second topic would be the value of EdTech.
Wow, very interesting topic. Followed by discussion about accessible publishing.
And the fourth topic will be about conquering cultural hegemony through translation.
And then we'll be talking about promoting reading, gender and generations, reading now and then.
Last but not least is Inspire, celebrating diversity.
Very interesting topics. After yesterday, we talked about artificial intelligence, the future of creative industry, digital marketing. Today, we'll be talking about all these interesting topics, and hopefully, we can learn even more from the highly esteemed speakers who cannot wait to share with us their time and expertise on the stage.
Indeed. We would like to remind ladies and gentlemen that each session will last for 45 minutes. And the morning session will end at 11:30. We would like to remind the participants that for Friday prayer, you can go to the P6 level at Fairmont Hotel, or you can also go to the nearby mosque. A shuttle is prepared for you at the lobby entrance.
Okay, and we also have some announcements from the committee. We'd like to inform for the IPA's participants that we provide PCR test at Diamond Room on the 3rd floor if anyone needs to have it.
So PCR test at Diamond Room on the 3rd floor. All right.
Okay, I think we are now ready to invite the moderator and the speaker for the first session.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the moderator, would like to invite CEO of Kalimat and IPA President, Ms. Bodour Qasimi.
And we also like to invite our speakers, Ms. Flavia Bravin.
Would like to invite also Ms. Friza Pavita Puspa Negara.
And to complete our panel of speakers, please welcome Ms. Latoya West Blackwood. To Ms. Al-Qasimi, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. It's so great to be here. And I have a fantastic panel today, great speakers, and a really amazing topic. We're running a little bit late, so we'll try our best to keep the conversation going for 45 minutes. Before I start, I just want to give a little bit of an introduction on Publish Her. Our topic today is Trailblazing Women in Publishing. And before I introduce these amazing speakers, I want to share a little story with you. So as you know, I'm IPA president for the past 2 years. And IPA is an organization that's 126 years old. And many of you know this already. In the past 125 years, there's only been one female president, and that's Ana Maria Cabaneras. Give her a round of applause. Stand up, Ana Maria. And we're very proud of Ana Maria for being the first female president of IPA. And after many years, I became the second female president of IPA. However, we can all agree there's something inherently wrong about this. An organization in the publishing industry that's predominantly run by women, it makes me question why women don't get to leadership positions. What's holding them back? And I have an interesting story to share with you about my experience 3 years ago at Rome Book Fair. I was invited to participate as vice president of IPA to Rome Book Fair, which is a lovely book fair specializing in small to medium-sized publishers and independent publishers. And as I went to Rome Book Fair, I was asked to go into the VIP room and meet the officials there. And there were many officials from the government and many top publishing representatives. And as I walked in and said hello to everyone, I looked around and I was the only woman in the room. Does that sound familiar to some of the women here? So looking around, I felt very lonely and isolated, and I thought, you know, where are all the women? It's really important for us to have more representation globally, especially since the publishing industry is run by women. And that's when I started to think about what I can do to help more women get into leadership positions. And I founded Publish Her in 2019. It was just after London Book Fair where we had our first event, and we invited 30 publishing executives, female executives from around the world who are attending London Book Fair, to a networking dinner. And in that dinner, we brainstormed and we spoke about all the challenges surrounding women in publishing. And we got so excited and we formed this network called Publish Her. And we've been having events all around the world. We had an event, and you can see if we can have the slides up. We had events in Frankfurt Book Fair, London Book Fair. We had an event in Nairobi. We had an event in, I don't know if the slides are showing. So team, yeah, I can see them here, but let's have them up on the wall. So we had many events around the world and really brought women to the table and asked them, what is holding you back? What are the challenges? And we were able to put together a roadmap for women to have an easier journey into a leadership position. And through Publish Her, which you can follow on social media, we have accounts on our social media. Here are some of our events. We managed to really have networking for women and really open the door for opportunities. We arranged mentorship program for women where we had matched women to help and support each other and answer questions throughout their leadership journey. That was one of the challenges many women faced. And we also highlighted some, great success stories through our newsletter and our social media. And there's so much we can do. And that's why I'm really excited here to have a panel of amazing women, which I'm going to introduce to you right now. We'll start with you, Flavia. Dr. Flavia, Head of Saber and Editorial Director at Saraiva, Brazil. She's the Head of Saber and Partner at Cogna Group, the largest publishing and educational group in Brazil. Welcome, Flavia.
Thank you.
A round of applause, please. And then we have Friza Pavita. She's the co-founder and director of Simple Group, a storytelling agency based in Jakarta, Indonesia, which houses a book label brand, Pear Press. Welcome, Friza. And last but not least, we have Latoya West Blackwood. It's a publishing consultant and the immediate past chairperson of the Book Industry Association of Jamaica and board member of Publish Her. So as you can see, we have representatives from all around the world, so it's going to be a very fun and interesting discussion. So let's get started. Publish Her is all about translating words into action. I'm so delighted to have women from South America, Asia, and the Caribbean here representing, I would say, the diversity of publishing. So let's talk about what are the challenges in the publishing industry. And I'd like to start with you, Dr. Flavia. You specialize in education and scientific, technical, and medical publishing. Tell us a little bit about your experience in Brazil. What are the most pressing challenges that women face? Go ahead.
Yes, I think first we have to publish what we believe in, what we do. So it's very important that we walk the talk, that the things that we teach kids, that we teach students, are the things that we do in our office. So for us as women, as challenge, to be the change and to do inside our team, it's really is to start the revolution. Because for me, I don't have in my life a boss that was a woman. I always have boss that were men. So I think we have to be, the example or the inspiration, and to try to, because we publish a lot of books about leadership, about environment. So to take the small things, and I think the small things matter a lot, and put in practice. If you say that the creator, the authors, the chain, they all have value, we have to have the value, the chain, the network inside our company and inside the publishing sector.
I think that's really valid. And also, you know, looking back at our experience, I just want to tell you that in a few months ago, I got a lovely email from Flavia just before I was visiting Sao Paulo Book Fair. And she'd heard about Publish Her, and she said, I would love to organize an event here in Sao Paulo and bring 50 women together and talk about women in publishing. Can you tell us a little bit about that experience?
Yes, I think I have a slide with a picture. It was so amazing experience because it was very informal, like this. We just have, what now? I think it's like us, yes, why we can do this? And I talked to Karine, and Karine talked to Bodour, and then we have Ana Maria, and we have a lot of love stories. And it was so nice that people, they just came to our office, and they start opening their heart and telling very strong stories about some father that they don't believe the daughter just because she was a girl. And so many different generations together. So we have Ana Maria telling us how about opening the doors. And I think our generation, we try hard to be there, but we don't, I think we don't fight enough for the how. And this next generation, about 20 or 30 years now, they don't want just to do things. They want to do the things in the right way. They want to change more than us. That we just, I think we have to prove that we could. So it was an amazing event. If you go to the next slide, we have all these women together there in São Paulo, in Brazil, for a whole morning. And if you go to the next one, I can talk a little about my company, and
yes,
I
please.
think
Yes.
this is a very good example for us to think. Can you go to the next slide? And what happens is that publishing, it's a very women sector, very feminine. And if you take publishers, editor, we are a lot of women working together. So can go one more? And what we are trying to do is that when you go up to the company, you go up to the management leadership level, you see that you don't have enough women. So we are trying to be the example and to go together and to have formal goals that we want to talk about it, and we want to put numbers so we can change and we can announce that this will be our reality in our company.
So you hold people accountable. You have a quota and you hold people accountable to that goal.
Yes, I will show you some. Can you go one more? And this is a part of my editorial team that we do educational books for public schools. And if you take, we are a very big company with around 2,600 people working there, and more than half are women. So you can go another one. We just take the whole company, and if you go to the C-level of the company.
Next slide, please.
We will be, this is the C-level of the company, and now we are 2 women. So it's a big difference. In the past, we were a little ashamed of talking just 2 women and 14 men in the C-level, but I think we have to talk about difficult things if you want to change. So if you go to the next slide, we just put for all the levels, the amount, and if you take from the basis to the top, the percentage, it's set. And we also give notes to the salary, the difference between men and women, and this is public. Okay. So we want to talk about this, and we have a challenge for 2025 that we have more than women in the board, women in the C-level, women in senior position. So this is our commitment.
That is absolutely encouraging and wonderful, and I hope that many people here can learn from this experience and take home some of these ideas as well. We all need to work together to get more women into leadership positions, get them on the decision-making table so that when we decide what books to publish, we actually have books that are suitable for both genders. So now I'd like to move on to Frieza. And your publishing company focuses on anxious, daring, and border-defying young writers. Tell us what it's like to be a young woman leading a publishing firm in Indonesia.
Thank you, Bodour, for the question. Well, I think since the very beginning of my venture in the publishing industry and up until now, it has been really hard to access it. Hello? It has been really hard to gather information and also that data about the publishing industries. Partly because I think there had been a lack of publicly accessible information, and also from what I gather from senior colleagues of the publishing industry, there had been a lack of comprehensible data in the first place for people to venture to the business. But I was one of the lucky ones, or privileged. I have been privileged enough to have networks and of friends, and most of them are women that have shared information about the industry, although sometimes a little bit choppy in the place, but they have also shared a very valuable experience, their first-hand experience with me. That's to help me kickstart my business in the publishing industry. But I can't imagine how it is for people outside of Java who wants to venture to the publishing industry, because as maybe Laura and also Mr. Aris have mentioned yesterday, that most of the publishing activities in Indonesia are centered on Java and also especially Jakarta. So I think that we need to make this, we need to make information about the publishing industry more accessible to anyone, anywhere, so anyone and anyone, including women, can start their business in the publishing industries.
That's great. And you know, this morning when I was having my coffee, I had a lot of young Indonesian women come and say hello to me, and it's really encouraging to see that there are a lot of female publishers here in Indonesia. Do you think this is changing? The trend is changing and you're seeing more women?
Well, actually, after I have discussed with some of my colleagues, Indonesia is also the same. The industry is actually propelled by women, but it's still rare to see women leadership in the leadership position. But I'm very happy. In my early career, I was helped by these women leaders to kickstart my career in the publishing.
Wonderful. Maybe we can have a publish her in Indonesia one day.
We should.
Now I'd like to move on to Latoya. Latoya, you're a former chairperson of the Book Association in Jamaica, and you're also a board member of Publish Her. Talk to us a little bit about your journey. You're a trailblazer yourself.
All right. Well, I have to say, first of all, thanks to Indonesia, Jakarta in particular, for a very warm welcome. So I love your language, but let me give you a little of mine. Wagwan Jakarta. All right, so that was patois. But to answer your question, my journey to here on this stage today started at the age of 5. I think I have a photo of myself.
Slide, please.
To share with you. It's the time of my life that I remember discovering the magic of books and reading. And it's actually, every time I need some inspiration to continue in my work now, I look back at that image because I understand what I do now in my own life, because reading transformed my life.
Here we go.
So, so that's me. And I come from a country that is one that has, it's a beautiful island, but we also have some challenges in some communities, and I was from one of those. Not the worst, but certainly I had things happening around me that could distract you as a child. I didn't have the opportunity to travel to other countries very early, so books were my passport to the world, right? And so, thank you. And so for me, in terms of what I do with the Book Industry Association of Jamaica, I came into the journey of publishing, and I realized that separate from the business of what we do, the other side of it, which is paying attention to connecting the dots and ensuring access, is very important. And the book industry, I think, facilitated that. For publisher, the next thing I realized was that, you know, yes, you come in, you're excited as a woman, and you want to do all types of things, and you probably don't even consider gender in the beginning, but then you realize in certain situations that it becomes an obstacle. You go into a meeting and you're automatically designated the note taker, and I'm like, men can take notes too. I'm not the, you know, we're not doing that. So the challenges can start from there. But to wrap up my response to you, I think one of the most urgent messages I wanted to share today about what we can do as women, particularly women in Latin America and the Caribbean, we have a crisis unfolding in education. The World Bank says that 4 in 5 children at the primary level, if we do nothing now, are at risk of having severe reading comprehension issues in very short order, and that's coming directly out of the pandemic learning loss. So we actually, it wasn't perfect before the pandemic, but right now we have a crisis on our hands, and reading matters more than ever. So for me, I think one of the things I'd love coming out of this session is to meet more women from my region and other parts of the world who I can possibly collaborate with to provide more access to books for children.
Okay. I mean, we had a look at some of the pictures on the slides, and there are some women there. I don't know if you want to talk a little bit about them.
The one, well, I don't know if they're going to bring it back up. But in my slide, I just highlight women who are important to me. So Shirley Carby, who I'm hoping will come up soon. She actually is the founder of the Book Industry Association of Jamaica. She owns one of the largest educational publishing companies in the English-speaking Caribbean, Carlong Publishers. And she has been, long before there was a publisher, she has been quietly mentoring several women, including myself. And mentorship can be several things. It can be a moment of encouragement, or it can be providing practical access for somebody else. And she did that for me. I also have our former poet laureate, Lorna Goodison, who some people might know.
Can we get the slides back, please?
Well, if it doesn't come up now, then, you know. But yeah, so that's still me I had here then. So that's our former poet laureate, a wonderful writer. If you haven't read her before, you should. Lorna Goodison. Then I don't know if they're gonna bring the other photo. But she too has done a lot of work with women and girls in her role as poet laureate. So she has gone into high-risk communities where there's violence or other issues, and she has used bibliotherapy as a very effective tool to assist young girls and women. in those communities. So she's an inspiration to me as well.
That's wonderful. And that's something that we found actually from our research in Publish Her, how important it is to have role models in this industry and mentors. So this is something that we try to do through our work in Publish Her. Now I'd like to move on to the second discussion theme, which is the pandemic's impact on diversity and inclusion. As we all know, we've been through a very difficult time with the pandemic, and it has affected our choices that we make in publishing and in the corporate world. So I think progress in diversity and inclusion, especially in developing markets, has been affected in different ways. So I'd like to start with you, Frieza, if that's okay. I heard about all the islands here in Indonesia and the rich diversity of cultures and languages here. Can you talk to us a little bit about that? And has that been affected by the pandemic?
Thank you. I think I'm going to answer this differently than what I answered to you yesterday. After some rest, my memory got recovered. And actually, yes, I think the pandemic has truly affected us, even though we are a small publisher. And it has affected us in a way that when the pandemic hits, we try to survive with what we have, but not really so much with creativity. And it resulted in us creating more limitation and also tighter screening on the kinds of ideas that we can support or execute, whether as a business initiative or as a book, or to publish as a book. And it has been very different, the kinds of support that we did for that we give, especially to the authors prior to the pandemic and now. In example, in the pandemic time, there had been a lot less marketing support and also incentives for the authors. Although, knowing the fact that the authors in Indonesia already have hard times because the royalties are small, and basically you cannot just live as an author in Indonesia. And I think to help overcome this, it is important to see the diversity, the geographic and cultural of Indonesia, because I think we need to promote the emergence of highly local publishers, because I feel that they are the ones who have the networks to the authors and have the networks to or knows what kind of voice that needs to be voiced by communities from across the countries. And by promoting the emergence of this local publisher or new publishers, I think that we can make progress better in terms of diversity and inclusion.
I hope so. I mean, this sounds promising, and I think, the richness of Indonesian culture deserves to be represented through the books that you publish.
Exactly.
So I want to share a little bit about, diversity and inclusion within the international publishing scene. It was difficult as a woman, but I think personally for me, it was also challenging as an Arab woman to get to be president of IPA. And there are a lot of misconceptions around Arabs, especially Arab women, and I used to spend a lot of time having to explain that to people and having to educate a lot of people about that. I wonder, Latoya, if you experienced that as a black woman.
All right, so that could be a book, but to condense it for this session, of course, I would start on the positive note of saying that the IPA, and I have to, so we're all women up here, but I have to big up my allies, Jose, Hugo. They were instrumental in my own inclusion. I spoke up about the fact that the Caribbean exists. It's a real place. So we're always Latin America and the Caribbean, the footnote. But we have our own identity. And I think it's important that when we speak about diversity and inclusion, we're honest about it, and that beyond the statements, we have actions. And I don't mean the tokenism, you satisfy a quota of having one black face here or a woman here, and you're like, tick the box. But really making a welcoming environment. Early in my career, I attended different fora, and people were polite, but there was no real connection. I'm very, in my country, I would say spirit tech, so you can understand energy. And I didn't find that very early in my career, and I think it maybe slowed down some of the things. So people getting to know you for who you are, looking beyond the color of your skin, looking beyond your gender, and all the assumptions that come with that, and having a real discussion and relationships, it opens windows and doors of opportunities. So I'm very inspired by what I see happening. Publishing is very white and male, let's put it out there, but it's changing. And there are a lot of people that I've met here and in other places who are a part of that change and embracing what's happening, and that's positive from where I sit.
That's wonderful. And having you up here as well is really opening the door for many other women who will see you here and think, I can do that, you know? So thank you for being here. And now I'd like to move to you, Flavia. You have a wonderful program that you told us about yesterday for Black women. Can you share that with us?
Yes, can we have the slides again? The problem in Brazil, we are most of our population, it's about black people. And if you see the pictures I show you, it's just white people. So what we decide to do, this is my team. Is it going? And we want to make sure that we are going to do the difference, setting very specific goals. So we put that we want women, and the problem is not just women, it's the and. Women and black, women and with disability. So when you put this together, it's not the base, you want them to be the leaders, because then will be the example, they will inspire people. So what we did, we have a training program that is just for black women, and they will be direct to a leadership position, because we want to do this short. We cannot wait, like you said, about IPA presidents. We have to take the past and do something now. So we are trying to this, and we think this is really, really fair to put women and black women in leadership positions.
This is wonderful. I mean, we heard from Latoya about all the hurdles you have to face, and you're just giving them a fast track to a leadership position. And this to me is sort of like practical solutions that people can actually take back and use in their own companies. And I want to share with you something that we've done and published here, which is a diversity and inclusion toolkit. And this toolkit was developed really to support people in their publishing companies to be more supportive of women in getting into leadership positions. And you can all download this free of charge. It's in multiple languages on womeninpublishing.org. It's a diversity and inclusion toolkit. It's something that we wanted to offer to the publishing community and to give practical solutions. So we're done with the talking, let's go for action now. And so we've had really positive feedback with this diversity and inclusion kit. And I'd like to go back to you, Latoya, and talk about good practices and practical solutions. Why has it taken so long to make this progress? And what can we do to fast track and get women into these leadership positions?
All right, so I would say a lack of accountability has been a major thing. We've spent a lot of time talking and not following up with the action. And it's easy to do that if we're all complicit. So I think the role that publishers play is important, because we can be a part of that community of accountability. And, you know, don't get me wrong. The thing is, some people see movements like Publisher and say, oh, yeah, well, they're just about pushing women up. It's about building competence and leveling the playing field. So it's not about just affirmative action without the criteria or, you know, making sure that we are building capacity and competence as well. What we're saying is that the playing field has not been level. As a matter of fact, some people have been on the fringes falling off, and now we want to extend something, a lifeline, to provide access and pathways. I would say that in terms of best practices, I love the point that you made about the transparency with talking about things like even salaries, and talking about the current state of your organization and setting goals to say, you know, in this period of time, this is what we hope to achieve. And if you get there and you don't do it, then that's fine, but at least you have set some kind of measurement. The final thing I would say is that for me in particular, diversity and inclusion looks a little different. I come from a majority black country, but the challenge we have is I guess the mutual audience building in terms of the diversity in stories and representation. So that is where we have a lot of work to do with our international colleagues. And at home, we are building out more indigenous publishing and centering women's experiences in stories, as opposed to a culture of mansplaining and, you know, the likes, or telling stories through a lens other than women. So, you know, there are lots of things that we can do, but I think we're on the path in terms of providing the tools, setting examples via our organizations, and building on that.
Thank you for sharing that. And a lot of, you know, the decisions that are made in publishing are due to unconscious bias. You know, I think a lot of organizations have been formed and built, and structures are in place, and a lot of it is just unconscious bias. And the Diversity and Inclusion Toolkit helps you identify that and helps you avoid that for the future. So, Frieza, tell us a little bit about what publishers are doing here in Indonesia. Have you seen any progress, and what can we do to speed things up?
It's actually hard to say anything about what we have actually done, but in the few past years, the Jakarta Book Committee have made an effort for the publishing industry to thrive in general in the public space and in the global community. But I think why maybe responding to Latoya as well, why we have been lacking in progress of diversity and inclusion, I think it also goes back to the fact that Indonesia itself is very diverse and complex geographically and culturally. We have 17,000 islands. We are an archipelagic country. When you move from one region to another, or even one village to another, you will be faced with different cultures, different languages. It is hard to represent it in the first place. And I think that's why we need to have more information about the publishing industry in the first place to become more publicly accessible. So anyone, like I said before, anyone, anywhere, despite all the infrastructure problems in Indonesia and our geographical condition, we can access the information and start venturing on around the publishing industry and the publishing world.
That's wonderful. I mean, what I hear both of you saying, it's about representation, you know, and that's something that I learned in Sharjah Book Fair recently. We had a panel discussion between, actually a fireside chat between Karine Pansa and Perminda Mann, who's the CEO of Bonnier. And Perminda was saying, you know, I don't like the word diversity because it has many connotations. I prefer to use the word representation. And I think it's got a more positive outlook as well. Talking about Publish Her, some of the feedback that I got with talking to women around the world about Publish Her is that they said, finally, you know, we have a sense of community. We feel we belong somewhere. And that was missing in the publishing industry before that. A lot of people agreed with my testimony at the beginning, saying they felt isolated, they felt like an outsider. And having Publish Her felt like there was a sense of community around publishing, and that we belong where we are, and that it's okay to be different, and that it's okay to speak up and give your opinion, and actually it's needed more than ever. And as you all know, my term is ending very soon in IPA, and I'm going to be dedicating a lot of my time next year to growing the Publish Her network and making it global. And I'd like to talk to my panelists today to give us some ideas of how we can do that. Some of the ideas we've been talking about is to facilitate more discussions cross-culturally and globally, get women to experience, you know, what it's like to be in Brazil or in Jamaica or Indonesia and learn from each other. I'd like to start with you, Flavia. Tell us a little bit about the takeaways from the Publish Her event we had in Sao Paulo, and how can we expand that for the future?
Yes, I have a lot. You have to cut me. We had a book in Brazil that it says that if you empower 2 women, and these 2 women empower more 2 women, we will start a revolution. And I think Publish Her in Brazil and all of the world is about this. Because if you help someone, like you said, you say to a woman or to someone that she can do this, that she's good enough, she doesn't need to be perfect, she just needs to start. And I think publishing is about taking risks. Yes, we take risks every time about new ideas. What about us as women? Take risk about new positions, new challenges. So for me, Publish Her in Brazil and the movement is about helping women to take these risks and telling them that we are together, we have a network, we will help, we will support each other. And for me, Publish Her is very, very similar about publishing, about how you say it, to say that it's beautiful and important to be uniqueness, to see you, to be you, and always important to belong. So the movement is about this. When we are together, we see a lot of things that we are very similar. Sometimes we are not so self-confident, sometimes we don't know anything or don't know everything, and sometimes we are very different, it is okay. So for me, it's about sharing stories, and the power of story, it's amazing.
That is so beautiful. It's okay to be yourself, it's okay to be different, and it's okay to not have all the answers, and I think more women need to hear that. What about you, Latoya? Let's go to you. Do you have any ideas of what we can do to expand this movement globally?
I have lots.
Tell us.
But I think the work that was done over the pandemic laid the foundation, I think, with starting conversations virtually and connecting people. I think, you know, things like language barriers, cultural barriers, we're slowly chipping away at those and redefining what community means. And that's important for, I think, out of the pandemic, more people are trying to deepen their sense of belonging somewhere outside of their immediate family. They're trying to find more meaning in life and whatever their career pursuit is. So in our case, publishing, trying to make it more impactful in terms of the work that they do, and we can create that space. Of course, that then leads to discussions about chapters. So the Jamaica chapter is waiting to be stood up, and of course Indonesia, Brazil. And I'm particularly excited about Brazil because in our space, I find that the language barrier has, I think, slowed down the level of cooperation, though we have shared history and culture in some ways in terms of Afro-Brazilians and, you know, just being in that space. So I think those are some things. The toolkit I found to be very good. It's a very practical tool. And by the way, it's only available in 3 languages. So if you go on the website and you don't see your language, please volunteer to translate it and make it available in your language. But that is, I think, going forward, looking around matters about access to finance. I don't know about people in other regions, but men can walk into some banks and be like, you know, I need $1 trillion, and they'll get it. But for some reason, women are high risk. So we face a real challenge around things like investments and access to capital. And finally, I think mentorship, strategic mentorship will help us to grow our impact because the more successes we have from our movement, then there will be more people to send the elevator back down to get others and to elevate them as well.
I love that. I love that analogy. And something that we also actually shared and published her is that we worked on a mentorship program, but then we launched something called reverse mentorship, which was really exciting. We got young people to share their experiences to us dinosaurs and tell us how to do things. And we learned about TikTok and all of the marketing tools that are available right now. And you can actually learn so much from young people. And Friza, I'm looking at you, tell us a little bit of what we can do here in Indonesia. We're definitely coming back for an Indonesian chapter of Publish Her, but give us some ideas.
You're very welcome if you want to come back and make the chapters. And, well, I think, like I mentioned before, I think we are in dire need of more research to be done in the industries. And we need our data, the data that we have to be more comprehensible, because how you can make decisions or how you can penetrate on something when you are in a dark room, right? And I think, first of all, we need to do more research and to identify the needs of stakeholders and also players, including women authors, women readers, women workforce. So after that, I think we can use, we definitely can use that information as our capital to convince stakeholders in Indonesia to get on the same wagon towards the same, creating the same impact.
That's wonderful. And I just want to end by saying, Friza, Latoya, and Flavia, you've been inspirational. Thank you so much. A round of applause for our speakers.
And I think we can thank you also for the invitation and for publishing her. It's so, so important.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And before we wrap up, there's a tradition that we have in all of our Publish Her events, and this is about representation. So I'd like to invite all of the women in here, in the room, to come up on stage and take a family group photo with all of us here.
Can we get our song, please?
So again, we like to extend Ms. Bodour Al-Qasimi's invitation for all the women to get up on stage and take a group photo together to commemorate this proud and hopeful moment that together we can have a more inclusive industry of making all the women to give more contribution in many years to come. So make sure you get your best positions. Have as many great pictures as possible. Maybe change it up a bit. Let's show how excited you are for day 2 of the Congress. Are we ready? In 3, 2, 1. Great, amazing. Thank you very much, ladies. You may return to your seats.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. What a joyous occasion.
Wow, this is amazing.
Amazing moment. This is a history.
Indeed, it is. Thank you once again to Ms. Qasimi for moderating the first session and for our amazing speakers.
Thank you once again to Ms. Flavia Brevin, Ms. Friza Pavita Puspanegara, and Ms. Latoya West Blackwood. Amazing session.
Yes.
Such warmth in the room.
Yeah. Such a good start to our day 2 of the Congress today.
Great excitement, and we're very happy for this session. And we'll soon move on to our next session, ladies and gentlemen. So we invite you to take a seat and get ready for the next session. And we'd like to announce once again that we provide a PCR test in Diamond Room that are available until 1 p.m. So at lunch break, if you need to take a PCR test, then you can do so at your convenience.
Okay, and now it is time to continue with the second session with the topic of the value of EdTech.
As moderator, we'd like to invite to join us on stage Executive Director of GEU and Chair IPA Educational Publishers Forum, Mr. Stefan De Valk.
And now let's welcome our speakers, Miss Jenny Jefferson,
and Mrs. Najila Shihab.
And to complete the panel of speakers, let's welcome Miss Liz Tribe. Mr. Stefan De Valk, the floor is now yours.
Okay, selamat pagi. Good morning, everybody, again. First and foremost, thanks for your overwhelming hospitality. And thank you for the opportunity to discuss issues which are relevant for education and educational publishing. Digital technology is entering everywhere. So it's entering education. And as everywhere, it does raise fundamental questions as, does educational technology have the potential to improve education and educational results? Which public values are involved? And what roles do government and public institutions play or should play? These questions we will discuss in the next 45 minutes. But first, the panel of experts will introduce themselves briefly. Najila.
Yes, I'll start. Hi, I'm Najla Shihab. I'm from Indonesia. I'm the CEO of Sekolah.mu and Karir.mu. We are an edutech company serving the whole lifelong continuum of learners, from preschooler to professionals, upskilling, learning. I also, I have the experience at different sides of the table as well. I founded network of schools. My family have publishing house, and really looking forward to this discussion and learning more from all of you. Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you. And Liz.
Thank you. I am Liz Tribe. I'm the Managing Director of Hodder Education, one of the larger publishing companies in the UK for education resources. We invest a lot of money in digital and have two platforms, one for curriculum and one for assessment. I'm also proud to be a member of the Executive Committee of the IPA representing the UK.
And Janni.
And Janni, yes. And I am the CEO of Swedish EdTech industry, representing EdTech companies operating in Sweden. And we are one of the most digitalized countries in the education sector in the world. So, and we also have ABBA, as you know. I have a background as a teacher and as a principal, so I do have a strong foot in the education sector from the beginning. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. My name is Stefan de Valk. I'm the director of the Dutch Publishing Association and the chair of the Educational Publishers Forum of IPA. Okay, let's start. I have a question for you, and please could you answer briefly. Is an educational publishing house an educational technology
in, you know, in any new things that's introduced in any ecosystem. But we talked about this earlier. But I think all the questions that were raised to questions whether technology actually work against or for the equality, I think it's a questions that we need to reflect upon into the current practices as well. The equality, you know, the inequality has been here for more than, you know, ever since, you know, if we're talking into Indonesian's context, more than 70 years. Okay. And, you know, you can either utilize technology, you know, very mindfully, you know, with all the, being very vigilant about all the other aspects that it can bring, or you can say that, you know, we're going to do classroom, we're going to do schoolings the way we've been doing this for years, and nothing will change anyway. And so I think, you know, it's very, very important for everyone in the education ecosystems to realize that all other part of the student's life have already changed, and whether we want it or not, our students are already in that ecosystems. They are already in the digital world. The fact that they're not becoming very digitally active in the classroom is, you know, it's something that only cover a very small proportion of their life. But, you know, so you need to bring it in. You need to be very, very open-minded and try to find a way to make it work within the classroom and school setting.
And so you're saying it's so important for all children because we get accused of enhancing the digital divide and the haves and the have-nots. But as you say, for every child in their grown-up life, they will need digital skills. And so education is where it has to start, no matter the range of backgrounds and possibilities. And you were saying that those of us not from Indonesia learnt yesterday 17,000 islands. The range of accessibility and infrastructure across the schools, across those islands must be huge.
Yes, but I would say that there are different approach in seeing this. At the lowest level, then, you know, you will need access to device, but even the range of device is quite big. So I think when you're talking about technology, you cannot only talk about infrastructure or devices. It comes back to teacher pedagogical approach, because that's the one that actually makes the difference. And I'm more worried about that. Not because I undermine the importance of infrastructure, devices, etc. But I just think that's easier to address. Like you can do it in such a huge scale, just distribute it, etc.
It's just a practical problem.
Yeah, which is what we've been doing. But, you know, if the teacher then lock the computer lab, or, you know, they just don't want to use it and they don't incorporate it into the classroom, that kind of capacity needs longer time to build. And that's what has been happening in the past years, being very frank.
Najia, last question, short answer. Related to accessibility, what is the main thing the Indonesian government should do?
I think to work more with, you know, the private sectors, especially the independent publishers. I think in the past years we've been seeing that the government play more and more important role. And the reality is in Indonesia, government is the biggest player. They have, you know, the majority of schools are public schools, especially in lower level. They are the biggest publisher in Indonesia because they distribute the textbooks, etc. So I think that there needs to be a way to collaborate better and in terms of public-private partnership to ensure that all stakeholders in the ecosystems actually grow. And this includes, you know, the publishers, the writers, and even educating the students since very, very early age and their parents to be an active participants in building a healthier and more balanced ecosystem.
That's linked perfectly to one of the key values of our Educational Publishers Forum. That's about collaboration, yes. And that's what you're mentioning. Najida, thank you so far.
Thank you.
Your engagement is incredible, and your motivation and your energy. So, very good luck.
Thank you.
Yanni.
Jenny.
About quality.
About quality, and I'm touching a bit on what Liz cases here, but I wanted to describe maybe coming from a country where we have one computer per child and have had for decades, or at least a decade, so we are very digitalized. So I wanted to come with another story, also connected to the theme here today, reading matters, and technology introduction and also collaboration with publishers and technology companies. So I wanted to take a case with a Swedish company that started in 2015 and calls L'Explore Analytics, and they are based on an extensive research on the complexity of reading and what the cognitive aspects of reading really are, and that is also connected to eye movements when you read. So they took their research and created a product based on an eye tracking technology and AI, which means that they can track a student's reading proficiency or reading difficulty within 2 minutes with extreme accuracy. And this poses a difficult question to schools, or maybe some roles in schools where the special resource teachers who usually sit and do these tests on the kids that they have identified, or the teachers have identified, I think maybe this kid has reading difficulties, maybe they need some intervention in some sort. And that would take a couple of days, or if you're lucky. And then you would also miss some kids. But their idea was to be able to scan all kids so that you can identify these kids and come with early interventions from teacher sides. And this, I used to be a special resource teacher. For me, it was a no-brainer, because we know how many kids we miss, that we discover too late when they already had too high degree of difficulties. And what they noticed when they introduced this on the market was that the schools, like they said, they didn't want to know. Because when they got the information and the data on all these kids who needed to have extra intervention and extra support in their reading, they didn't know what to do. So they needed to pivot their model, their packaging, so they translated it into becoming a reading attainment tool that you could scan all students regularly, and then you can also give automated recommendations for books, for texts, for training materials, which meant that the schools had something to take. After they got the scanning, they had a tool that they could use directly to the individual, which meant that they had the tool that they were given the tools that they needed. So I think that this is a good example where this company started to work together in partnerships with publishers, with the content, with the text and the books, and also now are looking into creating own content. So this is a company that really is in the intersection between the teacher and the technology and the textbook, all the printed one, but also maybe digital materials. And I think it's important here because the technology here raises an important questions to the schools and the professional development also, because the schools, we have been doing the same thing for so many years in Sweden, and we have missed so many kids, but we never did anything about it. But this technology highlighted something that really meant that the schools needed to work in a different way, so to work in a different way, which is actually what we need to be doing, and that is, it's a difficult journey, it will take some time, but this tool gives it, with the right packaging, gives the tools for the schools to work in a different way. And I think that that is part of technology, and that poses also a question on who, we have a research here that has been going on for decades, Somebody needs to fund that research. Then you need to translate it into technology development. Then you need to have a public education sector be able to pay for it. And then you need to be able to test it, and then you need to develop the teacher's profession, and then you need, so we have so many complexities here, and to make sure we have these public-private partnerships, because we need researchers, we need academia, we need the education sector, we need the industry, and we need to find platforms for developing the entire ecosystem. Not only, we cannot just add technology. I mean, the printed book is a technology as well. So we cannot just add technology. We need to transform how we work and make use and create the values and the potential that we have. So that is my question, really, that the public-private partnerships, we have a test bed in Sweden where we have this, but we have difficulties in creating the trust need. We need to have a trust-based relationship between, and we also need to talk about the funding for this kind of increasing quality in the entire education system.
So Yanni, my question was going to be, when that first example was brought to teachers and they didn't know what to do with the outcome, what would have been ideal? Should there have been more training for teachers? Should they have bucked up their ideas? Or was it because the product was too complex? What do you think the issue was there?
The product is not complex. That's and the thing is, one example was that Stockholm City procured this service early days, and it was a big debate because Stockholm is the largest city in Sweden, and they have a central administration with a lot of resources and special resource teachers to support teachers out in the schools, and they were really, really negative. So the special resource teacher were really negative for something that I would say as a special resource teacher would help me to not sit and test kids all day, but get them tested quickly so I knew exactly how I, as a special resource teacher, could help them and put my time into helping them. But this wasn't what happened, and Stockholm City had a very smart boss at the time for the education sector. So she said, "Okay, you don't like it, or you are critical, and you don't think it works. But I wanted to give you I want you to try it, and then you try your own way on the same kids and a good amount of kids, and then you compare the results to see if you trust it, because that was also trust on technology and the trust on their own professionals. And what the experiment ended with that they trusted the technology because it was more accurate than they were themselves.
So the answer is not to impose things on teachers, but let them get there step by step.
Yes, I think it's also, that's one of the main challenges for EdTech companies, is also to get to understand the complexity of the classroom and the situation the teachers have and what the teachers need. So to adapt and develop technology for the needs.
One of the things my director of digital says in HODA is that there is too much starting from scratch and doing things new, when really what we should be doing is augmenting what is already going on in the classroom, build it and develop it, but don't throw it away.
I think that the education system should not be disrupted, and it cannot be disrupted. I think but it needs to become more aware on quality and develop and have an iterative process of continuously develop the didactics, the pedagogy, the administration.
Do you have different experience working with higher educations, early childhood providers, etc.? Because sometimes even if we talk about education, I think we're talking about a very diverse setting because of the developmental stage of the learner, specific subject you're teaching, etc. Any good examples of where it works best? Which one is more challenging?
when it comes to the transformation, I would say that in Sweden we have a high degree of digital in higher education as well, and have had distance learning since the millennial sorted. But the higher up the education system you go, the less transformative it is, I would say.
Yanni, I think it's an exciting example. Please realize the motto of this conference is reading matters, and this is an instrument where you can diagnose in 2 minutes what's the case with reading, and the interesting case is that now publishers have to build in this kind of technology in their solutions to make it work in schools and for teachers and for children.
Yes.
We have. Yeah, I'm very sorry, but we are rather short of time. Before I conclude, we have to skip the discussion now. But of course, we want to discuss this with you all more elaborate, and at least you can find us after this this panel at table 8, and we are very happy to do so. But now I want to conclude. I think at least we can draw 3 conclusions. Educational publishers consider themselves more and more to be educational technology firms as well. And the remark is, please, all the public instances recognize us as educational technology firms as well, because we are in that industry as well in a very special way. The second conclusion is the potential of educational technology is huge, as you all showed to us, and it's very diverse. There are very different examples of how educational technology comes in place. And as we have seen in these cases, on data, on accessibility, and on quality. But the third thing is, nevertheless, none of these applications is straightforward and need debate and reflection, as we try to do so in a very short time. And especially the alignment with public values and public responsibility, and the role of public instances is key to make this happen. So, thank you, Liz, Najila, Yanni, for your contribution. Thank you, audience, for your attention. Happy to have this discussion, and terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you very much to the moderator and the speakers for that insightful discussion. Thank you, Mr. Stephen de Valk, for moderating the session.
Thank you, sir. Terima kasih kami ucapkan. Thank you, Mbak Najila Shihab, Ms. Jenny Jefferson, and Ms. Liz Tribe.
Okay, now maybe we should go to the front and check the audience if they're still excited for the upcoming sessions. We do still have inspiring discussion sessions today, but now it's time for our first break. Right?
Yes, we're going to take a break, ladies and gentlemen. Delightful lunch is waiting for you at the foyer area, and prayer room is at the 3rd floor. Enjoy the lunch and see you at 1 p.m.
Yes, and once again, announcement for those of you who wish to do Friday prayer, you may go to the P6 level at Fairmont Hotel or the nearby mosque. A shuttle is being prepared for you right now at the lobby entrance for you to use.
Absolutely, and would like to inform you also that for those of you who needs PCR tests, we have PCR tests at the Diamond Room on the 3rd floor. So that's it for the announcements, and we'll see you soon at 1 p.m. and enjoy your lunch.
there's something about our makeup that wants to encrypt and preserve something that has just happened, that in other species, other animals, just disappears. It's evanescent. But for us, we capture it and we put it into words and we share it with people we love. I think we've survived millions of years of evolution because we can tell each other stories.
My earliest memories of storytelling come from the Second World War, and those stories were fresh. It was particularly resonant as the war was important for Jews as it was for many other people. But what it really impacted on me was the importance of international cooperation, anything to prevent the ghastliness of war.
We were once in Istanbul, and at a certain moment the publishers said, we now have to stop the meeting for a moment because every day we go to the court and start picketing with local authors and publishers in front of the court because they had put a publisher in jail. All of a sudden we were standing on the street and you realize that those people are doing this every week, every day to show the world that it was not right that lawyers and judges had put a publisher in jail.
So it's the fight against censorship, it's the solidarity among publishers, so that every publisher can publish without any risk to that individual or that organization. And there are publishers which are absolute heroes. They publish books which are controversial, which they know are going to be censored. And they pay a price for that. Sometimes it's imprisonment, and sometimes they pay the ultimate price with their lives.
The freedom to publish is a vital part of what enables publishers to operate, and we have to be constantly vigilant as the threats to it are constantly changing. Whether it is state censorship or self-censorship, we work to make sure publishers can publish what they feel deserves to be published.
Freedom to publish and copyright are mutually reinforcing concepts and mutually reinforcing fundamental rights that belong to a coherent system of fundamental rights. So they're both enshrined in the treaties on human rights, and they belong together. And that's because an author with no opportunity to publish and be rewarded for their work will not be free to express themselves. They might have to rely on patronage or government funding, and that's not freedom.
If we don't protect copyright, then publishers can't sustain their businesses for long. Copyright protection is not just essential for publishing, it's essential for modern economies.
It's the main legal instrument of these rights. Just think with me, without copyright there is no incentive for without to dedicate themselves and their lives writing for the publishers. If there is no protection to their creation, there is no books.
Most memorable is probably the fun moment, and you could count things like the that we hold at Cape Town, in Bangkok, London, Delhi, and so much during that brief period of time. If you ask me what was the pivotal moment, it was a treaty to give access to those with visual impairment to as much books as possible. And the only way we could do that was through technology.
I think that in general has changed a lot. It goes together with freedom, freedom to speech, freedom to be whom you want and how you want.
All those different lenses around ethnicity and sexual identity, regionality are kind of well represented, and that's in the leadership. I'm also very proud to put diversity and inclusion on the agenda of what we publish, and the publishers are aware of that. They really feel that they should recruit diverse staff so that they can really talk to a diverse readership and a diverse authorship.
Africa, a great example of how diversity and inclusion has been important and is going to be important for us at IPA.
So something important out for me is our Africa Publishing Innovation Fund, which was created in partnership with Dubai Cares. We have supported many projects in Africa that did many on publishing innovation and in building libraries.
Last year,
Publishers decided to make scientific publications available for free on a temporary basis as our contribution to tackle the pandemic. And we have to remind that pandemic. This was possible because we had copyright to do this when it's needed for a crisis like we had last year. I also think it was a moment where it was important to have a friendly voice over the other end of the line saying, okay, we will get through this together.
After the Balkan War in 2003, when I was traveling from the airport of Belgrade to Belgrade itself, I was just astonished because the destruction of the bombs were much bigger than ever the newspapers and the press have told us. There was a common message they wrote in the papers: please, people of the world, don't throw us bombs, send us books. I think that IPA at the end is about values. We represent the memory of the past, and we need to follow up this work of promoting the dignity of ideas.
When you work in these areas, in the institutional associations, you're not working for yourself, you're working for the others, you are giving, you are just trying to draw a path, in this case a path for the book.
With others behind you or others with you, all these paths, they get less difficult to overcome.
It is not the president who is doing this. It is not the vice president who is doing it. It's not when I was the chairman of boards, committees and so on, which is the work, but it is the total work, and you do it together in a truly international environment.
And then it is your job to try to harmonize them all and to walk in the same direction.
One of our key values is collaboration. Developments are global and policy is local, but I think behind that or beneath that is an even more important value, and that's that we feel connected to each other.
If we focus on the best interest of our members, then our industry does well. And if our industry does well, then our societies do well. Because our organization is international, and this is one of our key strengths. The world is changing so fast, and when we focus on diversity, then we ensure that we have multiple perspectives, different opinions that allow us to truly represent and understand our readers, and that will help us stay relevant and sustainable.
Welcome to Jakarta. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Have you explored more Jakarta? Are you sure you have seen everything? Let me tell you more about it.
It may feel strange.
It may feel strange because it is not a typical city.
Heads up!
So heads up, the journey is about to begin. We're going from one place to another place and more places. To wander alone or go with a pack. Uncover new things. Going undercover or maybe underwater. Push the tempo. Go wherever the wind takes you. Stop by the aisle across the city. Slowing down to restore the soul. Merging for a while into nature. Feel the excitement yet? Hold on, there's still a lot more to discover. Take your time. To enjoy memorable trips in a city that barely sleeps. Enjoy more colors. Enjoy more taste. Enjoy more of the unforeseen from a city of collaboration. Enjoy Jakarta.
There's something about our makeup that wants to encrypt and preserve something that has just happened, that in other species, other animals, just disappears. It's evanescent. But for us, we capture it and we put it into words and we share it with people we love. I think we've survived millions of years of evolution because we can tell each other stories.
My earliest memories of storytelling come from the Second World War, and those stories were fresh. It was particularly resonant as the war was important for Jews as it was for many other people. But what it really impacted on me was the importance of international cooperation. Anything to prevent the ghastliness of war.
We were once in Istanbul, and at a certain moment the publishers said, we now have to stop the meeting for a moment because every day we go to the court and start picketing with local authors and publishers in front of the court because they had put a publisher in jail. All of a sudden we were standing on the street and you realize that those people are doing this every week, every day to show the world that it was not right that lawyers and judges had put a publisher in jail.
So it's the fight against censorship. It's solidarity among publishers so that every publisher can publish and without any risk to the individual or that organization. And there are publishers which are absolute heroes. They publish books which are controversial, which they know are going to be censored. And they pay a price for it. Sometimes it's imprisonment and sometimes they pay the ultimate price with their lives.
The freedom to publish is a vital part of what enables publishers to operate, and we have to be constantly vigilant as the threats to it are constantly changing. Whether it is state censorship or self-censorship, we work to make sure publishers can publish what they feel deserves to be published.
Freedom to publish and copyright are mutually reinforcing concepts and mutually reinforcing fundamental rights that belong to a coherent system of fundamental rights. So they're both enshrined in the treaties on human rights, and they belong together. And that's because an author with no opportunity to publish and be rewarded for their work will not be free to express themselves. They might have to rely on patronage or government funding, and that's not freedom.
If we don't protect copyright, then publishers can't sustain their businesses for long. Copyright protection is not just essential for publishing, it's essential for modern economies.
Is the main legal instrument of protection of these rights. Just think with me, without copyright there is no incentive for authors to dedicate themselves and their lives writing for the publishers. So if there is no protection to their creation, there is no books.
The most memorable is probably the fun moments, and you could count things like the Congress that we hold at Cape Town, in Bangkok, London, Delhi, and we share so much during that brief period of time. If you ask me what were the pivotal moment, it was the Marrakesh Treaty to give access to those with visual impairment to as much books as possible. And the only way we could do that was through technology.
I think that diversity in general has changed a lot. It goes together with freedom. Freedom to publish, freedom to speech, freedom to be whom you want and how you want.
So all those different lenses around ethnicity and sexual identity and regionality are kind of well represented, and that's in the leadership. I'm also very proud to put, I think, diversity and inclusion on the agenda of what we publish, and the publishers are aware of that. They really feel that they should recruit diverse staff so that they can really market also to a diverse readership and a diverse authorship.
Africa has been a great example of how diversity and inclusion has been important and is going to be important for us at IPA.
So something that stands out for me is our Africa Publishing Innovation Fund, which was created in partnership with Dubai Cares. We have supported many projects in Africa that focus on publishing innovation and in building libraries.
Last year, many publishers decided to make scientific publications available for free on a temporary basis as our contribution to tackle the pandemic. And we have to remind that this was possible because we had copyright to do this when it's needed for a crisis like we had last year. I also think it was a moment where it was important to have a friendly voice over the other end of the line saying, okay, we will get through this together.
After the Balkan War in 2003, when I was traveling from the airport of Belgrade to Belgrade itself, I was just astonished because the destruction of the bombs were much bigger than ever the newspapers and the press have told us. There was a common message they wrote in the papers: please, people of the world, don't throw us bombs, send us books. I think that IPA at the end is about values. We represent the memory of the past, and we need to follow up this work of promoting the dignity of ideas.
When you work in these areas, in the institutional associations, you're not working for yourself, you're working for the others, you are giving, you are just trying to draw a path, in this case a path for the book.
With others behind you or others with you, all these paths, they get less difficult to overcome.
It is not the president who is doing this. It is not the vice president who is doing it. It's not when I was the chairman of boards, committees and so on, which is the work, but it is the total work, and you do it together in a truly international environment.
And then it is your job to try to harmonize them all and to walk in the same direction.
One of our key values is collaboration. Developments are global and policy is local, but I think behind that or beneath that is an even more important value, and that's that we feel connected to each other.
If we focus on the best interest of our members, then our industry does well. And if our industry does well, then our societies do well. Because our organization is international, and this is one of our key strengths. The world is changing so fast. And when we focus on diversity, then we ensure that we have multiple perspectives, different opinions that allow us to truly represent and understand our readers. And that will help us stay relevant and sustainable.
Welcome to Jakarta. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Have you explored more Jakarta? Are you sure you have seen everything? Let me tell you more about it.
It may feel strange.
It may feel strange because it is not a typical city.
Heads up!
So heads up, the journey is about to begin. We're going from one place to another place and more places. To wander alone or go with a pack. Uncover new things. Going undercover or maybe underwater. Push the tempo. Go wherever the wind takes you. Stop by the aisle across the city. Slowing down to restore the soul. Merging for a while into nature. Feel the excitement yet? Hold on. There's still a lot more to discover. Take your time. To enjoy memorable trips in a city that barely sleeps. Enjoy more colors. Enjoy more taste. Enjoy more of the unforeseen from a city of collaboration. Enjoy Jakarta.
There's something about our makeup that wants to encrypt and preserve something that has just happened, that in other species, other animals, just disappears. It's evanescent. But for us, we capture it and we put it into words and we share it with people we love. I think we've survived millions of years of evolution because we can tell each other stories.
My earliest memories of storytelling come from the Second World War, and those stories were fresh. It was particularly resonant as the war was important for Jews as it was for many other people. But what it really impacted on me was the importance of international cooperation, anything to prevent the ghastliness of war.
We were once in Istanbul, and at a certain moment the publishers said, we now have to stop the meeting for a moment because every day we go to the court and start picketing with local authors and publishers in front of the court because they had put a publisher in jail. All of a sudden we were standing on the street and you realize that those people are doing this every week, every day to show the world that it was not right that lawyers and judges had put a publisher in jail.
So it's the fight against censorship, it's solidarity among publishers, so that every publisher can publish and without any risk to the individual or that organization. And there are publishers which are absolute heroes. They publish books which are controversial, which they know are going to be censored. And they pay a price for it. Sometimes it's imprisonment, and sometimes they pay the ultimate price with their lives.
The freedom to publish is a vital part of what enables publishers to operate, and we have to be constantly vigilant as the threats to it are constantly changing. Whether it is state censorship or self-censorship, we work to make sure publishers can publish what they feel deserves to be published.
Freedom to publish and copyright are mutually reinforcing concepts and mutually reinforcing fundamental rights that belong to a coherent system of fundamental rights. So they're both enshrined in the treaties on human rights and they belong together. And that's because an author with no opportunity to publish and be rewarded for their work will not be free to express themselves. They might have to rely on patronage or government funding, and that's not freedom.
If we don't protect copyright, then publishers can't sustain their businesses for long. Copyright protection is not just essential for publishing, it's essential for modern economies.
Is the main legal instrument of protection of these rights. Just think with me, without copyright there is no incentive for authors to dedicate themselves and their lives writing for the publishers. So if there is no protection to their creation, there is no books.
The most memorable is probably the fun moments, and you could count things like the Congress that we hold at Cape Town, in Bangkok, London, Delhi, and we share so much during that brief period of time. If you ask me what were the pivotal moment, it was America's treaty to give access to those with visual impairment to as much books as possible. And the only way we could do that was through technology.
I think that diversity in general has changed a lot. It goes together with freedom. Freedom to publish, freedom to speech, freedom to be whom you want and how you want.
So all those different lenses around ethnicity and sexual identity and regionality are kind of well represented, and that's in the leadership. I'm also very proud to put, I think, diversity and inclusion on the agenda of what we publish, and the publishers are aware of that. They really feel that they should recruit diverse staff so that they can really market also to a diverse readership and a diverse authorship.
Africa has been a great example of how diversity and inclusion has been important and is going to be important for us at IPA.
So something that stands out for me is our Africa Publishing Innovation Fund, which was created in partnership with Dubai Cares. We have supported many projects in Africa that focus on publishing innovation and in building libraries.
last year, many publishers decided to make scientific publications available for free on a temporary basis as our contribution to tackle the pandemic. And we have to remind that this was possible because we had copyright to do this when it's needed for a crisis like we had last year. I also think it was a moment where it was important to have a friendly voice over the other end of the line saying, okay, we will get through this together.
After the Balkan War in 2003, when I was traveling from the airport of Belgrade to Belgrade itself, I was just astonished because the destruction of the bombs were much bigger than ever the newspapers and the press have told us. There was a common message they wrote in the papers: please, people of the world, don't throw us bombs, send us books. I think that IPA at the end is about values. We represent the memory of the past, and we need to follow up this work of promoting the dignity of ideas.
When you work in these areas, in the institutional associations, you're not working for yourself, you're working for the others, you are giving, you are just trying to draw a path, in this case a path for the book.
With others behind you or others with you, all these paths, they get less difficult to overcome.
It is not the president who is doing this. It is not the vice president who is doing it. It's not when I was the chairman of boards, committees and so on, which is the work, but it is the total work, and you do it together in a truly international environment.
Then it is your job to try to harmonize them all and to walk in the same direction.
One of our key values is collaboration. Developments are global and policy is local, but I think behind that or beneath that is an even more important value, and that's that we feel connected to each other.
If we focus on the best interest of our members, then our industry does well. And if our industry does well, then our societies do well. Because our organization is international, and this is one of our key strengths. The world is changing so fast, and when we focus on diversity, then we ensure that we have multiple perspectives, different opinions that allow us to truly represent and understand our readers, and that will help us stay relevant and sustainable.
Welcome to Jakarta. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Have you explored more Jakarta? Are you sure you have seen everything? Let me tell you more about it.
It may feel strange.
It may feel strange because it is not a typical city.
Heads up!
So heads up, the journey is about to begin. We're going from one place to another place and more places. To wander alone or go with a pack. Uncover new things. Going undercover or maybe underwater. Push the tempo. Go wherever the wind takes you. Stop by the aisle across the city. Slowing down to restore the soul. Merging for a while into nature. Feel the excitement yet? Hold on. There's still a lot more to discover. Take your time. To enjoy memorable trips in a city that barely sleeps. Enjoy more colors. Enjoy more taste. Enjoy more of the unforeseen from a city of collaboration. Enjoy Jakarta.
There's something about our makeup that wants to encrypt and preserve something that has just happened, that in other species, other animals, just disappears. It's evanescent. But for us, we capture it and we put it into words and we share it with people we love. I think we've survived millions of years of evolution because we can tell each other stories.
My earliest memories of storytelling come from the Second World War, and those stories were fresh. It was particularly resonant as the war was important for Jews as it was for many other people. But what it really impacted on me was the importance of international cooperation. Anything to prevent the ghastliness of war.
We were once in Istanbul, and at a certain moment the publishers said, we now have to stop the meeting for a moment because every day we go to the court and start picketing with local authors and publishers in front of the court because they had put a publisher in jail. All of a sudden we were standing on the street and you realize that those people are doing this every week, every day to show the world that it was not right that lawyers and judges had put a publisher in jail.
So it's the fight against censorship, it's solidarity among publishers, so that every publisher can publish and without any risk to the individual or that organization. And there are publishers which are absolute heroes. They publish books which are controversial, which they know are going to be censored. And they pay a price for that. Sometimes it's imprisonment, and sometimes they pay the ultimate price with their lives.
The freedom to publish is a vital part of what enables publishers to operate, and we have to be constantly vigilant as the threats to it are constantly changing. Whether it is state censorship or self-censorship, we work to make sure publishers can publish what they feel deserves to be published.
Freedom to publish and copyright are mutually reinforcing concepts and mutually reinforcing fundamental rights that belong to a coherent system of fundamental rights. So they're both enshrined in the treaties on human rights, and they belong together. And that's because an author with no opportunity to publish and be rewarded for their work will not be free to express themselves. They might have to rely on patronage or government funding, and that's not freedom.
If we don't protect copyright, then publishers can't sustain their businesses for long. Copyright protection is not just essential for publishing, it's essential for modern economies.
Is the main legal instrument of protection of these rights. Just think with me, without copyright there is no incentive for authors to dedicate themselves and their lives writing for the publishers. So if there is no protection to their creation, there is no books.
The most memorable is probably the fun moments, and you could count things like the Congress that we hold at Cape Town, in Bangkok, London, Delhi, and we share so much during that brief period of time. If you ask me what was the pivotal moment, it was the Marrakesh Treaty to give access to those with visual impairment to as much books as possible. And the only way we could do that was through technology.
I think that diversity in general has changed a lot. It goes together with freedom. Freedom to publish, freedom to speech, freedom to be whom you want and how you want.
So all those different lenses around ethnicity and sexual identity and regionality are kind of well represented, and that's in the leadership. I'm also very proud to put, I think, diversity and inclusion on the agenda of what we publish, and the publishers are aware of that. They really feel that they should recruit diverse staff so that they can really market also to a diverse readership and a diverse authorship.
Africa has been a great example of how diversity and inclusion has been important and is going to be important for us at IPA.
So something that stands out for me is our Africa Publishing Innovation Fund, which was created in partnership with Dubai Cares. We have supported many projects in Africa that focus on publishing innovation and in building libraries.
Last year, many publishers decided to make scientific publications available for free on a temporary basis as our contribution to tackle the pandemic. And we have to remind that this was possible because we had copyright to do this when it's needed for a crisis like we had last year. I also think it was a moment where it was important to have a friendly voice over the other end of the line saying, okay, we will get through this together.
After the Balkan War in 2003, when I was traveling from the airport of Belgrade to Belgrade itself, I was just astonished because the destruction of the bombs were much bigger than ever the newspapers and the press have told us. There was a common message they wrote in the papers: please, people of the world, don't throw us bombs, send us books. I think that IPA at the end is about values. We represent the memory of the past, and we need to follow up this work of promoting the dignity of ideas.
When you work in these areas, in the institutional associations, you're not working for yourself, you're working for the others, you are giving, you are just trying to draw a path, in this case a path for the book.
With others behind you or others with you, all these paths, they get less difficult to overcome.
It is not the president who's doing this. It is not the vice president who is doing it. It's not when I was the chairman of boards, committees and so on, which is the work, but it is the total work, and you do it together in a truly international environment.
And then it is your job to try to harmonize them all and to walk in the same direction.
One of our key values is collaboration. Developments are global and policy is local, but I think behind that or beneath that is an even more important value, and that's that we feel connected to each other.
If we focus on the best interest of our members, then our industry does well. And if our industry does well, then our societies do well. Because our organization is international, and this is one of our key strengths. The world is changing so fast. And when we focus on diversity, then we ensure that we have multiple perspectives, different opinions that allow us to truly represent and understand our readers. And that will help us stay relevant and sustainable.
Welcome to Jakarta. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Have you explored more Jakarta? Are you sure you have seen everything? Let me tell you more about it.
It may feel strange.
It may feel strange because it is not a typical city.
Heads up!
So heads up, the journey is about to begin. We're going from one place to another place and more places. To wander alone or go with a pack. Uncover new things. Going undercover or maybe underwater. Push the tempo. Go wherever the wind takes you. Stop by the aisle across the city. Slowing down to restore the soul. Merging for a while into nature. Feel the excitement yet? Hold on. There's still a lot more to discover. Take your time. To enjoy memorable trips in a city that barely sleeps. Enjoy more colors. Enjoy more taste. Enjoy more of the unforeseen from a city of collaboration. Enjoy Jakarta.
There's something about our makeup that wants to encrypt and preserve something that has just happened, that in other species, other animals, just disappears. It's evanescent. But for us, we capture it and we put it into words and we share it with people we love. I think we've survived millions of years of evolution because we can tell each other stories.
My earliest memories of storytelling come from the Second World War, and those stories were fresh. It was particularly resonant as the war was important for Jews as it was for many other people. But what it really impacted on me was the importance of international cooperation. Anything to prevent the ghastliness of war.
We were once in Istanbul, and at a certain moment the publishers said, we now have to stop the meeting for a moment because every day we go to the court and start picketing with local authors and publishers in front of the court because they had put a publisher in jail. All of a sudden we were standing on the street and you realize that those people are doing this every week, every day to show the world that it was not right that lawyers and judges had put a publisher in jail.
So it's the fight against censorship, it's the solidarity among publishers, so that every publisher can publish without any risk to the individual or that organization. And there are publishers which are absolute heroes. They publish books which are controversial, which they know are going to be censored. And they pay a price for it. Sometimes it's imprisonment, and sometimes they pay the ultimate price with their lives.
The freedom to publish is a vital part of what enables publishers to operate, and we have to be constantly vigilant as the threats to it are constantly changing. Whether it is state censorship or self-censorship, we work to make sure publishers can publish what they feel deserves to be published.
Freedom to publish and copyright are mutually reinforcing concepts and mutually reinforcing fundamental rights that belong to a coherent system of fundamental rights. So they're both enshrined in the treaties on human rights and they belong together. And that's because an author with no opportunity to publish and be rewarded for their work will not be free to express themselves. They might have to rely on patronage or government funding, and that's not freedom.
If we don't protect copyright, then publishers can't sustain their businesses for long. Copyright protection is not just essential for publishing, it's essential for modern economies.
Is the main legal instrument of protection of these rights. Just think with me, without copyright there is no incentive for authors to dedicate themselves and their lives writing for the publishers. So if there is no protection to their creation, there is no books.
The most memorable is probably the fun moment, and you could count things like the Congress that we hold at Cape Town, in Bangkok, London, Delhi, and we share so much during that brief period of time. If you ask me what was the pivotal moment, it was the Marrakesh Treaty to give access to those with visual impairment to as much books as possible. And the only way we could do that was through technology.
I think that diversity in general has changed a lot. It goes together with freedom. Freedom to publish, freedom to speech, freedom to be whom you want and how you want.
So all those different lenses around ethnicity and sexual identity and regionality are kind of well represented, and that's in the leadership. I'm also very proud to put, I think, diversity and inclusion on the agenda of what we publish, and the publishers are aware of that. They really feel that they should recruit diverse staff so that they can really market also to a diverse readership and a diverse authorship.
Africa has been a great example of how diversity and inclusion has been important and is going to be important for us at IPA.
So something that stands out for me is our Africa Publishing Innovation Fund, which was created in partnership with Dubai Cares. We have supported many projects in Africa that focus on publishing innovation and in building libraries.
last year, many publishers decided to make scientific publications available for free on a temporary basis as our contribution to tackle the pandemic. And we have to remind that this was possible because we had copyright to do this when it's needed for a crisis like we had last year. I also think it was a moment where it was important to have a friendly voice over the other end of the line saying, okay, we will get through this together.
After the Balkan War in 2003, when I was traveling from the airport of Belgrade to Belgrade itself, I was just astonished because the destruction of the bombs were much bigger than ever the newspapers and the press have told us. There was a common message they wrote in the papers: please, people of the world, don't throw us bombs, send us books. I think that IPA at the end is about values. We represent the memory of the past, and we need to follow up this work of promoting the dignity of ideas.
When you work in these areas, in the institutional associations, you're not working for yourself, you're working for the others, you are giving, you are just trying to draw a path, in this case a path for the book.
With others behind you or others with you, all these paths, they get less difficult to overcome.
It is not the president who is doing this. It is not the vice president who is doing it. It's not when I was the chairman of boards, committees and so on, which is the work, but it is the total work, and you do it together in a truly international environment.
And then it is your job to try to harmonize them all and to walk in the same direction.
One of our key values is collaboration. Developments are global and policy is local, but I think behind that or beneath that is an even more important value, and that's that we feel connected to each other.
If we focus on the best interest of our members, then our industry does well. And if our industry does well, then our societies do well. Because our organization is international, and this is one of our key strengths. The world is changing so fast, and when we focus on diversity, then we ensure that we have multiple perspectives, different opinions that allow us to truly represent and understand our readers, and that will help us stay relevant and sustainable.
Welcome to Jakarta. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Have you explored more Jakarta? Are you sure you have seen everything? Let me tell you more about it.
It may feel strange.
It may feel strange because it is not a typical city.
Heads up!
So heads up, the journey is about to begin. We're going from one place to another place and more places. To wander alone or go with a pack. Uncover new things. Going undercover or maybe underwater. Push the tempo. Go wherever the wind takes you. Stop by the aisle across the city. Slowing down to restore the soul. Merging for a while into nature. Feel the excitement yet? Hold on. There's still a lot more to discover. Take your time. To enjoy memorable trips in a city that barely sleeps. Enjoy more colors. Enjoy more taste. Enjoy more of the unforeseen from a city of collaboration. Enjoy Jakarta.
There's something about our makeup that wants to encrypt and preserve something that has just happened, that in other species, other animals, just disappears. It's evanescent. But for us, we capture it and we put it into words and we share it with people we love. I think we've survived millions of years of evolution because we can tell each other stories.
My earliest memories of storytelling come from the Second World War, and those stories were fresh. It was particularly resonant as the war was important for Jews as it was for many other people. But what it really impacted on me was the importance of international cooperation, anything to prevent the ghastliness of war.
We were once in Istanbul, and at a certain moment the publishers said, we now have to stop the meeting for a moment because every day we go to the court and start picketing with local authors and publishers in front of the court because they had put a publisher in jail. All of a sudden we were standing on the street and you realize that those people are doing this every week, every day to show the world that it was not right that lawyers and judges had put a publisher in jail.
So it's the fight against censorship, it's the solidarity among publishers, so that every publisher can publish without any risk to the individual or that organization. And there are publishers which are absolute heroes. They publish books which are controversial, which they know are going to be censored. And they pay a price for that. Sometimes it's imprisonment, and sometimes they pay the ultimate price with their lives.
The freedom to publish is a vital part of what enables publishers to operate, and we have to be constantly vigilant as the threats to it are constantly changing. Whether it is state censorship or self-censorship, we work to make sure publishers can publish what they feel deserves to be published.
Freedom to publish and copyright are mutually reinforcing concepts and mutually reinforcing fundamental rights that belong to a coherent system of fundamental rights. So they're both enshrined in the treaties on human rights and they belong together. And that's because an author with no opportunity to publish and be rewarded for their work will not be free to express themselves. They might have to rely on patronage or government funding, and that's not freedom.
If we don't protect copyright, then publishers can't sustain their businesses for long. Copyright protection is not just essential for publishing, it's essential for modern economies.
Is the main legal instrument of protection of these rights. Just think with me, without copyright there is no incentive for authors to dedicate themselves and their lives writing for the publishers. So if there is no protection to their creation, there is no books.
The most memorable is probably the fun moment, and you could count things like the Congress that we hold at Cape Town, in Bangkok, London, Delhi, and we share so much during that brief period of time. If you ask me what was the pivotal moment, it was the Marrakesh Treaty to give access to those with visual impairment to as much books as possible. And the only way we could do that was through technology.
I think that diversity in general has changed a lot. It goes together with freedom. Freedom to publish, freedom to speech, freedom to be whom you want and how you want.
So all those different lenses around ethnicity and sexual identity and regionality are kind of well represented, and that's in the leadership. I'm also very proud to put, I think, diversity and inclusion on the agenda of what we publish, and publishers are aware of that. They really feel that they should recruit diverse staff so that they can really market also to a diverse readership and a diverse authorship.
Africa has been a great example of how diversity and inclusion has been important and is going to be important for us at IPA.
So something that stands out for me is our Africa Publishing Innovation Fund, which was created in partnership with Dubai Cares. We have supported many projects in Africa that focus on publishing innovation and in building libraries.
Last year, many publishers decided to make scientific publications available for free on a temporary basis as our contribution to tackle the pandemic. And we have to remind that this was possible because we had copyright to do this when it's needed for a crisis like we had last year. I also think it was a moment where it was important to have a friendly voice over the other end of the line saying, okay, we will get through this together.
After the Balkan War in 2003, when I was traveling from the airport of Belgrade to Belgrade itself, I was just astonished because the destruction of the bombs were much bigger than ever the newspapers and the press have told us. There was a common message they wrote in the papers: please, people of the world, don't throw us bombs, send us books. I think that IPA at the end is about values. We represent the memory of the past, and we need to follow up this work of promoting the dignity of ideas.
When you work in these areas, in the institutional associations, you're not working for yourself, you're working for the others, you are giving, you are just trying to draw a path, in this case a path for the book.
With others behind you or others with you, all these paths, they get less difficult to overcome.
It is not the president who's doing this. It is not the vice president who is doing it. It's not when I was the chairman of boards, committees and so on, which is the work, but it is the total work, and you do it together in a truly international environment.
Then it is your job to try to harmonize them all and to walk in the same direction.
One of our key values is collaboration. Developments are global and policy is global, but I think behind that or beneath that is an even more important value, and that's that we feel connected to each other.
If we focus on the best interest of our members, then our industry does well. And if our industry does well, then our societies do well. Because our organization is international, and this is one of our key strengths. The world is changing so fast, And when we focus on diversity, then we ensure that we have multiple perspectives, different opinions that allow us to truly represent and understand our readers. And that will help us stay relevant and sustainable.
Welcome to Jakarta. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Have you explored more Jakarta? Are you sure you have seen everything? Let me tell you more about it.
It may feel strange.
It may feel strange because it is not a typical city.
Heads up!
So heads up, the journey is about to begin. We're going from one place to another place and more places. To wander alone or go with a pack. Uncover new things. Going undercover or maybe underwater. Push the tempo. Go wherever the wind takes you. Stop by the aisle across the city. Slowing down to restore the soul. Merging for a while into nature. Feel the excitement yet? Hold on. There's still a lot more to discover. Take your time. To enjoy memorable trips in a city that barely sleeps. Enjoy more colors. Enjoy more taste. Enjoy more of the unforeseen from a city of collaboration. Enjoy Jakarta.
There's something about our makeup that wants to encrypt and preserve something that has just happened, that in other species, other animals, just disappears. It's evanescent. But for us, we capture it and we put it into words and we share it with people we love. I think we've survived millions of years of evolution because we can tell each other stories.
My earliest memories of storytelling come from the Second World War, and those stories were fresh. It was particularly resonant as the war was important for Jews as it was for many other people. But what it really impacted on me was the importance of international cooperation, anything to prevent the ghastliness of war.
We were once in Istanbul, and at a certain moment the publishers said, we now have to stop the meeting for a moment because every day we go to the court and start picketing with local authors and publishers in front of the court because they had put a publisher in jail. All of a sudden we were standing on the street and you realize that those people are doing this every week, every day to show the world that it was not right that lawyers and judges had put a publisher in jail.
So it's the fight against censorship, it's solidarity among publishers so that every publisher can publish and without any risk to the individual or that organization. And there are publishers which are absolute heroes. They publish books which are controversial, which they know are going to be censored. And they pay a price for that. Sometimes it's imprisonment and sometimes they pay the ultimate price with their lives.
The freedom to publish is a vital part of what enables publishers to operate, and we have to be constantly vigilant as the threats to it are constantly changing. Whether it is state censorship or self-censorship, we work to make sure publishers can publish what they feel deserves to be published.
Freedom to publish and copyright are mutually reinforcing concepts and mutually reinforcing fundamental rights that belong to a coherent system of fundamental rights. So they're both enshrined in the treaties on human rights and they belong together. And that's because an author with no opportunity to publish and be rewarded for their work will not be free to express themselves. They might have to rely on patronage or government funding, and that's not freedom.
If we don't protect copyright, then publishers can't sustain their businesses for long. Copyright protection is not just essential for publishing, it's essential for modern economies.
Is the main legal instrument of protection of these rights. Just think with me, without copyright there is no incentive for authors to dedicate themselves and their lives writing for the publishers. So if there is no protection to their creation, there is no books.
The most memorable is probably the fun moment, and you could count things like the Congress that we hold at Cape Town, in Bangkok, London, Delhi, and we share so much during that brief period of time. If you ask me what were the pivotal moment, it was the Marrakesh Treaty to give access to those with visual impairment to as much books as possible. And the only way we could do that was through technology.
I think that diversity in general has changed a lot. It goes together with freedom. Freedom to publish, freedom to speech, freedom to be whom you want and how you want.
So all those different lenses around ethnicity and sexual identity and regionality are kind of well represented, and that's in the leadership. I'm also very proud to put, I think, diversity and inclusion on the agenda of what we publish, and publishers are aware of that. They really feel that they should recruit diverse staff so that they can really market also to a diverse readership and a diverse authorship.
Africa has been a great example of how diversity and inclusion has been important and is going to be important for us at IPA.
So something that stands out for me is our Africa Publishing Innovation Fund, which was created in partnership with Dubai Cares. We have supported many projects in Africa that focus on publishing innovation and in building libraries.
Last year, many publishers decided to make scientific publications available for free on a temporary basis as our contribution to tackle the pandemic. And we have to remind that this was possible because we had copyright to do this when it's needed for a crisis like we had last year. I also think it was a moment where it was important to have a friendly voice over the other end of the line saying, okay, we will get through this together.
After the Balkan War in 2003, when I was traveling from the airport of Belgrade to Belgrade itself, I was just astonished because the destruction of the bombs were much bigger than ever the newspapers and the press have told us. There was a common message they wrote in the papers: please, people of the world, don't throw us bombs, send us books. I think that IPA at the end is about values. We represent the memory of the past, and we need to follow up this work of promoting the dignity of ideas.
When you work in these areas, in the institutional associations, you're not working for yourself, you're working for the others, you are giving, you are just trying to draw a path, in this case a path for the book.
With others behind you or others with you, all these paths, they get less difficult to overcome.
It is not the president who is doing this. It is not the vice president who is doing it. It's not when I was the chairman of boards, committees and so on, which is the work, but it is the total work, and you do it together in a truly international environment.
Then it is your job to try to harmonize them all and to walk in the same direction.
One of our key values is collaboration. Developments are global and policy is local, but I think behind that or beneath that is an even more important value, and that's that we feel connected to each other.
If we focus on the best interest of our members, then our industry does well. And if our industry does well, then our societies do well. Because our organization is international, and this is one of our key strengths. The world is changing so fast, and when we focus on diversity, then we ensure that we have multiple perspectives, different opinions that allow us to truly represent and understand our readers. And that will help us stay relevant and sustainable.
Welcome to Jakarta. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Have you explored more Jakarta? Are you sure you have seen everything? Let me tell you more about it.
It may feel strange.
It may feel strange because it is not a typical city.
Heads up!
So heads up, the journey is about to begin. We're going from one place to another place and more places. To wander alone or go with a pack. Uncover new things. Going undercover or maybe underwater. Push the tempo. Go wherever the wind takes you. Stop by the aisle across the city. Slowing down to restore the soul. Merging for a while into nature. Feel the excitement yet? Hold on. There's still a lot more to discover. Take your time. To enjoy memorable trips in a city that barely sleeps. Enjoy more colors. Enjoy more taste. Enjoy more of the unforeseen from a city of collaboration. Enjoy Jakarta.
There's something about our makeup that wants to encrypt and preserve something that has just happened, that in other species, other animals, just disappears. It's evanescent. But for us, we capture it and we put it into words and we share it with people we love. I think we've survived millions of years of evolution because we can tell each other stories.
My earliest memories of storytelling come from the Second World War, and those stories were fresh. It was particularly resonant as the war was important for Jews as it was for many other people. But what it really impacted on me was the importance of international cooperation, anything to prevent the ghastliness of war.
We were once in Istanbul, and at a certain moment the publishers said, we now have to stop the meeting for a moment because every day we go to the court and start picketing with local authors and publishers in front of the court because they had put a publisher in jail. All of a sudden we were standing on the street and you realize that those people are doing this every week, every day to show the world that it was not right that lawyers and judges had put a publisher in jail.
So it's the fight against censorship, it's solidarity among publishers, so that every publisher can publish and without any risk to the individual or that organization. And there are publishers which are absolute heroes. They publish books which are controversial, which they know are going to be censored. And they pay a price for that. Sometimes it's imprisonment, and sometimes they pay the ultimate price with their lives.
The freedom to publish is a vital part of what enables publishers to operate, and we have to be constantly vigilant as the threats to it are constantly changing. Whether it is state censorship or self-censorship, we work to make sure publishers can publish what they feel deserves to be published.
Freedom to publish and copyright are mutually reinforcing concepts and mutually reinforcing fundamental rights that belong to a coherent system of fundamental rights. So they're both enshrined in the treaties on human rights, and they belong together. And that's because an author with no opportunity to publish and be rewarded for their work will not be free to express themselves. They might have to rely on patronage or government funding, and that's not freedom.
If we don't protect copyright, then publishers can't sustain their businesses for long. Copyright protection is not just essential for publishing, it's essential for modern economies.
Is the main legal instrument of protection of these rights. Just think with me, without copyright there is no incentive for authors to dedicate themselves and their lives writing for the publishers. So if there is no protection to their creation, there is no books.
The most memorable is probably the fun moment, and you could count things like the Congress that we hold at Cape Town, in Bangkok, London, Delhi, and we share so much during that brief period of time. If you ask me what were the pivotal moments, it was the Marrakesh Treaty to give access to those with visual impairment to as much books as possible. And the only way we could do that was through technology.
I think that diversity in general has changed a lot. It goes together with freedom. Freedom to publish, freedom to speech, freedom to be whom you want and how you want.
So all those different lenses around ethnicity and sexual identity and regionality are kind of well represented, and that's in the leadership. I'm also very proud to put, I think, diversity and inclusion on the agenda of what we publish, and the publishers are aware of that. They really feel that they should recruit diverse staff so that they can really market also to a diverse readership and a diverse authorship.
Africa has been a great example of how diversity and inclusion has been important and is going to be important for us at IPA.
So something that stands out for me is our Africa Publishing Innovation Fund, which was created in partnership with Dubai Cares. We have supported many projects in Africa that focus on publishing innovation and in building libraries.
Last year, many publishers decided to make scientific publications available for free on a temporary basis as our contribution to tackle the pandemic. And we have to remind that this was possible because we had copyright to do this when it's needed for a crisis like we had last year. I also think it was a moment where it was important to have a friendly voice over the other end of the line saying, okay, we will get through this together.
After the Balkan War in 2003, when I was traveling from the airport of Belgrade to Belgrade itself, I was just astonished because the destruction of the bombs were much bigger than ever the newspapers and the press have told us. There was a common message they wrote in the papers: please, people of the world, don't throw us bombs, send us books. I think that IPA at the end is about values. We represent the memory of the past, and we need to follow up this work of promoting the dignity of ideas.
When you work in these areas, in the institutional associations, you're not working for yourself, you're working for the others, you are giving, you are just trying to draw a path, in this case a path for the book.
With others behind you or others with you, all these paths, they get less difficult to overcome.
It is not the president who is doing this. It is not the vice president who is doing it. It's not when I was the chairman of boards, committees and so on, which is the work, but it is the total work, and you do it together in a truly international environment.
And then it is your job to try to harmonize them all and to walk in the same direction.
One of our key values is collaboration. Developments are global and policy is local, but I think behind that or beneath that is an even more important value, and that's that we feel connected to each other.
If we focus on the best interest of our members, then our industry does well. And if our industry does well, then our societies do well. Because our organization is international, and this is one of our key strengths. The world is changing so fast, And when we focus on diversity, then we ensure that we have multiple perspectives, different opinions that allow us to truly represent and understand our readers. And that will help us stay relevant and sustainable.
Welcome to Jakarta. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Have you explored more Jakarta? Are you sure you have seen everything? Let me tell you more about it.
It may feel strange.
It may feel strange because it is not a typical city.
Heads up!
So heads up, the journey is about to begin. We're going from one place to another place and more places. To wander alone or go with a pack. Uncover new things. Going undercover or maybe underwater. Push the tempo. Go wherever the wind takes you. Stop by the aisle across the city. Slowing down to restore the soul. Merging for a while into nature. Feel the excitement yet? Hold on. There's still a lot more to discover. Take your time. To enjoy memorable trips in a city that barely sleeps. Enjoy more colors. Enjoy more taste. Enjoy more of the unforeseen from a city of collaboration. Enjoy Jakarta.
There's something about our makeup that wants to encrypt and preserve something that has just happened, that in other species, other animals, just disappears. It's evanescent. But for us, we capture it and we put it into words and we share it with people we love. I think we've survived millions of years of evolution because we can tell each other stories.
My earliest memories of storytelling come from the Second World War, and those stories were fresh. It was particularly resonant as the war was important for Jews as it was for many other people. But what it really impacted on me was the importance of international cooperation, anything to prevent the ghastliness of war.
We were once in Istanbul, and at a certain moment the publishers said, we now have to stop the meeting for a moment because every day we go to the court and start picketing with local authors and publishers in front of the court because they had put a publisher in jail. All of a sudden we were standing on the street and you realize that those people are doing this every week, every day to show the world that it was not right that lawyers and judges had put a publisher in jail.
So it's the fight against censorship, it's the solidarity among publishers so that every publisher can publish and without any risk to the individual or that organization. And there are publishers which are absolute heroes. They publish books which are controversial, which they know are going to be censored. And they pay a price for that. Sometimes it's imprisonment and sometimes they pay the ultimate price with their lives.
The freedom to publish is a vital part of what enables publishers to operate, and we have to be constantly vigilant as the threats to it are constantly changing. Whether it is state censorship or self-censorship, we work to make sure publishers can publish what they feel deserves to be published.
Freedom to publish and copyright are mutually reinforcing concepts and mutually reinforcing fundamental rights that belong to a coherent system of fundamental rights. So they're both enshrined in the treaties on human rights and they belong together. And that's because an author with no opportunity to publish and be rewarded for their work will not be free to express themselves. They might have to rely on patronage or government funding, and that's not freedom.
If we don't protect copyright, then publishers can't sustain their businesses for long. Copyright protection is not just essential for publishing, it's essential for modern economies.
Is the main legal instrument of protection of these rights. Just think with me, without copyright there is no incentive for authors to dedicate themselves and their lives writing for the publishers. So if there is no protection to their creation, there is no books.
The most memorable is probably the fun moment, and you could count things like the Congress that we hold at Cape Town, in Bangkok, London, Delhi, and we share so much during that brief period of time. If you ask me what were the pivotal moments, it was the Marrakesh Treaty to give access to those with visual impairment to as much books as possible. And the only way we could do that was through technology.
I think that diversity in general has changed a lot. It goes together with freedom. Freedom to publish, freedom to speech, freedom to be whom you want and how you want.
So all those different lenses around ethnicity and sexual identity and regionality are kind of well represented, and that's in the leadership. I'm also very proud to put, I think, diversity and inclusion on the agenda of what we publish, and the publishers are aware of that. They really feel that they should recruit diverse staff so that they can really market also to a diverse readership and a diverse authorship.
Africa has been a great example of how diversity and inclusion has been important and is going to be important for us at IPA.
So something that stands out for me is our Africa Publishing Innovation Fund, which was created in partnership with Dubai Cares. We have supported many projects in Africa that focus on publishing innovation and in building libraries.
Last year, many publishers decided to make scientific publications available for free on a temporary basis as our contribution to tackle the pandemic. And we have to remind that this was possible because we had copyright to do this when it's needed for a crisis like we had last year. I also think it was a moment where it was important to have a friendly voice over the other end of the line saying, okay, we will get through this together.
After the Balkan War in 2003, when I was traveling from the airport of Belgrade to Belgrade itself, I was just astonished because the destruction of the bombs were much bigger than ever the newspapers and the press have told us. There was a common message they wrote in the papers: please, people of the world, don't throw us bombs, send us books. I think that IPA at the end is about values. We represent the memory of the past, and we need to follow up this work of promoting the dignity of ideas.
When you work in these areas, in the institutional associations, you're not working for yourself, you're working for the others, you are giving, you are just trying to draw a path, in this case a path for the book.
With others behind you or others with you, all these paths, they get less difficult to overcome.
It is not the president who is doing this. It is not the vice president who is doing it. It's not when I was the chairman of boards, committees, and so on. This is the work, but it is the total work, and you do it together in a truly international environment.
Then it is your job to try to harmonize them all and to walk in the same direction.
One of our key values is collaboration. Developments are global and policy is local, but I think behind that or beneath that is an even more important value, and that's that we feel connected to each other.
If we focus on the best interest of our members, then our industry does well. And if our industry does well, then our societies do well. Because our organization is international, and this is one of our key strengths.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the 33rd International Publishers Congress. Please be seated and make yourselves comfortable. We invite all participants to come inside the ballroom. Please take a seat, and the IPA Congress will begin again shortly. Thank you.
Welcome to Jakarta. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Have you explored more Jakarta? Are you sure you have seen everything? Let me tell you more about it.
It may feel strange.
It may feel strange because it is not a typical city.
Heads up!
So heads up, the journey is about to begin. We're going from one place to another place and more places. To wander alone or go with a pack. Uncover new things. Going undercover or maybe underwater. the tempo. Go wherever the wind takes you. Stop by the aisle across the city. Slowing down to restore the soul. Merging for a while into nature. Feel the excitement yet? Hold on. There's still a lot more to discover. Take your time. To enjoy memorable trips in a city that barely sleeps. Enjoy more colors. Enjoy more taste. Enjoy more of the unforeseen from a city of collaboration. Enjoy Jakarta.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we have your attention? We'd like to invite everyone who are still at the foyer area to please proceed and go back inside the ballroom because the International Publishers Congress is about to begin. Thank you.
There's something about our makeup that wants to encrypt and preserve something that has just happened, that in other species, other animals, just disappears. It's evanescent. But for us, we capture it and we put it into words and we share it with people we love. I think we've survived millions of years of evolution because we can tell each other stories.
My earliest memories of storytelling come from the Second World War, and those stories were fresh. It was particularly resonant as the war was important for Jews as it was for many other people. But what it really impacted on me was the importance of international cooperation, anything to prevent the ghastliness of war.
We were once in Istanbul, and at a certain moment the publisher...
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the International Publishers Congress event, Day 2. We hope that you enjoyed your lunch and had a marvelous break.
And we will continue today's session with the topic of accessible publishing. As moderator, we'd like to invite Mr. Porter Anderson, Editor-in-Chief, Publishing Perspectives.
And now we invite our speakers, Mr. Martin Verboom.
Mr. Hugo Setzer.
Mr. Porter Anderson, as the moderator, the floor is now yours.
Good afternoon. How is everyone? I hope you've had a good lunch. I was just speaking with Travzin, our great friend here from Thailand, and she has told me that the way we can all make sure we stay awake and enjoy our session about accessibility is to look up. Do this several times, right, Travzin? We need to look upward. And that's going to help us stay awake. We're counting on this, Travzin. The session after lunch, you know, is always something you need to look up about, right? So we'll give it a good try. I am Porter Anderson. I'm the editor-in-chief of Publishing Perspectives magazine. We are the news medium of Frankfurter Buchmesse. And I'm delighted that we have two such experienced and knowledgeable folks to speak with. We're going to be speaking with Martin Verboom, who will start us off with a good deal of information about accessibility in publishing. Its importance, severe importance, critical importance. And then we'll talk with Ugo, you all know Ugo Setzer, who's going to talk to us from his publisher's experience about some of the advantages of working in accessibility, making your content born accessible, as it's called, so that you're actually maximizing your audience and your potential consumer base. So, would you start us off, Martin, with some of your good topics here that we've gone over about just what we're talking about when we say accessibility in publishing?
Yes, thank you, Porter. And thanks for having me here to talk about accessibility. That's very much appreciated because it's such an important topic.
It is.
And Porter, thanks also for pronouncing my name in the correct way.
You're most welcome. It's my one Dutch word, you see. No.
Thank you. Talking about accessibility, there are more than 300 million visually impaired people around the world, and even a multiple number of people with other print disabilities. Those people face barriers in reading, and as you know, it's the theme of today and yesterday, reading matters. And reading matters also for them, because having access to information, having access to books, gives them also the possibility to participate in society. It gives them the possibility to participate in education, to have jobs, or to just enjoy literature or reading books. And unfortunately, for this group, less than 10% of all published materials around the world is accessible.
Boy.
So imagine that.
Less than 10%, and that's on the international level.
No, that's on, yeah, sure.
Incredible.
And that's only less than 10%. I think it's almost 10% in a country like Netherlands, where we have quite a lot of resources to make accessible materials, but in a lot of other countries, they don't have that resources, and the percentage of accessible literature is even smaller, even 1 or 2%, or even smaller than that.
Man. Even after the Marrakesh Treaty.
Even after the Marrakesh Treaty.
Can you tell us about the Marrakesh Treaty? I know that Darren Tang mentioned it in his comments yesterday from WIPO.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Marrakesh Treaty is a UN treaty which states that organizations like my organization, Dedicon in the Netherlands, but also the organization of Mitra Netra in Indonesia, are allowed to make accessible materials for people with print disabilities, and also to distribute those materials to people with disabilities. And because this has been formerly a UN law, which is also implemented in most countries, because we have that, we are allowed to make such kind of publications accessible. We don't have to go to publishers and ask them for their permission. We just can do it. We can make Braille, we can make narrated audio, we can make accessible digital files, which can be read by people with print disabilities.
And it does this by creating a copyright exception. That's right?
Yes, it is. It is.
Ready-made.
Yes.
And so your material can go right across frontiers,
yes,
across borders,
yes,
in an accessible format, a Braille format, for example.
Yes.
Fascinating. Is there resistance to this? Are there some in the industry who don't feel good about this exception?
It depends a little bit on the local situation.
Yeah.
For example, in the Netherlands, there is no hesitation at all, because we have a very good relationship with the publishers. We're talking with the publishers. Publishers are talking to us. They want also to collaborate with us.
Right.
But I hear also about other countries where there are problems.
Man, Hugo, did you want to say something on Marrakesh? I saw your hand. Yeah. Good.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank
Please.
you, Bodour. Yeah, I just wanted to chip in because I think, and you mentioned it, and I think it's important to mention that it's a copyright exception, and we usually, as publishers, don't like exceptions to our copyright.
That's why I asked that.
But in this case, the whole international publishing community was supporting the Marrakesh Treaty because it's something important for the reasons Martin just explained. To make materials accessible for people who are usually then not able to get those materials. So, and now that you also asked if there's some resistance, sometimes, and I've heard a lot of times, that publishers don't like that exception. I mean, I have to say that we usually don't like them, but in this particular case, and because the way the Marrakesh Treaty was drafted as well, it was very clear that it was intended for people who are visually impaired. So with that, a clarity in the Marrakesh Treaty, the whole industry has been supporting since day one the Marrakesh Treaty.
That's great, because they can feel comfortable that it's going for the right reason.
Sure.
Yeah.
And they also can be comfortable because they can know that those accessible materials will be distributed only among people with a print impairment.
Ah, very nice.
That's also the case, for example, in Indonesia, where this organization, Mitra Netra, which I know personally,
right.
I visited them yesterday, and they told me that in case that one of their members, and all their members have a visual impairment, registered visual impairment,
right.
And only their members are allowed to get these materials, and their members are not allowed to distribute those materials among others. And if they do so, they risk their membership, and even they risk persecution. So,
wow. And just to be clear, someone who is disabled in some way and wants to get some content that's been prepared for them, thanks to the Marrakesh Treaty, still is going to be paying for that content, right? Or is it moving freely to them?
It depends. It depends on the local model.
On the situation.
Yes,
right.
and on the situation.
Right.
I don't know if the members of this organization in Indonesia have to pay for the membership of this organization.
Right.
For example, in the Netherlands, the only situation which I know best, the members of the library for the print disabled,
right.
as we call it, have to pay a yearly membership. Just like members of a normal public library in the Netherlands, they also have to pay a yearly membership fee.
Sure. So there is revenue moving, just on a different model.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Good. This is interesting. Let's stop for a moment and ask, just for a second, give me a show of hands, please, the publishers who are in the room with us. Very nice. I see some in the back, Indonesian publishers with us. Welcome. It's good to have you. Are all of you, another show of hands, familiar with the Marrakesh Treaty? Have you heard of it? Good. A little fewer, but still many of you have. Has anyone participated in content that's moving either from you or someone you know through the Marrakesh Treaty? Anyone? Very good. We've got some here. Very nice. Great. So there's knowledge of this. That's good. Yeah. That's great. We're among friends, you see, when we talk accessibility. This is good. Great. Sorry, I've slowed you down on your notes. Go right ahead with your next things that you're going to say to us.
I don't read from my notes only. It's just. But I think it's important that this Marrakesh Treaty makes our work possible.
Yeah.
And organizations like Dedicon in the Netherlands, Mitra Netra in Indonesia, we are part, together with more than 150 organizations around the world in more than 70 countries. We are active members of the so-called DAISY Consortium.
Right.
And I'm the president of the DAISY Consortium, and I have the honor to chair the board of the DAISY Consortium. The DAISY Consortium is a global authority on accessible publishing and reading. So we are not only supporting our members in how to make the best accessible publications for people with print disabilities, but we are also supporting and helping and giving information to publishers how they can publish themselves in a born accessible way. And that's even more important, I think.
You go.
May I chip in again?
Jump right in.
Because you just mentioned, Martin, how important it is to have the publications born accessible. And I don't know if you were going to mention this, Martin, but Marrakesh provides the legal framework for
right.
accessible publishing. But then there is another very important initiative led by the World Intellectual Property Organization with also private enterprise, where also the DAISY Consortium is there, and the International Publishers Association, and IFLA, and IFRO, and many others, which is the Accessible Books Consortium.
Right.
And the aim of the Accessible Books Consortium is to have more books born accessible. And we have spoken a lot about this, and this is kind of the implementation part of this legal framework, to convince our fellow publishers to incorporate in their workflow those capacities to make a title accessible from the beginning, that it is born accessible. And if we get to a stage where all publishers would publish all of their publications in accessible formats, we wouldn't even need the Marrakesh Treaty, because publications would be there in accessible formats. The problem is that the scenario is more like what Martin just mentioned, that, well, I'm not sure if it still is less than 10%, but that's the percentage I've heard since at least 4 years, and I was hoping it would be a little more now, but...
Yeah, but every year there are coming a lot of new publications which have to be made accessible again, and that's one of our tasks, to make all the non-accessible informations and publications in an accessible format. So, and that's why what you mentioned, Hugo, this Accessible Book Consortium is that important for us, because it gives also the possibility of exchanging across borders, exchanging accessible materials across borders to organizations like our organization, who are delivering only their publications to people with print disabilities. So I've heard Mr. Darren Tang saying yesterday that the global book service of the Accessible Book Consortium has now more than 800 accessible titles, which can
800,000.
800,000, yes. So that's quite a number. And we are still striving for more. So, and that's also important to have that, because to give you an idea, I come from the Netherlands, which is a small part of a small language group. And my language, Dutch, is spoken in the Netherlands, but it is also spoken in Belgium and in Suriname. And this Accessible Book Consortium makes it possible that we don't have double productions, that we only have to produce an accessible title once, and not once in Netherlands, once in Flanders, in Belgium, and once in Suriname. No, we can exchange it freely among us, and so you have only to produce an accessible title once, because the production of an accessible title is quite expensive.
Especially, I suppose, if it's not originally produced that way. I mean, if you have to transform a book which was not intended to be accessible, and you have to transform it.
Yes. And while you're saying that, let's go back to the audience again. How many of you know the phrase born accessible? Yep, good, a bunch. How many of you are making content that is born accessible? Not so many yet, but a few.
Oh, a few.
See you? Very good. Ah, hey, Tameli. It's good to see you again. Sandra. No, it's interesting because born accessible is a fascinating process that builds accessibility into your content making format. Everything you do is geared that way, and everything you do is prepared that way, so that everybody in your company is working and thinking born accessible with their material. Where did the phrase come from, though? Is it from the DAISY group? Is it from the consortium or one of the organizations that you work with? Who first said born accessible? It's a good phrase.
To be honest, I don't know who said that word first. I think I could have invited it, but I did.
I want you to find out and report back to us. All right.
Yes.
Yeah. No, it's a great phrase. It is understandable immediately, and it's something we're discussing a great deal in the United States because it's catching on. People are figuring it out. Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes. And born accessible is that important because in the long run, if every publication, every piece of information is born accessible, then organizations like my organization don't have to do that much in retro afterwards, making non-accessible information accessible. So born accessible is the best format and is the best solution.
And the importance of that is incorporating into your workflow in the publishing company all those characteristics to make the works accessible. So it's a change of mindset, really. It's not thinking in a way of transforming titles which are already published into becoming accessible, but it's having those titles accessible from the beginning and thus born accessible. I don't know either who coined that phrase, but I agree that it's a good phrase.
It is a good phrase, yeah. And just to touch on something we began discussing last night that I think immediately comes to any good publisher's mind, there is expense involved. If you're working in born accessible formats, if you're doing this from the beginning, does that help ease the expense perhaps? Because the entire system is already geared to do that.
Absolutely.
Good.
Absolutely. I mean, it is much more expensive to transform titles which are not, which are already produced but are not accessible, than to incorporate into your workflow in the publishing company. For example, we in the publishing, in our own publishing company, have trained. We have most of our people doing design and so on are freelancers. We have trained them in order for them to be able to incorporate all the characteristics to make a work accessible, and they're doing it now, and it doesn't cost that. I mean, it's part of what we do. It's part of our costs. It's not an additional cost. Of course, there are levels of difficulty, and perhaps Martin will tell us more about that, but it's not the same for every kind of publication. There are certain publications, scientific publications, that are a bit more, well, are more complicated, but I've heard of a lot of science publishers who have made great advances and who are doing a lot in making their publications accessible as well.
Right. So it might be if you were just working in a normal house, not thinking about accessibility, this might be parallel to having put a book out but with no audiobook edition. That's going to be expensive to go back and make an audiobook edition. If you're working born accessible, you are going to have an audiobook edition planned from the get-go. Yeah, that's great.
And one of the advantages of doing that is that you have a better product. I mean, but perhaps Martin would help explain me, because, well, I have to say, I'm not really an expert in accessible publishing, but since I've been very interested in that for some years, and trying also to convince my fellow publishers in Mexico and in other countries as well, that we do this because, well, one of the things is because it's the right thing to do.
Right.
But on the other hand, because we can then produce a better product for everyone, not only for the visually impaired, but I understand it's a better product for everyone.
Absolutely. I think it is a better product because the guidelines for accessibility, they make sure that you put a right navigational structure, for example, into your digital files, into your digital publications. It makes clear that you have a logical following or reading following order in your layout. Of course you can play with your layout, but it has to be logical. And if it's logical for people with a print disability, it's logical for everyone. If you have a good navigational structure for people with a visual impairment, then you have a good navigational structure for everyone. So it makes for everyone, it makes your product better. And to make publications born accessible, it's not that hard. You have kind of basic principles.
Yeah.
Basic principles which has to do, for example, if you are making books, you have to take care, for example, of things like color, the use of color. Because you have a lot of people who have color blindness. Think about that. Yeah. Think about if someone who don't see colors, how would they perceive this image or this picture or things like that? Make use of good contrast in colors, but also in, for example, black letters, black characters on a white background, or the other way around. Use a clear character font. Use meaningful file names, for example. Use text alternatives if you're using images, so that you don't have only the image, but also a text alternative which explains the image, as long as the image is, as long as the image is really important for the information. If the image contains information, then you should make a text alternative, so that people who cannot see the image in a proper way, they know what is being explained there.
These are very interesting points. Can you say which of these points, or maybe some others, are the most often used by people who are in some way disabled? Is there any standout that almost everybody loves? Is it navigation, for example, or is it something else?
Yeah, that depends a little bit of the kind of print disability that you have.
Right.
Because people who are totally blind, they don't see any characters, so it's not, for them it's not that important that your characters are large or have good contrast or things like that.
Right.
For them it's important that the text is really accessible and can be read by Braille bar or by text-to-speech engines, for example.
Right, right.
So, and if people have low vision, then they have benefits by clear character fonts, by good use of contrast. So it depends a bit on the kind of print disability that you have.
So the popularity of these features is driven by the nature of the disability.
Sure.
Yeah.
Of course, people with dyslexia, which is also a large group of people with print disabilities, they are benefited by text and audio together.
Right.
Looking at the text, hearing the audio, and then understanding what the text means.
It's fascinating. Are there characteristics to the audio that you have to be careful with? One reason I'm asking is that there's a great deal of interest, particularly in the English language markets right now, in synthetic voices. They're normally a human voice sampled, but then they're being used in an automated way to read backlists, for example, and create audio editions. Would an automated version likely be as useful in this setting as one that was delivered by a live narrator?
Yes, absolutely. I think the quality of the text-to-speech engines nowadays is that good.
Yeah, it is
that
good.
Sometimes it's almost as good as narrated audio by humans.
It's hard to tell the difference sometimes.
The only thing that you have to take care of if you're making a digital text, that you use the right markup, and that you're saying this is an English text and not a Dutch text or Bahasa Indonesia, because when you pronounce Bahasa, or when you pronounce Dutch in an English way, it makes no sense.
Exactly.
No.
Yeah. No, that's fascinating. That, however, means that the expense can come down.
Yeah.
Because these automated voices, one of the companies I've been covering is SpeechKey. Originally they are from Russia, now they are based in the United States. They have about 700 different voices with accents, dialects, all kinds of changes you can make. And the cost is far below what you would pay a narrator to do a book singly. So this can help lower the cost, can't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Sure.
Fascinating. That's good. Yeah. Great. Again, I've stopped you in the middle of your notes.
I want to hook in on something that Hugo also said, that there are some publications which are just very complex and not that easy to make born accessible. And of course that's understandable, that it's not easy to make those accessible. And in those cases, I think there will be the necessity of organizations like Dedicon, my organization, who makes that part of the publication accessible. But still, even in those complex books with complex images, complex information like science information, it is possible to make the largest part of the book accessible, born accessible by the publisher itself. And there is a lot of information about how to do this, how to make your books born accessible.
Right.
You can find this information on the website of the DAISY Consortium. Right. And this website is learning.daisy.org, or the website inclusivepublishing.org. On those two websites you can find a lot of information about how to make born accessible publications.
And there are even, and I'm not sure, but I think there are also DAISYs, but there are also tools to check if your publication complies with all the rules of accessibility.
Yes.
We are using that in our company as well.
Yeah, the DAISY Consortium has developed two tools. One tool which can be used totally automatically to check if your publication is accessible, and another tool which you can also use if you have more complex information, to check if that's accessible. Yeah.
When we spoke earlier, I know that we were saying it's a little bit difficult to get hold of an across-the-board estimate as to how much more this might cost. If you were going to go, what percentage might happen to your cost in presenting things in a born accessible way and operating in a born accessible way. Is there any kind of gauge yet that helps publishers understand, if you go into this direction, if you want to really look into it, this is what to expect financially?
Well, you're asking me or Hugo?
No, it's you both.
Yeah, no, I think there's no really not any figure I can think of to think, well, it will cost you X% more or something like that, because it's just like I mentioned, it's a change in mindset. It's once you have incorporated that into your workflow, then it doesn't have to cost more. What is costly is to transform your backlist and take your backlist and transform those titles into accessible formats. Yeah. That can be costly, but incorporating into your workflow and making the books accessible from the beginning shouldn't be more costly. I mean, there are, as Martin also mentioned, publications which are more difficult to produce in that way, but most of them can be, and most of any publication, if you perhaps, with the exception of those figures or those images and so on, but you can make most of the text accessible.
Yeah, and I think there are more arguments than only cost for making a case here. Yeah. I think what I've said before, making a better product, right? And also for publishers, I think very interesting, you're reaching more readers.
Yeah, yeah.
There are a lot of people who are not able to read what you are publishing. So please make it accessible so that they can read your publications as well. And of course, it has also to be mentioned, in the European Union, there is the so-called European Accessibility Act coming.
Right, 2025,
2025,
right?
All the publishers in Europe, for all publications which has to be distributed in Europe, must be accessible. So that's quite something. That's quite a task.
I'm going to ask this in a very journalistic way. How accessible do they have to be? Are you talking about multiple disabilities, for example? Or are they saying just for the visually impaired?
They have to be accessible for disabled people, so that means
just
also
right across the board.
All people with print disabilities.
Okay.
Of course, people with the visual impairment are having the most severe type of print disability, as you can imagine,
sure.
Of course. But for all kinds of disabilities, it has to be accessible. Sure.
Yeah. Wow.
And the one important thing is that with the European Accessibility Act, that I found that many publishers in other countries say, well, that's a problem for European publishers, but not at all, because if any publisher in any part of the world wants to sell their books in the European market,
like
they
a
have to
publisher
comply
in Mexico,
with
right?
this. For example, we in Mexico, if we want to sell our products in Spain, we have to comply with this. So we cannot just say it's a problem only for Europe. And on the other hand, I'm sure that once that this is happening in Europe, it will be happening in other countries as well.
Yeah.
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 Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's not only comply with the law, which is one of the cases, but in other cases also meet purchasing requirements. For example, in the United States, educational publishers, schools, have to make the requirements from educational publishers that their publications are accessible for people with print disabilities.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So it's an interesting moment, really, in that the time has come for this, in just about a universal way. Yeah, fascinating.
And then I think Martin touched upon another, I think, interesting reason why to make our publications in accessible formats for publishers, and that is that market of 300 million people who are eager also to buy those products. I have had conversations, very interesting conversations, with blind people who have said, we're not expecting anyone to give us things for free. We would like to be able to buy those publications, but we can't. We had an example of a girl who was working for us in the company. She was blind. She taught us a lot about her condition, and she was telling me, for example, how she studied. She had studied communications, and she went to college, and she told us how she had studied, and she said that her family had to read the textbooks for her because they weren't available in accessible formats.
Wow.
And so that's the importance of those accessible formats. She would have bought those books in accessible formats if they had existed in accessible formats. She wasn't expecting any kind of philanthropy here, or to receive those books for free.
Right.
She was willing to pay for them, but they weren't in accessible formats.
Yeah, you know, it brings up a point that's a little uncomfortable for some of us. We were talking again about this last night, in that I like an unconscious bias. We talk about this a good deal in diversity now, in publishing. You can often find yourself, I'll own this, I can often find myself thinking in some way of disabled people, of being indigent in some way, not able to afford something as much as someone else. And of course, that's almost absurd. I mean, it's something that you've come to in some cultural aberration that happens to us in many societies. And when you think about it, of course, they're not that way. They're capable of buying. They want to be customers. They need the products that they need to use. And that's why there is money to be had in going in this direction.
one of the problems, I think, in addressing this issue you raised, Porter, is that I think we are not used to how to go about with someone who is blind.
Exactly.
So we are a bit afraid of saying the right thing, or how should I be my attitude to this person. And I think I mentioned yesterday evening that this person told me that he was having dinner in a restaurant with someone who was blind, and then the waiter was constantly talking to this guy, to my friend, and saying, what would your companion like to have for dinner, and so on, until he stopped the waiter and said, listen, my friend is blind, but he's not deaf. You can talk to him. Please talk to him. So it's those things that many times we don't know how to treat people who are blind.
Exactly, and as I'm saying, it's like an unconscious bias because you've never even thought it through. And as soon as something like this presents itself, you're saying, my God, I'm an idiot. Why was I thinking this way? It is interesting that for the fact that there are so many people who are disabled in one way or another, that we don't know more of them, and that we're not more conversant with people who are working in different ways with different disabilities. I don't know why that's the case, but you're absolutely right. You run into this.
I think you have just to interact in a normal way with them. They
Right.
want to be seen as normal.
Of course.
Just like in a normal way, like you say, they want to buy your book. They want to be able to buy your book.
And to them, a disability is normal. I mean, this is how they live.
Yes.
And they want to be able to buy a book. They want to be able to go to college. They want to be able to be like any normal person.
Yeah, yeah. It's a little hurdle to get past. Something you need to get over. Yeah.
Yeah.
Indeed. Indeed. Good.
So I think for publishers.
Yes.
And accessibility, because
Yes.
that's why we are sitting here. I think for all the publishers, please consider publishing in a born accessible way. Please also cooperate with organizations in your country who make accessible publications available for people with print disabilities. So for example, Mitra Netra in Indonesia is really looking forward to cooperating with Indonesian publishers.
Right.
And if any Indonesian publishers wishes to make contact with Mitra Netra, I know the head of the public relations department in Mitra Netra, and I'm happy to bring you in contact with them.
That's great. So they can see you, get the contact, and be able to talk to them.
Sure.
That is important because also the more cooperation they're getting from the community of publishers, the stronger they are, the more outreach they can make, and they can widen this circle that's getting bigger and bigger. Absolutely. Now, are there people in the room, are there publishers who are working with the Indonesian organization? Say its name for me again.
It's this Yayasan Mitra Netra.
Okay. Are any of you working with the organization at this point? Nobody yet, okay? Okay. Then see Martin, and he'll connect you with them. No, it's a very good point. All of this is part of the responsibility that resides in the community of publishers to do something, to reach out yourself, and to help generate the energy that this needs to widen the thing for all of us, to make all the boats float, as we say. And this is, I assume there's a Mexican organization, right, that you're working with, Hugo?
There's a Mexican organization as well.
Yeah.
We work with them as well. So yeah, almost in every country there is an organization, at least one you can work with.
And you're president of the Mexican Publishers Association now. How active do you find Mexican publishers in this field? Are they moving to born accessible? Is it a talking point? Are they into this seriously?
Well, sometimes it's a bit difficult because as publishers, we have so many issues, and we have, and now after the pandemic, well, we have to take care of revenues and sales and so on, and then sometimes accessibility is not on the top of our list, so to say, but it's really important. So we're trying to work with our publishers as well to let them know why this is so important. I mean, all the reasons we have been discussing here on why this is so important. And one of the things I think, if there are some publishers in the audience who are thinking, well, perhaps I should be starting if you haven't, and one of the ways you can start is by signing the charter for accessible publishing of the Accessible Books Consortium. So the Accessible Books Consortium, and you can see the webpage, accessiblebooksconsortium.org, I think it is. Yes. And on that webpage, there are many resources, and there is this charter for accessible publishing. And it's a commitment not to have your publications accessible overnight from one day to the other, but it's a commitment to start the process, to start working, to start learning, to start making one publication accessible and then the next, and to start. So that would be a good way to start as well.
And the consortium, which we refer to as ABC, has its own new award too. I was just writing about that and talking to you about it. There's a new program. Yeah.
Exactly. And yeah, thank you, Porter, for that article in Publishing Perspectives.
Thank you for the information.
It was really very good, because the ABC has an award, the award for excellence in accessible publishing, the International Award, and it's presented every year, and this year it will be presented at the Guadalajara Book Fair. So in the article Porter wrote, there are the shortlisted companies that will be participating now, and the winner will be announced at the Guadalajara Book Fair.
That's fantastic, and it's an impressive group of shortlists too. It's something to look at. Well, let's ask that. How many of you have worked with the Accessible Book Consortium, ABC? There's Jose saying it as he runs out of the room.
Yeah. Jose sits on the board.
We're taking names, Jose. No, it's a wonderful organization, and it's housed in WIPO, I think. Yes, is it based there? Yeah.
It's led by the WIPO, but it's an organization where other private organizations are part of as well. So it's a public-private enterprise led by the WIPO, but where, as mentioned, DAISY is part of it, and the IPA, and IFLA, and IFRO, and the International Authors Forum as well.
That's great. I first ran into ABC, or the Accessible Book Consortium. I don't know if she's in the room right now, when Bodour, as a matter of fact, in Sharjah was holding a workshop. And by doing this, she was exposing to a lot of publishers just what steps they needed to take, which is fantastic, because the nitty-gritty gets out of sight. We just talk about the glory of the idea, and we don't talk about what you actually have to do. This was great for that, you know? So I suppose that's part of what ABC does, is develop these workshops, symposia, so that people actually get the information they need.
Yes, absolutely they do. And together with the DAISY Consortium, they developed also online training courses, which can be found on those websites I just mentioned.
Right.
learning.daisy.org. And you can find those training materials and those courses, and they are totally for free. And you can step in just at the basic level to get the first understanding, and then build further your knowledge.
And those are really great training courses, as Martin says, and if I'm not mistaken, they are or will be also available on IPA's Academy.
Fantastic. This is good. We're coming to the point where I want to check and see if there are any questions from you folks who are with us. Does somebody have something coming to mind? Aha, please. Hey. Is there a mic coming around? Here we go. It's coming to us now. Oh, right here in the front, please, sir. Thank you.
Hello, thank you very much for this wonderful panel.
Thank you.
I work for IPA, so I know a lot already about the wonderful work that IPA does, along with partners such as the DAISY Consortium, on the issue of accessible books for visually impaired. My question is about an issue that you mentioned briefly, but that I believe could be very important in the future. Dyslexia, attention deficit disorder, hyperactivity. There's a number of issues that we're seeing in youth nowadays that affect education, And I've discussed this with publishers and educational publishers here in the room. And there seems to be definitely a need to be catering those students and those readers somehow. So I would like to know more about how the publishers are approaching this, if this is something that publishers approach in the same way as the visually impaired, if the DAISY Consortium has any membership in this kind of space, and what are your thoughts in general? Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's such a great question. A lot of this has to do with audio plus text, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes, sure. Thank you for this question, but I think this is very important to state that there is a large group besides not only visually impaired people, but a large group of people with dyslexia or other kind of learning disabilities or learning disorders, which could be helped very much if your information is more accessible. So, and I think that's very clear. Within the DAISY Consortium, that's also part of, most of the members of the DAISY Consortium don't only serve visually impaired people, but also serve people with dyslexia. And I think that's also, for example, my organization, Dedicon, also serves people with dyslexia. And I think also for publishers, it's an interesting market, because I can only speak in figures for my own country, but in the Netherlands, about 5 to 10% of the kids in school have such kind of learning disabilities. Imagine 5 to 10% of your market which you don't serve at this moment.
That's more than you'd expect.
Yes.
Yeah, incredible. And apparently, I've been interested during the course of the pandemic years. I found that I started listening to more audio. And originally, I had thought that my retention wasn't as good when I listened as it is when I read with my eyes, when I take something in visually. I found that somehow I am retaining more now through audio, which is a complete surprise. And I don't know if it's something that has changed in me or if this has always been there, and I didn't know. It's fascinating, I think, even to try some of these formats that you normally think are not for you, because there may be something in me that's responding that I didn't even know was there.
And what is so powerful for this group, people with dyslexia, for example, is the combination of text and audio.
There you go. Yep. Right, example. The ability to look at what you're taking in and to hear what you're taking in at the same time. It's very powerful. Yeah. Who here has had that experience? Has anybody worked with people who were dyslexic and found that by using audio they were able to handle material better? Anyone had that experience yet? Somebody there? Oh, there we go. Yeah. Hey, Liz, that's great. On a large scale, is it something that you're working with at the house, or was this just perhaps somebody you even knew?
Yes, a very personal example. It's my son who's dyslexic.
Well,
but it's certainly,
congratulations.
yes, thank you. Certainly something to take back into the house and make more of.
Nothing like personal experience, is it?
That's right. It's inspiring always.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that's great. And thank you again for that question. This took us in a good direction. Who else has a question? We have a few more minutes here. Yeah, yes, please. Microphone is coming to you.
Yeah, thank you, Porter. I'm
Sure.
Ida. Yeah, I'm Ida. I just realized that what is meant by accessible publishing is making books accessible from the beginning. It seems that in Indonesia, there is some misunderstanding about this, because I work with Yayasan Mitra Netra when we are discussing about the law for support the Marrakesh Treaty, and what I think what we understood at that time was that the book should be available for free for disabled people, the blind, dyslexia, and impaired vision, something like that. So I don't know how to fix this, because it's not good for the publishing industry. Thank you. Maybe you have suggestion for this. Thank you.
Indeed. Gentlemen?
Yeah, of course, I cannot speak on behalf of Mitra Netra, but I don't know what their policy about their membership is. I only know that the policy about the membership is that only people with the visual impairment can become member of this organization. Right. But what and how they think about how to make it available, and if they charge a fee or a membership fee or a library membership fee, I don't know that. Right. But I understand your point, but I think that the communication and the discussion with Mitra and Netra about this and you as a publisher is so important. So I think that mutual understanding would help both of you further and also will be in the interest of people with the visual impairment.
And I think it's really part of both. I mean, there is the exception under Marrakesh that makes it then, so to say, for free. I mean, because it's a copyright exception. But it was supported by the international publishing community from the beginning because it's very carefully drafted in a way that only the people with a disability can make benefit or can be benefited with this. I mean, all these organizations, just Martin mentioned, have to make sure that their members are really print disabled. Right, exactly. Otherwise, they could not have access to that information. And the second part, which we have been discussing about making publications more accessible, is to help with this legal framework and produce the books from the beginning in accessible formats so that people will be able also to buy them. On the other hand, I mentioned a while ago that if every publication would be accessible, perhaps we wouldn't need organizations to provide those titles. But on the other hand, we have mentioned that as in every segment of the population, with blind people, it's now different as well, that there are many blind people who are willing and who are able to pay for their books, but there are others that perhaps don't. Right. And such libraries are very important for them. So there is still and there will still be a need for those libraries for the visually impaired, where we have to, as publishers, also contribute to the work they're doing.
And in both cases, I think the thing that you're saying, Ugo, that's so important, and to your point, is that there is a protective framework put around this so that the material just isn't moving right out into the universe where everybody can grab it, run away with it if they want to. There is at least an understanding and an assurance that your hard work in making this possible is going to get it to the right people, and under certain circumstances in a way that brings you revenue, in others not. But I think in both cases, as Ugo loves to say, his first point about this is it's the right thing to do. I mean, for heaven's sake, we've got people who want to read our material. They can't read the material. We have to make that available. And if you start from that ground point, then you understand the rightness of the direction we're going. And I agree with what Martin's saying. I think to develop a dialogue with the organization, saying this is a bit of a hitch for us. Can you explain where you stand on this? And maybe bring some others into the conversation, some of your fellow publishers into the conversation would be very healthy, wouldn't it?
And if we are saying in this conference that reading matters, it matters for everyone. We shouldn't leave anyone behind.
Exactly. Exactly. This is, in fact, thank you. Indeed, this is exactly a line that Bodour used the other day in one of her talks, as a matter of fact. She said, we have to make sure that we are not leaving anybody behind. We have the capacity to do this, and your interest in this is what's so great, because you're exploring it. That's really what it takes. So thank you for that. I think we have, if it's a quick one, we have just enough time for one fast question, about 1 minute. It's Luis back here. Microphone's coming. Oh, I thought it was coming. Hang on. This is not our fellow, is it? Here it comes, over here. Put your hand back up, Luis. There we go. Right out here in the center. Hand up, hand up, hand up. There we go. You see him? There he goes. This fellow's getting the exercise after lunch that I need. I should have been running the mic myself. Hey, Luis.
Hi, I'm not Luis. My name is Keith Tong.
Oh, I'm sorry. You look just like yourself.
Probably a lot of more
That's
people look very alike. My name is Keith Tong. I'm the chair for the Malaysian Book Industry Chamber. One question I'd like to ask is that, so happened I was mentoring a new startup, a company that publish apps and books. But then again, we are just checking with you guys whether anybody is doing anything for newborns, right? So when we do the books and the app for the newborns, we work with a group of doctors who deliver babies every day. And they know that what are the special needs, like some baby don't need to be blind or deaf or dumb. So they come out with various measurements that they put into books and the app so that parents can detect all this learning disability or kind of SEN early in their life so that they don't need to be handicapped for the rest of their life. And we don't actually work with the Ministry of Education, but we actually work with the Ministry of Women and Family who's doing this actually. Initially we wanted to do something like the UK Book Start, but it has transformed so much. And we didn't even know that the doctor's telling us that even for your preschool baby books, you have to put dyslexic font. We didn't know that there's such a thing as dyslexic font as such. So we're learning. So through your experience, anybody doing anything for newborn that is looking at all this kind of solution for learning disability? Thank you.
Great question. What do we know, gentlemen?
Not that I know of. No, I don't know. I don't know if you know, no? Martin, but...
Is anyone doing something for infants who are born with disabilities to get this going right from the beginning?
Yeah, I think if it is for little children, I think also there making it accessible books, for example, for visually impaired children at a very young age.
Right.
It is difficult to make born accessible books. Then you have to make really special books. And I think I have to be honest on that. Not every publication, especially if it has a lot of images, a lot of complex information. I have to be honest about that. And honesty is one of the good things that Dutch people say, that they are honest. Other people say they are notorious for being blunt. There's something different. But to be honest, it's not. There are some publications who are not, for which it's almost not possible to make it accessible, and you need special formats. Right. For example, we have books made of textures, made of textile, which can be felt by visually impaired children.
I was going to say that. Some of the board books are so beautifully done.
Yeah. We call it field books, so they can be felt by visually impaired children. And I think it's also important to think about those kinds of productions, because it's important also for those children to get an impression, what is a book?
Right, exactly. And in fact, it's important for all children. You're absolutely right. This kind of product is out there. Some of them are quite beautiful. But it also tells you that the way is open to you, sir. You may actually start creating this because there's a need. I mean, there's certainly, you're exactly right. So it looks to me like we're being ordered off the stage, as David Letterman would say. So I think we're probably finished here. But I want to thank you for your good input and for your patience and being with us this afternoon. And I want to thank Ugo and Martin for all of their good input. Thank you, guys. This was great. So thank you very much.
Thank you to the moderator and our esteemed speakers for the insightful discussion. We listened to some interesting perspectives on the topic.
Thank you once again to Mr. Martin Verboom, Mr. Hugo Setzer, and also moderator Mr. Porter Anderson. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, sirs. And a quick announcement, ladies and gentlemen, for PCR, we are extending the time slot until 4 p.m. at Diamond Room on the 3rd floor. So for those of you who are in need to get a PCR please do so at your convenience before 4 p.m.
And we also like to remind you, for those of you who want to bring home some souvenirs from this event to your home, you can actually buy some at the foyer area, where there are many small businesses, local businesses, that sells really good handcrafted souvenirs for you to take home.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next session we will discuss conquering culture hegemony through translation.
As moderator, we'd like to invite Mr. Alvin Pang, poet, writer, editor, anthologist, and translator.
And our speakers, Mr. John McGlynn.
And Pansa Jobava.
And Miss Sandra Tamel.
Mr. Alvin Pang, the floor is now yours.
Thank you. All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thanks once again for joining our session. It's a real privilege for me to be addressing and sharing the stage with my fellow panelists at the IPA Congress. I'm not a publisher, but I'm what in modern parlance might be called a content creator. In other words, I'm a writer, editor, and translator. But many of my fellow panelists here have had extensive experience both in the creation of content and its translation and publishing and communication. So very quick introductions. I won't go into details because most of the details are in the website. But over on the far end, we have a person who needs no introduction, but we're going to introduce him anyway. That's, of course, the legendary John McGlynn of the Longtail Foundation over there. Translator, director, publisher, and so on. Next to him, we have Sandra Tamil from Mozambique, who is the editor and founder of Editora 30 And, of course, you have IPA's very own vice president-elect and an advocate for Georgian literature and a translator and author in her own right. You have Pansa Jobava over here. And we're gathered really to talk about something which we all deeply believe is of vital importance to the past, present, and future of reading, of publishing, books and media in general, which is namely translation. Without translation, an event such as this would simply not be possible. There would be no such thing as international publishing, at least not in the sort of rich, vibrant, and diverse spectrum of views and ideas that we aspire to. And in fact, that is very much what we are here to talk about, both what it means to be translating today in relation to publishing, what are some of the challenges and opportunities to do with translation, and how can we expand the idea of what it means to publish in a world of tremendous diversity, in which that diversity, I think we've only seen the tip of the iceberg of. There's just so much work to be done. There are so many questions to be asked about not just what gets translated and what doesn't, but also what languages we translate out of and what languages we translate into and what languages we work in between. And of course, how do all these things work in relation to the economics of things and other pressures, particularly in an increasingly divided world where at the same time this work is becoming so much more important. I want to start by asking my fellow panelists here to talk really about their experience with translation and just get down into the dirt. We're all practitioners here. And maybe we'll start with our host country over there and with John. Do you want to tell us a little bit about your experience getting into translation and the publishing of translation and what you think are some of the most challenging issues facing translation today?
Okay, thank you very much, Alvin. I'd like to ask the audience, how many translators are there here? Raise your hand if you're a translator. Wow. But I bet for almost all Indonesians who are here, you are going between languages every day. Yeah. Every day. I mean, most Indonesians speak 2 or 3 languages at least. So you are translators. But the point of that question is that I think very few of us, I wanted to be an architect when I was a boy. And then I wanted to be a doctor. I never thought of translation as a field where you could make a living. And frankly, it's very hard to make a living as a translator. Little backstory, I came to Indonesia in 1976, first time, to study puppetry. Meanwhile, I had studied Indonesian, became fluent in Indonesian, had an equivalent of 4 years, and then instead of the scholarship that I had to study puppetry in Yogyakarta fell through, and so instead I went to the University of Indonesia and did advanced Indonesian and began to study Indonesian literature. And at that time in Indonesia, it was very easy to learn Indonesian because nobody spoke English. I mean, my first 3 years here were spent at least 97% of the time only speaking Indonesian. And so I became fairly fluent, fairly fast. And because I was in the literature department at the University of Indonesia, many of my teachers, authors among them, would ask me to translate for them. And so when there was the first ASEAN Poetry Festival in Jakarta, and I think it was 1977 or 78, they said, "Will you translate this collection of poetry?" And that's where it started. But even before that, even before I came to Indonesia, I was at the University of Wisconsin in Milwaukee, Madison, I'm sorry. And it has something like 20 million books, titles in its library. There were 3 from Indonesian, 3 translations of Indonesian. And so fast forward, when I was asked to start translating poetry, I kind of found a vocation. I thought, this is something that needs to be done. This is something that needs to be done. It took a long time. That was 1976. I did my MA, then I came back here. It wasn't until 1987 that I established a foundation called the Lontara Foundation, which since that time has published about 250 titles in English and other languages, but with translations of literary work by more than 650 Indonesian authors. As a result, I mean, this is one thing I'm proud of. You can teach Indonesian literature anywhere in the world now through the medium of English. I mean, but translation is something that never stops. You know, I mean, we've created a quote-unquote canon of Indonesian literature in English, but there's new books every day. And our challenge is, of course, is how do we keep up with the literary content? I mean, I'm sure there'll be questions and other things, but I'd like to give it to another panelist for now.
So, thank you, John. So your experience is one of coming from a dominant language, as it were, in global culture into Indonesia and discovering the wealth of opportunities at play and participating in that. I would like to invite a panelist to speak about, from a different point of view, of coming from a relatively less well-known culture and advocating for that culture, pushing against a dominant narrative. Pansa, please.
Thank you. Hello to everyone. Well, I will not speak now how I started and when I did the first translation. I prefer to focus what has impacted and had a huge influence on me as a translator and as a publisher of Georgia literature and the translated literature as well. Well, this is the most strong picture from my life, which I remember, and it never fades from my memory and from my mind. It was 2008. I was 22 years old. That was the summer when I was just graduated from the university where I have studied literature and publishing, and I was planning to start working in the children's book publishing house, and I had the very first offer from the publishing house, another publishing house, to translate Saul Bellow, this Nobel Prize winner from USA, and his novels, Mr. Sumner's Planet, which is about Holocaust survival living in USA. And that was August when me and my sister were fully dressed, lying on the bed and waiting for the bombs onto our roof in our house. Because it was the day when we heard that we have lost our war with Russia for one of our territories, and we have heard that they are coming to the capital, Tbilisi. My friend, one of my friends who worked in the ministry, sent me the message, Kwanza, they are coming to our capital, and just run if you can. And we made very quick decision. Our family, my sister, my parents said we are not going to leave our house, we are going to stay. I don't know why we did it, but it was like very common decision to stay. But politicians were running and they were leaving city and they were not going to protect us. And then I remember that night I heard the first helicopter flying over our roof, and then the first bomb, which was fallen somewhere nearby, but not on my house. And then something happened, and suddenly everything stopped. Well, there was different versions that it was USA who helped, it was Europe who helped. Something helped us. We say sometimes that was magic, but it stopped. So it had a kind of positive ending for me personally, but you know that there are a lot of countries and a lot of people who does not have such positive endings in their life, unfortunately. But after this night, when I was feeling the fear, weakness, and also anger all together, I started to think, what should I do in my profession, newly graduated from the university and starting to work in the publishing and translation, how I can have any kind of impact on the life, of my life, of course, and how can I help other people who are experiencing something similar and even worse in different parts of the world. And then I started to look at my profession in different way, that this is such a huge and important and strong weapon, not to stop the war maybe, but to make some impact on your society, to protect yourself and to protect others. And that on that day, of course, and from that day, we are always thinking what kind of books we want to publish and what impact each book can have on our society, what positive impact, because this is what we have to think about. This is what is most important. And is also when I'm thinking about translating some new book, I'm always trying to choose not to get an offer and just do this work for some offer, but just to think how important it can be for me personally to grow as a person and for our society, because, you know, people, their voices need to be heard. And even now when the recent war is happening in Ukraine, and when I'm asking to them what we can do for you, they answer, please translate our books, because we need the stage and we need our voices to hear it. So that was something very important, and on that day I understood that these very bad experiences maybe, which I don't like to think about at all, but it never leaves me, we always can transfer it as an advantage, as an like your power, your own power to do something against it and to do something good for others as well. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a very inspiring story. Sandra, we were sharing a few words over lunch about some of your experiences, and your story is very inspiring as well. And it speaks to a phenomenon that I think, I feel has its counterpart here in Southeast Asia, where the languages of translation aren't just about going from a so-called regional language into dominant global languages like English or French and so on. But also there has been a very strong tradition of communicating and translating between the languages of our region and our country. And that's something that you also participate in. Could you share your story and how you came to translation and the work of translation and why it's important, please?
Thank you, Alvin. Thank you, Jakarta, for inviting me. I'm really honored to be here. It's my first IPA Congress, and I hope it's not the last. And it's a pleasure to be here with Vice President-elect Vancha. You're the future, and I'm really, really proud that the future is feminine. My story is quite long, but I'll make it short. John, I am actually an architect. So I have a bachelor's in architecture, and for many reasons I decided to start working as a commercial translator. But then I read this novel by Niccolò Maniti. He's an Italian writer. And I fell so much in love with the story that I said, this story shouldn't end with Sandra, who understands, she can read in Italian, English, and a little bit in German and other European languages. But I wanted to somehow to make his story known to other Mozambicans. So I became, by accident, the first Mozambican to translate literature in 2007. And for many reasons, I also left that on the side for 10 or so years. And then I realized that no children dreamt of being a translator or an interpreter. I said, that's a missed opportunity, because Mozambique has very bad indicators in terms of human development, literacy, and unemployment among the youth. And translation is a relatively easy field to counteract that, because with a very small investment you can become a professional and be able to make a living out of it. So in 2015 I started a competition, a literary translation competition, and literally we had 5 entrants in 2015. But I said, okay, let's not give up. Let's persevere in this. So every year I challenged amateur translators, so translation students, people who were interested in literature, people who are polyglots, to translate from French and English into Portuguese. And 8 years later, I couldn't find a publisher who was willing to publish these translations, and it was a missed opportunity because we were translating books by authors that are virtually unknown in our market. And I said, okay, what's the next step? The next step is to become a publisher. That's why my publishing house is called 3009, inspired on September 30th. That's International Translation Date. So translation is something that I live, breathe, and love so much. And ever since, we have expanded, so we are now translating from all the languages in the world, we can say that, into 4 Mozambican languages, not only Portuguese, because I don't know if you know this, in Mozambique we speak 42 languages, spoken languages, and 1 sign language. So it's very difficult and very ambitious to be able to translate even a bestseller into 42 languages. But we do into the main 4. that enable us to cover the country from north to south. So we do into Makua with the most speakers, 26% of 30 million of Mozambicans. We translate into Sena to cover the central region, and into Xangana, that's for the southern. And some of those languages are shared with our neighboring countries, South Africa, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Tanzania. And we also try to be inclusive is not the right word, but it's what I'm going to use here. So we propose to the Mozambican reader a translation of something that is really recent. We try to make that translation accessible in terms of economically accessible, so our books try to be affordable. We do audiobooks because we still have 39% of Mozambicans who are illiterate. And we also give voice to women because in our market, it's part of my narrative. That's why I gave up being an architect, because patriarchy and sexism are so present, and it's so difficult for a woman to fight that every day. So I decided not to make that my battle, but I think that I'm now fighting every day to give women a voice, to give LGBT authors a voice, to give people with disability a voice, and we are in the process learning a lot about accessible books. And it's quite a learning curve, but an exciting journey that lasts for 4 years, and I wouldn't be here if I hadn't met people like you, so thank you for all your support.
Thank you, Sandra. And I hope that our conversations continue. But first, I'm very curious, what is it about architecture that at first attracts people of your intellect and ability and then repulses them?
Well, for myself, I think it's the creativity. It's building. It's building things, and in translating, you're doing that same thing. You're building something.
I couldn't agree more, John. I went into architecture because of the artistic part of it. People think, oh no, it's a scientific thing. I said, no, it's about creativity. So I was always attracted to something that would make my creative juices flow. And that's why I love translation as much or even more than building buildings.
You're still building bridges, aren't
exactly,
you? You're still finding ways to connect people.
Actually, someone told me that you're not doing architecture with a pencil and or your CAD tools, but you're using CAD, so CAT instead of CAD. And I'm building a completely new Mozambique, hopefully, that will have more space for women like me and girls to aspire to something different and inspire communities to read more.
May I, John? I'd like to comment on something that Sandra said just a little bit ago about that she didn't intend to be a publisher, but it became a necessity. I think it's the exact same thing happened to me. When I started Lontar, we just wanted to produce quality translations, and then they would be picked up by commercial publishers, and they'd do the work of marketing, distribution, and so on and so forth. 30 years later, that's basically the same thing, and that's what we're talking about, cultural hegemony here. I mean, a publisher in Europe will be very proud that they've published Eka Kurniawan. Try to get another Indonesian author into that lineup. Oh, we did an Indonesian. We don't need another one.
Pansa, you must have faced some of these issues when you were working as an advocate for Georgian literature. Would you want to share some of your experiences with them?
Well, of course, a lot of issues because Georgia was a country which was hidden within the borders of Soviet Union. So as an independent publishing industry. We were formed after the Soviet Union collapse in 90s of the last century, and it was very difficult because, of course, we had a lot of publishing work, a lot of translations as well. A lot of Georgian literature was being published during the Soviet era as well, but being the independent publisher and the not state organization is, of course, quite different thing. We had to learn everything from the very beginning. But, you know, I don't know, in spite of everything, every troubles we are experiencing in our life, sometimes I still have a feeling that we are lucky people as well, because time after time on our path we meet people who are so helpful, who wants to support us and to help us in our very difficult way and to help us in development. So it was kind of miracle as well for us. And I see that person who is responsible on that in the audience. When Georgia gained the status of the guest of honor at Frankfurt Book Fair, it was a miracle because this was a country without any experience how to do such kind of huge project, international project, and we didn't have any translations because, you know, we have lost one whole century, 20th century, because we were able to translate our literature only on Soviet languages, but not European, not the rest of the world, because the borders were closed and it was like normal for that time. So we didn't have any translations, and we had 5 years to achieve something and to show ourselves to the world publishing industry. But the trust and the chance what was given to us, that was the most important. Sometimes even maybe people who are so generous don't realize what a strong step they have and what a strong opportunities they have given to another person or another country. So that was like, it was the project for the national project, I mean, historical project for all of us, and we said that this is a chance. Finally, it is a chance to do something, so we should do something. That was what helped, this motivation helped us a lot. So for 5 years, we achieved at the end, that was also a miracle, we achieved to have 200 Georgian books translated into German language and more 100 books in various languages once again, without any background. Because of the help of a lot of people from Germany, especially a lot of German colleagues, a lot of our best friends already from the Frankfurt Book Fair. And we did it, and that was so special. Everything started from there, from 2018, when we had this project at the end. So to give the chance to people is sometimes very important. And I think that Indonesian people will understand me because they also have been the guest of honor at Frankfurt Book Fair, and you know what an important opportunity this is.
But getting the chance is one thing, but having the support you need, financial support. I mean, could you have published that many books without financial support from, for example, the government or whatever?
Well, of course it was the most important, but to achieve this, also we had the help from the Frankfurt Book Fair to convince our government why it is important. Our government was and still is very complicated. The society are always in the opposition with our government, especially now, and especially the cultural field is always in opposition, and literary field is always in opposition with the government because, that was traditionally like this, and it's not happening without reason. We have a lot of reasons to do it. But it was difficult, and it could not be achieved, of course, if we did not offer to our foreign colleagues the translation grant, because it was a risk to translate the book from very small country, undiscovered country, something new, and it's a risk, of course. You don't know how it will be accepted by your readers. But on this way, I really want to mention, and then I will close my answer. It was very helpful for us. Georgian writer, German-speaking Georgian writer, Nino Haratishvili, and I'm mentioning it because sometimes it happens that appears on the scene one important person who can be helpful for the whole industry, and for us it was Nino, because when we were getting ready for the Guest of Honor project, on that time she became very popular Georgian-German writer in Germany, the bestseller, author of the bestseller Eight's Life for Brilka, which was and is the book about Georgia. So it was Georgian book written in German language, and it was 1,200 pages, but Nino managed to make the German readers to read this book, and now not only German, but all around the world this book is translated, and she has a lot of readers. So that was also something very special, because publishers were coming and asking, do you have something similar to Nino's book? So, well, it's also a fortune, of course, that you have someone who is pushing the process and helping.
So, thank you, Ivanto. So, your story suggests that once communities have an opportunity to be out there, to share their work, that there is a response, that it very quickly shows that they're worthwhile, there's meaningful work that can be accessed through translation. But that's not always the case. In the initial stages, we're very often pushing against prejudice, assumptions, stereotypes, and that's part of what we're talking about when we're talking about cultural hegemony. We're pushing against prevailing tastes, as it were. But you, John, and you, Sandra, despite this uphill task, you jumped into it anyway, and you said, fine, if nobody will publish this work, I believe in it, I will do it. That takes guts, that takes also resources that apparently other people, more sober commercial minds, did not see the opportunity in. What did you see in this work that gave you that faith to continue, and what resources did you marshal to keep you going? Yeah.
Resources, I think that will to do it. Because most of my projects, they are on a volunteer basis. So often I invest a lot of my time and money into translating the certain author that I believe in. But at the same time, I realized what Vansha was saying earlier, that I also have the power to do the opposite way, because I was translating from English and Italian into Portuguese. But I see the opportunity of being here and participating in many fairs, Frankfurt, Sharjah, that I also have the opportunity to introduce my Mozambican voices to other markets, particularly when we have a situation where only 3 authors, out of 30 million Mozambicans, only 3 authors have been translated into English, French, and German. So to bring other poets, to bring other novelists, it's a unique opportunity that I'm also trying to do. So I'm buying a new hat again as an agent also. But I think that's the role of translation. I think that there's no way a translator can do his or her job without being also an activist. And in terms of investment, translation grants are really, really important. We, at 3009, we have received many European translation grants. Sharjah has been also a book fair that enabled us to translate some Arab literature, and we are also trying to create a Pan-African, would say, circulation of knowledge and literature, something that didn't happen because I don't know if you know, Mozambique is a Portuguese-speaking island, I would say. We are neighbors with Madagascar, speaks French, and then all other countries around us are English speaking. So despite being geographically really, really close, we have no circulation of knowledge. We have no idea about the literary market. So as translators, we have that impact. We still don't have a strong voice in terms of addressing the government, because literature and literacy are not a priority, unfortunately. We saw this during the pandemic, that the government would issue grants for performing arts, but not for literature. But at the same time, we see this as an opportunity. We've been trying to liaise with telecom companies to open up the channels to distribute our audiobooks and our books. And I was discussing with you earlier that we are going to launch a provocative campaign to promote reading, because in my country people buy beers for 100 meticais. So we are going to offer the same amount of books, so 3 books for the same amount you can spend to buy 3 beers. And we will see if people will replace a beer that will give them a hangover for books that will feed their knowledge forever.
I've said the same thing about Starbucks. I mean, you can, have, two or three, cups of Starbucks. You could buy one of our books. Excuse me, But as I was saying earlier, we're accidental publishers, and unfortunately we continue to be so. Not only because there's not enough people picking up our titles, it's that what they pick up doesn't reflect, in my case, Indonesia as a whole. Indonesia has a lot of very good poetry, a lot of good short story authors, a lot of good essayists. Basically nobody in the Western world wants to publish poetry, essays, short stories. They want okay, good. They want novels, and so we have to battle against that all the time. Plus, they always want a story that's probably but set in an urban era with a younger woman. There's love, there's sex, there's violence, or whatever. I mean, that's a generalization. But they don't want to publish a queer novel from Indonesia. They don't want to publish something that defies the stereotypes of Muslim women, for example. That they're not all in veils, and they're not all good girls. There's a lot of things they don't want to do, and so we're fighting against that all the time.
Yeah. So how did you work against that? How did setting up your own publishing outfit work against that, and did it work right from the start? Did you basically prove them wrong right away?
It didn't work from the start. I mean, the challenge has always been funding, of course, but we've been fortunate to find philanthropists. A lot of them don't want to be recognized or accredited in the books we've published, but they have recognized the need for this as well. But we just keep fighting. It's nonstop.
Yes, we always have to find the energy to keep fighting. For instance, in my market, not only am I a publisher, I also have to become a bookseller because we don't have a distribution infrastructure. And also, I have to to offer my books for free. So at the same time, I am a library. So it's not a profitable business. So profit is not our priority because it just can't be in our market. We still have to educate people, create this reader base. That's why we started doing children's books, which is an entire world of itself. But a really exciting one, really exciting. I've been purchasing because we're still trying to catch up with the level of quality that is available elsewhere. But at the same time, I'm really confident that there is a brighter future somewhere. And as I told you, we launched our first collection in 2019, so 6 months before COVID hit. And I would say that the pandemic was positive in a way for such a micro business from Mozambique, because during those 2 years the world was open and was listening. So that enabled connections to be made. I met a lot of exciting authors. I met Publish Her. It's an important network to be part of because whenever I need some pep talk, when I'm feeling that it's not really worth to continue this publishing career, so this fellow publishers from around the world, Karine is one of the women that I call. Thank you, Karine.
Yeah, so resources aren't just financial or economic.
No.
They're also moral support,
Exactly.
context.
Exactly. It's really, really important because if we think that we are islands and isolated, there's no way we can continue in this publishing career.
I mean, bringing out a book now is much easier than it used to be. I mean, and distributing it. I mean, the thing is, 35 years ago, if we wanted to sell it in the United States, we had to ship it to the United States. If the book didn't sell, it was either pulped or we had to pay to ship it back. I mean, there was another panel on, digital, that kind of thing. And so, I mean, with changes in the technology, we can print our books in the United States, in Australia, in Europe, and elsewhere.
So I really want to open things up to the floor, but that's a good final sort of point for us to maybe ask the audience, right? What is the future of translation and publishing in your view? And how can this assembly help? What do you want them to know about translation and publishing?
Okay, I would bring the AI topic here because people say, what is the relevance of your work if a machine can translate anything and they are getting quite good at it? And I say that as long as we have humans creating content, then we will need humans translating that content, particularly if we are talking about books and literature, if we are talking about books for children. And in my market, I am doing translation into Bantu languages. That's a particular challenge because we don't have a corpus to enable machine translation, or we don't have a Wikipedia in all the Mozambican languages. So our work becomes even more important because we are creating a record of those languages. Most of them are oral tradition and they are dying literature, literally. And also there's a challenge of having a pool of quality translators into and out of Bantu languages because first we are still trying to determine how a consensus on how things are written in any of the languages, and then we have translation of puns, we have translation of poetry that's really, really difficult, and some concepts that don't have an equivalent in a Bantu language. But it's a work in progress, and I'm really excited to be part of it.
Wonderful. Good answer. Anything?
So I want also to mention translators briefly, and their importance, and use this opportunity and to support the campaign which started in UK by Authors Society, which means which had this hashtag translator on the cover. I really support this idea, and I think that they should be respected. I say this as a publisher, and I declare it as a translator as well, and a publisher as well. And by the way, we started slowly. We had already put the names of several translators on the covers. It is some kind of statement, to support this work at all, and to speak about the importance of the work and the importance of the translators. And as for the meaning itself, of course, once again, I will say that it is especially important important to translate the books from small languages because we need the better understanding of each other. And if we don't do that, we are not going to understand each other. And in these difficult days, in this difficult world we are living now, we have to have the better understanding, to share the ideas, to share our experience, because books help us to somehow maybe make our life a bit easier, just to understand that this is not the end of the world, what we are right now experiencing, because someone in the other part of the world has experienced this and survived. So we need such kind of support. So this is best way, to translate more and more books.
Beautiful. But years ago, I asked a prominent New York publisher why he didn't put the name of the translator on the cover. He said, "Oh, we don't want the audience to know it's a translation." Because the American audience are afraid of translations.
Do they imagine music gets played by itself then? After all, for like a Beethoven or Mozart, you buy a CD. You always know who the soloist is or the orchestra is. But for some reason, we're shy about translators. Why is that?
I have heard about it. We are proud. We are proud that we have translators from many languages, more than 20 languages we do translations. And we think that this is something really amazing. So we're proud, and we are planning now to have more and more names of the translators on our covers. And I'm sure that that will work.
Let's hear from the floor. Any questions for our distinguished panelists about translation and publishing? I'm sure many of you work in fields related to translating. Anyone, please? There's a hand over there on that table. Behind table 16, I think it's 21, is it? Yes, please. Mic to the gentleman over there, please. Could you kindly stand up, please, so that they can...
Table 21.
Thank you. It's on its way. Thank you.
Okay, check. Okay, thank you very much for the opportunities. My name is Eno. I'm currently pursuing a PhD degree. I would like to dedicate my question to the three panelists. There are two concerns that I'm going to talk about in this case. Number one is related to the translator invisibility. I believe that this is still an issue, both nationally or even internationally, in which, translator is not that counted. Okay, we really count the writers, we count the publishers, okay, giving the awards to them, while translator is not that, the translator role, is not that yet seen. Recently, our Ministry of Education, conducted an award to be given to books, to the writers, but not translators. This is one of the proof that basically the position or the role of translator is still invisible. How do you guys handle that kind of issues? Of course, Pak John, really understand this situation, and I really want to know how do you guys, as a publishers, dealing with those kind of issues. And number two is related to our topics, conquering cultural hegemony. Right? Like in the past, we have a lot of discussion related to language, like English domination, something like that. Okay, I still believe that there is still an issue related to translation, which is uniformity, right? If like literary works from Indonesia, for example, as post-colonial countries would like to be seen to be accessed by international readers, it needs to be translated into English, and I'm afraid that what international readers see is just another kind of English literature, just another kind of English literature, literary work, but not Indonesian literary work, right? Something like that. So I just want to know how do the publishers could ensure that diversity is there. I mean, like when Indonesian literary work is translated into English, Mozambican literary work is translated into English, then what international readers really see is this Indonesian literary work, not English literary work, something like that. Thank you very much.
Maybe the first question, I think you have views about
okay, I will answer the first question
and then maybe
of course a lot depends on publishers. First of all, publishers need to understand the importance of translators, because if the publisher does not understand this, the government is not going to understand, of course. So first of all, we publishers need to work. We work on it. You know how we look at it commercially as well. It's a part of our marketing. If we manage to make a star from the translator, it helps us to sell the book. Let's look at this in this way, I mean. And we have the star translators in Georgia, and we tried to promote it, that the readers, when they are, for instance, coming at our stand at the book fair and opening the book and seeing the name of this famous translator, maybe they don't know the author, but they say, oh, he translated, I trust him, I will buy this book. We have a lot of such kind of cases. Besides this, we always invite the translators to present the books, to launch the books they have translated. This is so important. And me personally as a translator, I can say using this word. I'm using my status to speak not about only the books and literature, simply books and literature, that one more book was published, but to speak about the topical topics, which is very important in our country. It's such a kind of show, making a little bit show, a little bit something very important for the country, for the society, but the translators also need to be active, because sometimes when we are inviting them to give the interview, they used to say that, oh, it's not for me, I prefer to stay home at my laptop and to translate. No, it won't work. So we are always pushing them to be visible, to give interviews, to criticize something, to talk. So it works. From my perspective, from our example, I can say that now we have some really very important translators who are so popular and who are kind of stars in our country.
Yeah, and you see this effect in some languages, like in Korean and Chinese, for example, where the strength of the translator helps promote the book. But I also want to add that the pressure comes from not just the publishers. I mean, other institutions in the whole value chain can play a role. For example, you see increasingly major book awards and literary awards acknowledging translations and translators as part of their, actively as part of their award. I just judged the Dublin Literary Award earlier this year, and in fact a translated novel won that, and the prize money is actually split between the author and the translator. The translator is given a very prominent recognition as part of that award. So we do see some of this changing, and maybe the pressure ought to be on all the institutions in the value chain to actively acknowledge. Obviously, publishers very important, and I think you're absolutely right. There are so many roles that can be played.
And I will just add, I forgot that there was a question about the governmental support, and this is so important. I will just comment briefly that, of course, without translation grant, in case of small languages, it won't work. So, the government needs the proof that this is not only for the literature, very small field, cultural field, but that it is for promotion of the country. That was what we were trying to do, to explain to them that we are not asking you to support literature because we want one more book to be published in English language. We tried to show them what outcome can be achieved for the country, for the government itself, from one more translated book. So it is very difficult, I understand. It is always difficult for us as well, because government doesn't like to support culture at all, but still it's possible.
I want to have the panelists address your other important question, which is about how do we ensure that the translated works that we put out there accurately reflect the nuances and the flavor of the cultures they come from, and they don't just enter the canon of the target language and disappear into it. Sandra?
I think that's what makes tells you the difference between a good translator and a reasonable one. It's part of, without going to technical terms in translating, but we've been discussing about untranslatability. So there are terms that remain in Bahasa Indonesian or in Portuguese or in Shangana. There's fixed translations so that you can introduce one or two words that will give the reader a context. For instance, I'm against having glossaries and footnotes or translator notes because I think that they distract the reader from it. So there are many tools that a translator can use, and then we can discuss with the editor and with the publisher to make this translation more authentic, because at the end I think that we are as translators, we are co-authors of the translated book, and that's what's important for us to gain more visibility. As I told you, in order to make my profession visible, I created a competition, and last year we won the best literary translation initiative in the world by the London Book Fair. So those things are really, really important to promote not only the initiatives, but also the profession, and give visibility to these small countries that have a body of literature that is relevant to be translated. Of course, English is a lingua franca. The US and UK markets are important. Not just in terms of the number of readers, but their reading habits are stronger than ours in Mozambique. We don't have a strong readership. So there are ways we can go with the flow, but at the same time advocate to the more knowledge of our culture.
John, closing words.
Yeah. If a work is translated from a source language into the target language of English, it's not going to be considered English literature, really. It's going to be considered a work in translation. Different from if an Indonesian author says, oh, I want to go international, and writes in English. That's a subset of English literature. But more important is that, okay, you have to have a really good translator, and you have to have the book translated well. But when I translate something, I don't view that, well, I do view it as literature in the end, but I view it as a bridge into Indonesian culture. And it's too bad that we have to use English as the bridge, but that's what we have available if you want to study, Indonesian literature at this moment, and Indonesian culture. There's pluses and minuses all the way around.
And the conversation continues, I hope, long after the panel. I think we've used up all our time, and we could have a whole conference on translation, don't we? Is there another question? Do we have time to take some of these questions? Oh, I'm going to allow it because I think it's important to hear from the floor, at least. Gentleman over there, lady over there, and the gentleman over there.
Hello. I'm Dominador Buhain. I'm from the Philippines. We have, there's an ongoing situation under Philippine setting. We do not know which approach is to be made, whether to use the mother tongue or to use English. And until now, this problem about whether to use the mother tongue or the many dialects among the islands or English, because at the same time we like English because that's the language of commerce. But at the same time, we would like that, the comprehension would be deeply understood by the students. That's why there is a proposal that the mother tongue should be utilized. may we seek advice from the panelists on what approach should be done to help us solve this problem under Philippine situation?
So I'm being signaled to end the panel, but I think that's a very important question that we can take during the tea break. So for the moment, I know this is a very important topic and there are a lot more questions to have. We will still be around, but please, for the moment, please join me in thanking my panelists here for their contributions and insights. John, Sandra, and Girassol. Let's adjourn and keep talking. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alvin Pang, for moderating the session, and we apologize for the time constraint. Of course, you can all have further discussions with the panelists, because this is also a moment of networking through this Congress.
Yes, exactly.
So make the most of the opportunity afterwards.
So thank you, all speakers and moderator. And now we'll take a short break, ladies and gentlemen. Please enjoy the coffee and snack at foyer area, and we'll see you back in the ballroom at 3:40 p.m. So see you in a bit and enjoy the coffee.
There's something about our makeup that wants to encrypt and preserve something that has just happened, that in other species, other animals, just disappears. It's evanescent. But for us, we capture it and we put it into words and we share it with people we love. I think we've survived millions of years of evolution because we can tell each other stories.
My earliest memories of storytelling come from the Second World War, and those stories were fresh. It was particularly resonant as the war was important for Jews, as it was for many other people. But what it really impacted on me was the importance of international cooperation, anything to prevent the ghastliness of war.
We were once in Istanbul, and at a certain moment the publishers said, we now have to stop the meeting for a moment, because every day we go to the court and start picketing with local authors and publishers in front of the court because they had put a publisher in jail. All of a sudden we were standing on the street, and you realize that those people are doing this every week, every day, to show the world that it was not right that lawyers and judges had put a publisher in jail.
So it's the fight against censorship, it's the solidarity among publishers, so that every publisher can publish without any risk to the individual or that organization. And there are publishers which are absolute heroes. They publish books which are controversial, which they know are going to be censored. And they pay a price for that. Sometimes it's imprisonment, and sometimes they pay the ultimate price with their lives.
The freedom to publish is a vital part of what enables publishers to operate, and we have to be constantly vigilant as the threats to it are constantly changing. Whether it is state censorship or self-censorship, we work to make sure publishers can publish what they feel deserves to be published.
Freedom to publish and copyright are mutually reinforcing concepts and mutually reinforcing fundamental rights that belong to a coherent system of fundamental rights. So they're both enshrined in the treaties on human rights, and they belong together. And that's because an author with no opportunity to publish and be rewarded for their work will not be free to express themselves. They might have to rely on patronage or government funding, and that's not freedom.
If we don't protect copyright, then publishers can't sustain their businesses for long. Copyright protection is not just essential for publishing,
it's essential for modern economies.
Is the main legal instrument of protection of these rights. Just think with me, without copyright, there is no incentive for authors to dedicate themselves and their lives writing for the publishers. So if there is no protection to their creation, there is no books.
The most memorable is probably the fun moment, and you could count things like the Congress that we hold at Cape Town, in Bangkok, London, Delhi, and we share so much during that brief period of time. If you ask me what were the pivotal moment, it was the Marrakesh Treaty to give access to those with visual impairment to as much books as possible. And the only way we could do that was through technology.
I think that diversity in general has changed a lot. It goes together with freedom. Freedom to publish, freedom to speech, freedom to be whom you want and how you want.
So all those different lenses around ethnicity and sexual identity and regionality are kind of well represented, and that's in the leadership. I'm also very proud to put, I think, diversity and inclusion on the agenda of what we publish, and publishers are aware of that. They really feel that they should recruit diverse staff so that they can really market also to a diverse readership and a diverse authorship.
Africa has been a great example of how diversity and inclusion has been important and is going to be important for us at IPA.
So something that stands out for me is our Africa Publishing Innovation Fund, which was created in partnership with Dubai Cares. We have supported many projects in Africa that focus on publishing innovation and in building libraries.
Last year, many publishers decided to make scientific publications available for free on a temporary basis as our contribution to tackle the pandemic. And we have to remind that this was possible because we had copyright to do this when it's needed for a crisis like we had last year. I also think it was a moment where it was important to have a friendly voice over the other end of the line saying, okay, we will get through this together.
After the Balkan War in 2003, when I was traveling from the airport of Belgrade to Belgrade itself, I was just astonished because the destruction of the bombs were much bigger than ever the newspapers and the press have told us. There was a common message they wrote in the papers: please, people of the world, don't throw us bombs, send us books. I think that IPA at the end is about values. We represent the memory of the past, and we need to follow up this work of promoting the dignity of ideas.
When you work in these areas, in the institutional associations, you're not working for yourself, you're working for the others, you are giving, you are just trying to draw a path, in this case a path for the book.
With others behind you or others with you, all these paths, they get less difficult to overcome.
It is not the president who is doing this. It is not the vice president who is doing it. It's not when I was the chairman of boards, committees and so on, which is the work, but it is the total work, and you do it together in a truly international environment.
And then it is your job to try to harmonize them all and to walk in the same direction.
One of our key values is collaboration. Developments are global and policy is local, but I think behind that or beneath that is an even more important value, and that's that we feel connected to each other.
If we focus on the best interest of our members, then our industry does well. And if our industry does well, then our societies do well. Because our organization is international, and this is one of our key strengths. The world is changing so fast, and when we focus on diversity, then we ensure that we have multiple perspectives, different opinions that allow us to truly represent and understand our readers. And that will help us stay relevant and sustainable.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we have your attention, please? We kindly invite you to go back in the ballroom because we're going to begin the Congress. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to return to your seats as we are about to start the Congress. Thank you.
Welcome to Jakarta. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Have you explored more Jakarta? Are you sure you have seen everything? Let me tell you more about it.
It may feel strange.
It may feel strange because it is not a typical city.
Heads up!
So heads up, the journey is about to begin. We're going from one place to another place and more places. To wander alone or go with a pack. Uncover new things. Going undercover or maybe underwater. Push the tempo. Go wherever the wind takes you. Stop by the aisle across the city. Slowing down to restore the soul. Merging for a while into nature. Feel the excitement yet? Hold on. There's still a lot more to discover. Take your time. To enjoy memorable trips in a city that barely sleeps. Enjoy more colors. Enjoy more taste. Enjoy more of the unforeseen from a city of collaboration. Enjoy Jakarta.
Good afternoon and welcome back. We are back on stage for the International Publishers Congress Day 2 for the next discussion.
Our next topic is promoting reading, gender and generations, reading now and when.
Very intriguing topic. As moderator, we would like to invite the Editor-in-Chief of Publishing Perspectives, Mr. Porter Anderson.
Our speakers, Ms. Naomi Barron, who will be joining us through video.
And we welcome Ms. Catherine Uimana.
And Mr. Luis Gonzalez.
Mr. Porter Anderson, the control now is in your hand as moderator, please.
Hi there. Thanks for being with us for this session. It's great to see you. I am still Porter Anderson, the Editor-in-Chief of Publishing Perspectives from Frankfurter Buchmesse, and we're glad to be doing this. I want to tell you a little bit before we get fully started with our first speaker, who's coming to us by remote, about the title of this, because it will give you a couple of clues as to where we're coming from. Promoting Reading, Gender and Generations, Reading Now and When. That lovely little play on words is thanks to James Taylor, who's back there doing some work. You know James from the IPA. And it comes about because Well, because I'm a journalist, and I get to say occasionally the quiet things out loud. And as we started talking about promoting reading, and we were thinking about where we might go with it, one of the things that came to my mind that I'm always a little concerned about is that when we talk about let's promote reading, we generally talk about children. We talk about our young readers, we talk about our students, all good. We want them to learn to read, and a lot of us talk about it as future-proofing, right? That we're going to create readers who will read all of their lives. It always leaves me, once we've had that conversation, thinking, what about the adults? What about the adults who were those students once, who were future-proofed, they were going to read the rest of their lives, and now they're watching Netflix, and they're watching HBO, and they're playing video games, and they're listening to music, and they're not reading. I feel like we need to consider, when we talk about promoting reading, bringing adults back to reading and helping them to understand that they've lost something if they've stopped reading, if they feel they don't have the time to concentrate and the focus to do that. The other thing that interests me too, and that plays into our title too, is gender. In that we often are so reliant and appreciative of our wonderful consumer base of girls and women who read so well, that we tend to think not so much about the boys, not so much about the men. And I think that we do ourselves a disservice because we have an uneven reading base in many of our societies, most of our markets, not all, but most of them. And I think that we may be slighting men and boys. In that we put a lot of attention into the needs and the interests of women and girls reading, and that's great. But I think we could do it for boys. So in other words, I don't want to lose a single female reader. I want to bring the guys up to the same level. So this is actually the basis of where we got our title for this. And during the course of our time together, you will occasionally hear a reference to something in terms of what boys are doing and girls are doing in reading, men or women are doing in reading. And you'll hear something about adults every now and then, as well as about students. Most of the research done, of course, is on younger readers and for all the logical reasons. But you will hear signs of this. And you'll hear it first when we listen to Naomi Barron. Naomi is the professor emerita in linguistics at the American University in Washington. And she's prepared a really fine introduction for us in which she's going to give you a lot of good statistics. She's got a really fine handle from many of her books, as a matter of fact, on just where the studies and the surveys are going with this material right now. And then after we have heard from Naomi, we're going to come back and hear from Luis Gonzalez, who is here from the GSR Foundation in Madrid and from Aldous Up. And we will hear from our new friend, Kathy Ulamana, who is here from Rwanda. She has worked extensively with Save the Children and with reading initiatives that are both set in Rwanda and Senegal. Am I correct? Yeah. Great experience. These are really fine experts who have a lot to help share with you about what we're looking at these days in terms of how we promote reading and what we need to do. So, there's our introduction, and what I'd like to do now is to ask our friends at the back of the room if they could please roll Naomi Barron's tape now and let us hear from her.
Good afternoon. I'm Naomi Barron, Professor Emerita of Linguistics at American University in Washington, D.C. This afternoon, what I'd like to talk with you about is something I call real reading. Essentially, it's pleasure reading. The question is, how much of it are we doing now? Why? And what do our future prospects look like? So here are some things I'd like us to think about. The first is, are we reading less for pleasure now? And I know that's not the same answer in all countries, but for darn sure it's true in the United States, which is where I am. If we're reading less, is digital technology to blame? Where do age and gender figure into the mix? And where do we go from here? One of the best ways of thinking about these questions is to get some numbers, to get some statistics. I'll start with a survey that's done in the United States each year by the Department of Labor. It's called the American Time Use Survey. And one of the questions they ask is, how do you spend your leisure time? An issue they look at is how much leisure time do you spend reading? Back in 2004, the average for people 15 years and up was 23 minutes a day. Not huge, but okay. Now the average is 17 minutes a day. But don't hold your breath, because it depends on what age we're talking about, and you'll see some ages listed here. Those who are in their older teen years, 10 minutes a day. The older you get for a while, the less you're doing pleasure reading. 20 to 24-year-olds, 9 minutes, 8 minutes for the next age cohort. The people who are doing a lot of reading are those 75 and up. So don't let that 17-minute average fool you. It's basically senior citizens who are up to it. On gender, the data from the American Time Use Survey say exactly what almost every other survey of reading says, namely, males are doing less reading than females. Another really good survey, this time of so-called tweens, that is kids 8 to 12 years old, and teenagers 13 to 18 years old, is done by a wonderful operation called Common Sense. They do something called the Common Sense Media Census, trying to find out how much people are using in these tween and teen years different kinds of technology. When asked in 2021, how much time are you reading for leisure? The answer was about 34 minutes a day. That's not terrible. The same gender divide that we saw with adults, namely boys reading less than girls. But here's the real kicker. If you ask, which they did, how much time do you spend on screen entertainment every day? This is different from reading. Entertainment. The tweens, that is 8 to 12-year-olds, 5 hours, 33 minutes a day. Okay. The teenagers, 8 hours, 39 minutes. Add in some sleep, some going to school, your day is shot. Another way of looking at the question of what is happening with reading in particularly younger people is to look at some data from the PISA study. This one done in 2018, which is the most recent on reading. This is a study that's done internationally of 15-year-olds by the OECD. One of the questions they asked, in addition to the testing they did, is, do you only read when you have to? And I've put together here those who agree or those who strongly agree. I only read when I have to. Again, this is international 15-year-olds. In 2000, a third of them, 36%, said, I only read when I have to. In 2018, 18 years later, almost half, 49% said, I don't read if I don't have to. Another question that was asked is, do you think reading is a waste of time? Okay, agree or strongly agree, more than a quarter, 28%. This is not looking promising. Let's look at the digital issue. That is digital versus print the question, the answer to, or part of the answer to what's happening with pleasure reading. How much are people reading digitally as opposed to in print? The Pew Research Center here in the United States did a study, it does them every couple of years, this one in early 2022 of adults, asking, in the last 12 months, that is in 2021, did you read a book completely or part way, so it could be the first couple pages, in that last month? If you look at the numbers from 2000, almost 3/4 of the American population surveyed said they had read at least some of a print book. And 65% said they had, now in 2021, read a print book. Well, that's going down. Well, maybe they're all reading digital. Okay, the use of ebooks has increased. So it was 17% of people said they had at least started an ebook in 2011. 2021, 10 years later, 30%. Okay, so there's some more digital reading going on. A question, though, is there any correlation between the amount of digital as opposed to print reading and what we get out of it, what we learn, what we enjoy? And it's a complex question, but I'd like to start with a little data from this PISA study that is from 2018 with 15-year-olds internationally. One of the questions asked was, do you read more in print? Do you read more digitally, or do you read basically equally in both media? And what they found was there was a correlation between the people who had read either more in print or a balanced diet of print and digital. There was a correlation between that and better reading scores. and higher scores on the PISA reading test. So print seems to correlate in some ways with enjoyment and with competence as measured by PISA. A question that has troubled me for a number of years as I've been working on issues of reading in print versus digitally is how much is the issue of how we read on these media, the medium itself, that is print versus digital. How much is it the medium itself, and how much is it the attitudes that we have towards those media? I've done a lot of surveys with secondary school students and with university students, along with some of my esteemed colleagues. One of the questions we've asked is, what is most about reading in print? We asked the same thing about reading digitally. What do you like least? What do you like least about reading digitally and reading in print? So for what they liked most about reading in print, there were an awful lot of answers. These are open-ended answers that have to do with the senses. Haptics, touch, that is touch. Then they said such things as, I can feel the paper in my hand and just the touch and feel of it makes me focus more. Or they talked about sight. It's easier to see how much progress you've made. For teenagers, this is an important issue. Or smell. The smell of the book stimulates something in my brain. You'd be amazed how many secondary school and university students think smell is the most important thing about reading a print book. Obviously, there are lots of good things about reading digitally, so you can adjust the font size, you can get internet access, it's portable, you can store it, you can multitask pretty easily. And by the way, every study either that I have done or that I've seen others do about multitasking says there's more multitasking done when you're reading on a digital screen than when you're reading in print. Then there were some really unexpected advantages of reading in digitally that some of the secondary school students said. One said, I love it that you don't see how many pages the book has, meaning if I see it, it's intimidating. Or, you don't think you're really reading, but you are. So reading is getting a bad rap. Maybe you're doing something else, who knows what it is. Let's think about the mindset issues. Back in 1984, there was a psychologist named Gabriel Sa. Interesting experiment with 6th graders. He gave them some information on a TV screen and the same information in print. And then he gave them a comprehension test. He asked before the test, do you think you're going to do better with the print version or with the TV? They said, TV, I'd learn more. No, they learned more on the comprehension test with print. And he came up with this phrase, AIM, amount of invested mental effort. And what he said is, we spend more effort reading in print than we do on TV. That now correlates with what's going on with digital versus print reading. And there's a huge amount of data out there, but pretty clearly, much of the time, readers tell you that the digital version is shorter than the print version. Well, that's not true. It's the same number of words. We know they tend to spend less time reading the digital version, and then perhaps not surprisingly, they do worse on comprehension on the test on the digital than they do on the print. Now, there are more details to that. This is especially true with abstract questions. It's especially true with detailed questions. It's especially true with longer text. But there's a pretty consistent pattern here. So what's going on? One of the explanations that's been offered has been called the shallowing hypothesis, meaning we're reading more shallowly when we're reading digitally. Essentially, this is saying that we have a kind of social media state of mind when we're reading digitally, because if you think about reading a Facebook status update or a tweet, you're not spending a lot of mental effort on it. And if we're then taking that same mindset and applying it to reading digital text that's supposed to be more serious, well, we're not applying our minds to it. I've come up with a new way of looking at it, which I call the Snapchat frame of mind. Snapchat is this app where you can send a message and then it disappears. You cannot retrieve it. Teenagers love it, so their parents can't see what they've been sending. And what I think is happening with digital reading of more serious kinds of text, or even for pleasure, but longer text, is we view the text and then it gets erased from our memory banks. Okay, this notion of real reading that I mentioned, it has to do with seeing print. So print is what's real. It has to do with print feeling authentic, a feeling you can engage with it. Here are some of the things that people said they liked from my studies, that they liked most about reading in print. Many, many people from a number of countries, this was a 5-country cross-national study, they said reading in print is real reading. That's what I like most about it. Or you can get more lost in the story. That's the engagement issue. What did they like least about reading digitally? Again, the real reading question comes up. It's not as immersive. Or the one I like so much is a secondary school student saying, it's harder to see what's happening in my mind because there's a light shining at my face through the screen. Come back to the question of how much are we reading for pleasure? Are we reading less, and if so, why? Clearly, there's competition from other entertainment media, so let's call pleasure reading a form of entertainment. Remember those teenagers in the Common Sense Media study who said they're reading 34 minutes a day, but they're using screens for entertainment 8 hours and 39 minutes. There's no contest here. Question is it the digital devices that are to blame for our reading less for pleasure? Well, neither the medium nor the mindset that we bring to reading digitally really encourages us to focus on what we're reading, or even to feel we can escape and become immersed in what we're reading. Does digital reading take too much effort? One of the students in my studies said what he liked least about reading in print was it takes time to sit down and focus on the material. Yeah, that's true, thank you. I guess you're not focusing on digital. Or you need to use your imagination more. You have to do more work, put more effort forth, compared with seeing things in video where the picture's there for you. There's also the question of whether books are seen as intimidating. A couple of months ago, I was talking with a bookseller from Singapore, and he said that since the pandemic, buyers have wanted short books, and they've said, I can't cope with anything too long. And then remember that student who said what he liked most about reading digitally was, I love that you don't see how many pages the book has, because if it's got too many, I don't know I want to undertake that. Okay, more questions of why we're reading less for pleasure. Another possibility is that we find reading to be isolating. By and large, outside of social platforms where you can talk about what you're reading is a solitary activity. And it's not clear, even pre-pandemic, how much we wanted to be alone when we entertain ourselves. Clearly, there's an addiction to social media, particularly among adolescents and young adults. There's a fear of missing out if you're not on social media all the time. And if you're on social media all the time, you're not reading. Is reading just not exciting enough, particularly reading in print? So some of the things students said is just boring material and hard to read, or print can tire you out really fast and get boring no matter how interesting the book is. Another possibility, particularly for the United States, is we may have gotten out of the habit of reading in school. In the States, school systems are assigning fewer full books than they used to. They're assigning much less literature than they used to. And we know from lots of data that many, many students don't like the books they're required to read, particularly the literary texts, so they get a negative attitude towards reading and reading for pleasure. A couple of questions I'd like us to think about. How do we overcome these factors that discourage real reading, particularly when it's done on digital devices? Maybe we need to figure out a way to make pleasure reading cool again. You think about particularly the early books from the Harry Potter series where kids really did a lot of reading. You think about Oprah Winfrey's book club, particularly the early version of it. A whole lot of people who hadn't read for years started reading. I don't know how to do this. Well, where does the responsibility lie? Is it the school's responsibility? Is it the family's responsibility? Yes, is it the publishing industry? Hello, IPA. And I don't know how many people want real reading these days. We've got to answer this question. My final thoughts, and I'm going to read this because I think the words are important. In a post-truth world where our confidence in media, in government, and in higher education is low, and social insecurity is high, do we feel that pleasure reading is going to help us in this kind of world that we're living in now, or at least offer us a good break, to offer us respite? Do we feel it's worth our effort investing time in pleasure reading? And is it wise to move away from social media? Well, it is, but an awful lot of people don't know that. My bottom line is we need to address this motivation challenge if we hope to foster reading for pleasure. Thank you all very much.
I would like to thank Naomi for this. She spent a great deal of time. Her most recent book, by the way, is called How We Read Today. It's from Oxford University Press. I highly recommend it. It's really quite incisive, and at every stage of what you've just heard her talk about, she gets into more depth, more detail, and it's really fascinating. I would come back, I'll give you a personal opinion here, to one of her questions. I would come back and say that it is the publishing industry's responsibility to at least understand more how am I trying to say this, more consciously, more at our foreconscious than we have done so far, what's happening to reading in our consumer base. I think that we've left it often to schools, and we've left it often to what we assume is a parental framework at home that's going to handle some of the difficulties that we're seeing in our younger readers. And as I say, we're almost ignoring what's happening to our adult readers. I think these are pressing questions, and that's why we're glad to have this chance to talk today. Going now to Luis Gonzalez. One of the things that I'm excited about in Luis' work is that with Aldous Up, based in Milano, but he works with it from Spain, of course, he's working on what's called coherence in survey. We're trying to get apples to apples comparisons from one country to the next, from one market to the next, so that we can better understand what's happening, at least within the European Union, in terms of reading and in terms of what we're looking at. Because for so many years, we've gotten very confusing signals from different markets. In each market, perfectly valid research in most cases, but not something we could put together to the next door market or to 3 countries away. If we can start talking in the same terminology, and if we can get our big English language countries to work with this too, we can all start to understand a better universal picture of what's happening to readers. So this is where we're starting from in our conversation today. This is where we want to get going in terms of listening next to what Luis has to tell us. He's got some very interesting points to make, and I think you'll find it fascinating. Luis?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I kindly ask to play the slides, please. Okay. Porter?
Yeah.
Porter Leonard. Would you mind if I pose a question to the audience?
Please do. Absolutely.
Okay. Could anybody in the audience tell me which is this image? If anybody, you know, please a microphone to this lady. Here? Okay, there is another one.
Hello. Dublin Library?
Dublin Trinity College. Anybody else? Okay, then I will give you the right answer later on. Somehow both of you got the right answer, but this is a private joke for myself. Later on, at the end of the presentation, I will explain this odd beginning.
That's called a hook.
Yeah, a hook. I took the motto of the Congress and transformed it into a question, because I would like to convince you as publishers to share with me the importance of 2 questions really, and maybe using the kind of answers that I would like to provide, maybe you are convinced about the importance of such questions. First of all, I will explain how we work in the GSF Foundation. I will explain that we are like God, okay, with 2 phases, because we are working both in the side of reading promotion, but also in trying to innovate and trying to help the publishing industry to do better things. How we do that? Well, we identify some challenges. Let's say some of the Professor Baron mentioned could be, I don't know, reading among teenagers, children, find a new meaning for public libraries, trying to find better solutions for for the digital in publishing industry. And then secondly, we have this idea of research on every of the challenges. So we are really interested on understanding the kind of perceptions that teenagers have on reading activities, or librarians or teachers about the kind of attitude that teenagers have towards reading. Or maybe we have another research on the mindset of the Spanish publishing industry towards the exponential changes during the last 10 years. Then the third stage is when we decide to choose some of the challenges from this research, from this report, and transform them into prototypes. So we design a kind of, we design a solution response for each of the challenges. Could be something like trying to design a good UX experience for e-lending in the Spanish public libraries. It could be something like, for instance, find a new way to promote reading for senior citizens instead of always focusing on children. And afterwards, we try to prove that this prototype is really working. Could be a new library for children in Salamanca, or could be new projects in Bogota, Santiago de Chile, Mexico, collaborating with the librarian networks. Afterwards, once we know what is working and what is not working, we just give up that. I mean, we transfer to the society the results. How? Publishing, sharing the results in congresses, publishing books, or doing some advocacy in the government side also. So from this perspective, I told you before that we are willing to talk about two important goals. First of all, we want to understand what is happening, and we want to know what to do about that, because we are living a so-called axial period. We are convinced that following this German thinker, Jaspers, we are living one of these pivotal ages, and we need to understand the behaviors in a global scale. As Porter mentioned, in Europe, we are kind of Indonesia with many different languages, with many different governments, and we need to understand why this is happening in Italy and why this is happening in Norway or in Germany. The second goal is that we need to understand the future trends, because we need to implement smart solutions in advance. Because if we just cry about how the children stop reading for leisure and this kind of attitudes, I think that those messages really don't work in terms of changing or improving the situation. Why do we need that? Because we need to evaluate, we need to assess the policy making. We need to know that the publishing industry is doing the smart things, and most of all the public libraries and the policy making is correct. And we need to prototype a new narrative, a compelling narrative, in order to make reading a stronger form of leisure among the population. Aldous Up. Aldous Up is a consequence of all the struggle we have when trying to understand what to do and what is happening in different European countries. Here you have the name of ERICS, which is the European Item Core Set for Reading Surveys, because we want to share with a very realistic approach some common questionnaire in all the European countries, and we are proposing to do that from this project, which is funded by the Creative Europe program. It's a very interesting network because makes part of it very important European institutions such as Frankfurt Book Fair or Bologna's Children's Book Fair or the European Federation of Publishers or the Norwegian Association of Publishers or the Mainz University and many other book fairs. But we are part of a small group. Kristen is here also. And this group is focused on these goals. So we are very realistic. We want to provide information that could be comparable from one country to another one. We have three different type of situations regarding ERICS. We can have countries where we are piloting and using this common questionnaire because the questionnaire itself in that country has been adapted. In other cases, we are progressing to this stage, and in other cases, we think that really is very interesting to keep being different in some aspects, and we don't see any problem in have differences with the approach of the methodologies. So in this moment, we have 3 piloting experiences. In Italy, the Publishers Association decided to adopt the system. In Spain, the Spanish Federation of Publishers is just this week doing the second stage of adaptation to the methodology, and the Norwegian Publishers Association, which is doing that in the next weeks, months. Okay. Oops, sorry. Okay, I won't read any number, but you can see now that we can find terms for comparison, and this could be something humble, but it has been a very great achievement for us, because previously in Europe this wouldn't be possible. And we have the proportion of population who declare reading in print, e-books, audiobooks, and the total amount of readers per population. We are adapting, as I told you. You have 2 different situations: the questionnaire and the different age groups. So we can live, comparing 75 years old population, 75 years old population makes no problem. And these are the next steps we are implementing. We will do. We will increase the countries that are going to implement this system, and we will learn from that, and we will try to transform that also in some reading promotion policies recommendation. Because in Europe we have very different situations. This is the situation in Germany. You can see the pinkish, the red line of some decline of the frequent readers. We call frequent readers all respondents that declare to read several times per week, or at least once per week. Okay? And And this is a different situation in Spain. If you look at that, we can see that in 20 years, the frequent readers have increased in around 37 points, which is huge. No, sorry, 17 points. It's huge for a cultural pattern, only in 20 years. We can understand why is happening that in each of the countries. I have no time to explain that, but you can see how this profile is showing in terms of gender and age groups. So the younger population in Spain is mainly a reader population, much more than the senior citizens, which is exactly the different situation in Germany. In Italy, it's also different. You can see here how from the 40s to the 70s is where we find the highest degrees of, highest proportion of readers. And the point is that we have other components that impact and correlate with the reading attitudes, as the Professor Baron explained before. And this is very important because we have to take into account, obviously, the education. In Spain, women, in general terms, read 10 points up above the male population. But if we compare in the case of the university degrees respondents, it's more or less the same. So probably the education is much more powerful in terms of correlation than other aspects. This is the situation of Norway when the people are asked, why don't you read? Why? I mean, these kind of answers are more or less similar in Spain and in Norway. Lack of time, I don't like to read, I have problems with my eyes, and most of all, the competence, the fight with other kinds of leisure. Because we are focused on reading for leisure, mainly. I'm going to explain later on why. Most of all, because we think that reading for leisure is something that is more powerful than all the kind of reading activities, because provides data for this new narrative that we are needing. First of all, in terms of political approach of this society, we can see how reading, for instance, fiction could increase the degree of empathy. We have a lot of research about that. Let's say that when you are living in a middle-class family in a welfare state, when you read Oliver Twist, you can understand many things when you are, I don't know, 14 years old or 12 years old, or even if you are in school and you are lucky enough to have a very good teacher and he is explaining La Vita Nuova by Dante, you can understand the kind of situation that a female and male used to have in many societies centuries ago. So this is really interesting because reading is proving to be a powerful energy in terms of society. Secondly, if you compare the data on, I don't know, gross national product or general economical figures or growth, you can find that the highest reading degrees countries are also those countries, such as Singapore, for instance, that are growing more and more and more. So literacy is something crucial for Indonesia, is something crucial for our countries, and we are talking about human capital. And in third place, I chose also this health thing because we have some research as this very famous research by Yale University comparing the the extent of life of reading people and non-readers, and they stated with this research called, the title is A Chapter a Day, that people who read in a frequently basis have more chances of living, let's say, in their terms, 23 months more than non-readers. I think that this is quite compelling, and also we know, because of the neurologists that are working with us, also with our foundation, that when we read, it's not the same when we listen at audiobooks, when we read, we are creating new neuronal connections, meaning that we could delay neurological degeneration, which produces something like Alzheimer or Parkinson. I think that's quite relevant. And also, I was thinking about that when listening the previous video from the psychological point of view, because the teenagers, even the kids, have now what is called digital fatigue. It's producing really bad psychological effects. And reading is mind focus, and reading books is meaning having some time to be alone, which sometimes is good. And I just would like to propose to you, this is almost my final statement, that we should try to find new kind of narratives to do advocacy for the Minister of Economy, the President of the government, the new President of the government, because when we talk, when I hear some politicians about, talking about reading, they always talk about how wonderful it is to read a poetry book in the shade of a tree. I think that this doesn't work. I've been working in the public administration before, working in this foundation. I can tell you that they need compelling arguments. So this is my final image. It's not Trinity College, it's not Bodleian, it's not San Lorenzo del Escorial, it's the library of the Jedi Tower. The Jedi Tower is in Coruscant. Coruscant is a city even bigger than Jakarta. It's even bigger because it's a whole planet, it's a city. And the funny thing is that when the designers and Josh Lucas and all their team thought about a library in a very long time future society, they just copycat Trinity College Library. And I think that is one of the challenges that this industry really has. We need to change iteration and look into the past and trying to adapt things and innovate. Because, and this is my final answer, because reading is the main strategic asset in this digital economy or this digital society. If you think about this during 20 seconds, most of the skills that the people need to create growth are related with reading, speaking, and writing skills. So the publishers, the teachers, the authors are really relevant in this information society. This is my takeaway that I have for you in this session. And I am sharing here my contact details. You can download, you can see some of the Aldous app reports and the ERICS system. We are happy if you copy everything, because it's very realistic, and we are very confident that this will be a really interesting step up in Europe promotion of reading. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Luis. It's fascinating. I'm loving that holistic approach that you're taking. It's really, really, really very 360, and I think that's exactly where we need to be. Now, to help us understand some of the things that could be standing in the way, we're very lucky to have Kathy, who I'm going to tell you, per my gender interest in reading, is the mother of 2 male twins. And so she is getting a double dose of those issues as she works with reading. But I want to start by asking about one of the most interesting things you told me when we were exchanging notes, and that is that, is it pronounced Kinyarwanda, the language? Yes, in Rwanda, is not being used in literature very much, correct?
Correct. First of all, let me thank you for inviting me
Thank you for being here.
To this wonderful conference and beautiful city. So yes, so in the Rwandan context, because you are talking about Rwanda, and context is very important.
Yeah.
Kinyarwanda is the main language, local language, and is spoken by everyone in Rwanda, really.
Right.
But we were colonized by Belgians until 1952. So the official languages, or the languages of learning and intellectual languages, have been French and English recently. So although most people speak Kinyarwanda, it is not considered as a language of knowledge. So you will find there is a huge gap between people who speak and understand Kinyarwanda and those who can confidently speak French or English. And then there is another gap between, because for example now the education system has been changing a lot. And Rwanda has a complicated history, something I'm not going to mention here because of time. But for example, before the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi, primary school was taught in Kinyarwanda, and then the higher levels in French. And then it continued so, even after 94, but at some point, the language of instruction became English. It shifted to Kinyarwanda again in lower levels because English was not working. It is really difficult to have children learn in a language they don't speak at home, and it impacts even the learning after in high school, even in universities. And after shifting to Kinyarwanda, now we are back again to English. So there have been those shifts, and the socioeconomic, cultural status of Kinyarwanda that is not so strong compared to the foreign languages.
I think this is fascinating. One of the things that the IPA's Africa Publishing Innovation Fund has been working with at several points is the multitude of languages that are spoken in Africa, some of them very small now as they dwindle with their speakers. And what you're describing is a way of almost alienating someone from reading because their language is not there. Their language is not something that carries. It's not a vessel of literary work. And as you say, then there's the shift from one language to another too, which is even more unsettling. This is something we need to pay attention to. This is something we need to think about in our own markets and in how we support distant markets, because we can actually leave a generation of readers behind if we're not understanding that they needed their language. They needed this as at least their gateway into literature. It's a very important and very, very current issue, very much of the moment. Another thing, one of the things I like about Kathy is she thinks in policy. Because having worked so intensively with Save the Children for 13 years, 15 years.
Yes,
Yeah, 15 years. She's seen just how much policy is actually impacting at the ground level, the readers that she's working with. She's pointing out to us that there is no policy set in place that actually supports literature as a flourishing art form, as an entertainment form, as something that's current and immediate to your life. It's not being handled professionally, is it?
It is not. And to give you more context again, you have to understand Rwanda, before 94, every publishing was done by the government. So it is only starting 2010 that publishing was privatized and given. There was a call calling publishers from the region and from Rwanda to start making textbooks and supplementary materials like readers, storybooks, etc. So you can imagine it was something very new in Rwanda. And even the call, most of the people who won the tenders were from Uganda, Kenya, where the publishing industry is more developed somehow. So when we are talking about a book publishing sector in Rwanda, we're talking about people who have been there for 10, 12 years maximum, except for like 2 people who have been doing it like from 95. But those they're like unicorns because they have been doing things others don't understand at all. So you can imagine 10 years, we don't have a book policy, we don't have like anything about reading policy, but because there have been many studies, a lot of research around that, and now the government and stakeholders realize it is nearly impossible to promote a culture of reading without books. And books, they need people to make them. And people who make books, and I think this is very important in our context. It is not enough to import or to have other publishers come and take the market. It is not sustainable. So now there is kind of renaissance. People realize we need those policies. I've been part of those who push for the policies for the last 7 years. Policies that are going to empower publishers, writers, illustrators, like everyone who are key actors in making books and making them accessible and used. It is important. Also, Rwandans are part of it because they understand the reading habits of our citizens and they understand the language and the culture. And it's not only about reading, but also about preserving our heritage and language.
Precisely. And what I think so interesting about what you're describing, Kathy, is that we're seeing, in a way, a kind of laboratory, the sort of thing that Luis would understand as a place to watch unfold this level, this fundamental and essential level of the development of a literature, of a reading base that's not there, that hasn't actually been installed in a way that we understand it in many other places. And the process of seeing this grow and of seeing where there could be influence and where there could be impact is such an opportunity. This is what we look for in policy. But one of the, lastly, I'll point out one of the interesting things that Kathy told me, and again, this chimes in with her own position as a parent, is that in many of the homes, the parents don't feel empowered to operate as adult representatives of the reading culture. And they're not there for the reading that the youngsters are looking for. So whether I'm concerned about whether we're talking about adults who are not reading or not, it doesn't even matter because the adults in place don't feel they are in place, don't feel that they have the role that we may look for. I mentioned to Kathy in England that there is a group of men who are learning to read in front of their children in the evening. They take the reading home from the office and let their kids watch them read to help the kids understand, this is what we do. We do what father does. We always do what daddy does, right? And to see the parents read is very important. And this is not going to happen in the kind of environment you're talking about, because you may not have parents, adults, who are prepared to even communicate this kind of behavior, right?
Yeah, right. Because you see, with this history we have with literacy and reading, a complicated history, most of the parents are talking about are these people who could only find the books in schools. So they grow up thinking, reading, instilling the love of reading in their children. It is not their responsibility, it is not their role. It is the role of the teachers and the schools. They even say like, that's why we pay the money. So what are you doing? You know, because they never have had an opportunity to read themselves, like for pleasure. And now, any literacy reading program that is implemented in Rwanda, not only in Rwanda, even in other countries who have been working, like Senegal, Tanzania, you can't talk about promoting reading for children without talking about promoting reading for adults. Yeah, and now like there is a new trend called family literacy, because people realized it is not enough to only design programs targeting children when the parents themselves are not reading. And now many projects, even they encourage publishers to make books for children, textbooks, etc. for schools, but also some titles for adults. And it is important to involve parents, because otherwise they will tell you we don't have time, because they think reading is not that important. They will tell you, I grew up and I'm doing well in life, and you know, I never had access to these books. But it is not only a matter of not understanding the value of reading. It is also a matter of understanding where books come from. Where do they find the books? You can't tell them to read. They will tell you, where do I find the books? Where are the books? So it's a matter of availability of appropriate materials. When I say appropriate, I'm talking about the language in which the books are written, but also the culture. Are the books touching about issues that these parents or adults care about? For example, I'm going to give you an example. We did, like 3 years ago, we did a national assessment of community libraries. And more than 80% of the book collections were written in foreign languages, like French, English, some even like Spanish, German, because there are donations. And librarians, they complain, people are not visiting the libraries. And you ask the librarian, by the way, so what kind of books do you have in your collection? They're like, I don't know. They don't read. But when you find the 10, 20% of books in the collection, they're in Kenya, Rwanda, they are used and old, because that's what everyone knows. Even the librarians, they know everything in the books. So appropriateness is really, really important. And also affordability. When we talk about affordability, they have, the books, they have to be at the right price for that kind of population, and also accessible. If we don't have like distributors or bookshops or libraries, it will be complicated.
Without that infrastructure, of course.
Yes.
Yeah. So as we're right at the end of our session now, and we need to leave it where we are, but I hope that what this has done is help stimulate in your mind a concept of the wider, universal, higher view difficulties we're looking at. There is not in each of our modern societies that many of us work in today, this is not represented all over the world by any means. There is a great deal of growth needed. The kind of thing that Luis is doing that brings it together so that we can at least understand and compare these different situations is important. It's going to help us understand better where some of the kind of fall-throughs are happening, the kind of thing that Kathy is so good at looking at on a daily basis and working with, exist, where we can help with those, where we can start actually bringing that into the fold, into the framework, and where we need to understand our own framework is not answering those needs, even within our own societies. There are different parts of our populations that we're not serving, and we're looking at some entire populations that are at a nascent stage, if you will, of their need. So it is a much bigger concept than we sometimes think of when we say, let's promote reading. That sounds great. We need to look at this level of detail and understand these striations of the problem to really get at it in a sensible way. So I hope this has been interesting to you. I hope it's been useful. I'm sorry we don't have time for your questions, but we're all here. And if you have a chance to talk to us and need to ask us something, buttonhole any one of us and we'll be happy to talk with you, yeah? Okay.
Good.
Good. Thank you both. Thank you guys so much for listening to us today. And thank you again, IPA, for this wonderful Congress. It's great to be here. We're all enjoying it.
Yeah,
Thanks.
thank you, IPA. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Porter Anderson, for moderating the session. And thank you to our speakers for very interesting perspectives.
Thank you to Ms. Naomi Barron, Mr. Luis Gonzalez, and Ms. Catherine Uwimana. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, next we will discuss the topic Inspire, Celebrating Diversity.
This is a very aptly named topic, actually, because this is what we're celebrating right now in this ballroom, diversity, with all of us coming from different backgrounds, different countries, and getting together to talk about the same things that inspire us to be better people.
So, shall we?
Yes.
All right. As moderator, we would like to invite Mr. Muhammad Alatar, Manager, Nasher News.
And now let's welcome our speakers, Mr. Jürgen Boos.
Miss Melanie Budianta.
You can hear me?
And Miss Oksana Khmelyovska.
Via video.
Via video, all right.
Oksana is our absent guest today. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for joining us today in this talk about diversity in the publishing industry, which reflects on society, of course, obviously. Diversity and inclusion are not only about gender, acceptance, integration, and equity, but it's also about minorities, underprivileged people, disabled people, groups with poor access to either knowledge or resources or freedom of expression, or people who simply are not heard. In 2020, IPA developed a report called From Response to Recovery, which represents the findings of an IPA member survey and on the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on different markets. A key finding was a desire for greater cooperation across the book space. This report that was developed in 2020 was translated in what the members of the IPA know as INSPIRE. INSPIRE stands for International Sustainable Publishing and Industrial Resilience, and conceived to improve cooperation across the entire publishing spectrum, from publishers, booksellers, and libraries, teachers, technology companies, regulators, and everyone in between. In early 2022, this project, the Charter of Inspire, which is the title of our session today, developed into thematic groups within a symposium, which resulted in a report that was called A Collective Commitment to a Sustainable, Resilient, and Inclusive Future, and was focused on 5 key areas. So the 5 pillars of the Inspire Symposium are copyright, freedom to publish, sustainability, diversity and inclusion, which is the topic of our discussion today, and technology. I think many of the pillars have been discussed throughout the last 2 days in the panel discussions, and we are emphasizing again today on diversity and inclusion. The topic we are discussing at this final panel discussion of the 33rd IPA Congress, which is diversity and inclusion, is treated in a chapter of the report, and it reads, if you can bear with me, diversity and inclusion requires more attention. While there is a deep willingness by the industry and publishing ecosystem stakeholders to embrace change, many organizations don't know where to find resources to start taking action. More attention must be focused on translating good intentions, well-meaning statements, and on-paper commitments into actionable objectives to achieve meaningful outcomes. So we have three challenges we came up with through the symposium. The first one is the imprecise meaning of diversity and inclusion and the extent to which it includes social identifiers, socioeconomic status, education level, level of physical ability, and other factors. The second challenge is the lack of common diversity and inclusion reporting standards on benchmarks to gauge the progress we're aiming for. And the third challenge is building organizational cultures that value inclusive and diverse workplaces. So those were the 3 main challenges spotted by the report, and the 3 opportunities, on the other hand, were publishing houses need to develop common reporting standards to promote progress and accountability. The second opportunity is they need to work on providing diversity and inclusion training and capacity building. And the third opportunity is to collaborate with book fairs, bookstores, and libraries to catalyze conversation about diversity and inclusion, inclusive publishing, and indigenous language publishing. So in this discussion, I'm hosting scholar and publisher Dr. Melanie Budianta, literary critic and professor at the Faculty of Humanities at the University of Indonesia, who has many beautiful and interesting writings on ethnic and social topics published in Indonesia and abroad. We have with us Mr. Jürgen Bos. He is a publisher, he is a scientist, and he is the president of the Society of the Promotion of African, Asian, and Latin American Literature, and he is currently the president and CEO of the Frankfurt Book Fair, to list few among many achievements. We were supposed to have Oksana Miliovska, curator of the Professional Development Programs, a book arsenal in Ukraine, which represents an intensive training and networking opportunity for publishers, editors, license managers, and literary agents from different countries, including Ukraine, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Czech Republic, Georgia, Moldova, Poland, Romania, Slovakia, and Hungary. You can read more about this book arsenal on the Frankfurt Book Fair. Oksana couldn't join us today in person because of the shortage of electricity in Kiev, but she shared with us her opinions throughout a video that we will see today. So my first question to my speakers, my guests today, is what is your definition of inclusion and diversity? If you don't mind, I would play the video of Oksana first, because she is our absent guest, and then we move to the answers of our guests. If you can play the video, please. The video, not the slides.
Dear colleagues, it seems to me inclusivity is about sensitivity and caring, willingness to truly hear each other. Not only in words, but in actions. What do I mean? Publishers should not stand aside from the problems of women in Afghanistan, censorship in China. We must not forgive Russia for bombing Aleppo in Syria. Why? Because now Russia bombing Ukrainian cities, Kharkiv, Mariupol, Bucha, Kiev, etc. I'm in Kiev now, and we have problem with electricity. Only 8 hours a day we have electricity, and I cannot go to medicine examination with my child because the equipment doesn't work. Early, I have also used to think, what can we, publishers, culture managers, do about political, economical, social process in different countries? They seem to be so far away, both geographically and socially. Should we care? Yes, we should. Book publisher workers, writers, culture managers are opinion makers and public figure, and they decide which books will be published about LGBT or about princess law, about successful women or about patriarchy. And we do influence with the questions we raise. What our public events are about, with public visibility of books and events, and with media attentions. Festivals and book fairs are platform for discussions of very different points of view for people with different genders, religion, nationalities, etc. On the literature website, in which I'm editor-in-chief, we publish materials about writers and journalists who were captured by Russia. This project is called People from Empty Chairs, because now they cannot sit with us in the public events, participate in discussions. But at the same time, we try to publish the materials about illegally imprisoned writers and journalists from Turkey, Afghanistan, Iran, Philippines, Mexico, Zimbabwe, Venezuela, India, etc. Because this is also about inclusion. Those people excluded from the life. The another point of the inclusions, as for me, is book availability. Can everybody afford to buy a book? Do all towns and small villages have public libraries? Do all students have textbook for studying? Since the beginning of the war in Ukraine, dozens of publishing houses have been closed, especially small and medium-sized ones. And these small and medium-sized publishers are very different, and they about divorce also.
So Oksana shared recent data that indicates 450 schools and 350 libraries were damaged or destroyed in Ukraine recently. This condition is producing the same threat on education and learning and literacy in different other countries such as Myanmar, Burma, African countries with the unstable security, Palestine and other places around the world. That's another topic, but let's go back to our central topic today, which is diversity and inclusion. Melanie, as a woman of Chinese origins who belongs in Indonesia, you have fought a long way for the rights of women in general in the region. You have written an open letter to defend women in your country as well, and you were remarkably active in this sense. Tell us, what does it matter and how does it matter to include women in marginal positions and as readers and writers?
First of all, I would like to convey my deep sympathy to Oksana. War is, I think, the worst tragedy that we human beings can experience, and I think all of us here are committed not to experience that, if we can prevent that through our publishing industries. Yeah.
Hopefully.
Now I would like to expand it a little bit, not only about women of Chinese background, but I would like to talk about the issue of diversity, what it means, what diversity means for Indonesians in general. Of course, you have seen this for us in many maps, etc. And the numbers that are there, some of it are wrong. For example, it's not 250, it's now 270, almost 270 million of population. So the numbers kept on changing. Yeah? So diversity are not given, only given, but it's also socially, culturally, historically constructed. Yeah? We have 714 languages here. Before, 3 years ago, it's 721. So some languages are dying. And so when we talk about diversity, we talk about other matters. Yeah. Sorry, I don't know whether. Yes. It's about differences that are inscribed in power structure, right? We see here in the map, and also mentioned in the beginning in the speech by Ibu Laura Brinslow, that the majority of books came from Jakarta, 30% of books in Jakarta. And we see here density, in terms of density, Indonesia are very diverse. Some islands are so dense, like in Java and in Java Islands. Publications, publishing industry, 70% come from Java. And if we see the literacy rate, Jakarta is not very good. It's about 58%. It's this is a wrong. I think I give a wrong data. But actually, there is so much diverse differences in the caps of literacy in different islands. So within the power structure, diversity includes, first of all, the distribution of power and resources, and secondly is the representation and recognition of diversity. Since a lot of books are published from Jakarta and publishing industry are in Jakarta, so probably the perspective that we send in our books maybe is more biases from the urban centers. How do we include others, the one that is not very much represented, into our books and pictures? Yes, that is the issue. Another one is, now we talk about gender. Sorry, I think yes. Here also I give a little shot about the Garuda route map to show you that in order to travel across this very diverse and very huge archipelago, you have to rely on Jakarta and Bali mostly. And you can imagine shipping books from one island to another. There were discussion about digital printing that you said, oh, you can print in other places to avoid shipping costs. But with that literacy gap, access of technology, how could we print it in Papua, for example? So again, there is this issue of differences and diverse. That's why if we talk about diversity, we need to talk about inclusion, acceptance of inclusion. Now, sorry, but yes, there are very much different kinds of differences which we need to talk about, which is the rural and the urban middle classes, and also the West Indonesia and the East Indonesia, and also the gender gap that you mentioned about. We see that in terms of education, the gender gap in primary education is not so much. But when you go to the higher level, we see that women are lacking behind. And what happens? Why is it so? There are many issues, cultural issues. For example, children marriage and patriarchy, cultural issues, you know, and so many, also especially intersection between race, gender, and other aspects. Women in marginalized community, of course, they could not go to school. They will probably provide boys if they are poor and there are children, boys and women, girls, then they would send the boys to school rather than the girls.
They would prioritize the
so
boys.
What happens is then there are implication on this gender gap to literacy and the reading, of course. Because there is a strong gender gap, then it is even more urgent for publisher, for government, and for other people to give access and to support women in accessing the publishing industry. Why so? Because as mothers, you know, we know that mothers have especially if you are in a middle-class family, usually the one that decide to buy books for children are the mothers. Mothers are the one who tell stories usually to children, you know. And thus this support for literacy towards women, I think, is very, very important. I think I will stop there for
Thank you so much for sharing your perspective, Melanie. So it's true, the concentration of even the publishing houses in the metropolitan cities creates another aspect or another barrier against the diversity or inclusivity of all ethnicities in the given country. Mr. Jürgen, you come from a scientific background and a literary environment currently as well. I believe you can be one of the best people to give us a background on diversity in the literary field. What is the essence of the values of diversity and inclusion in your opinion?
First of all, let me thank you, IPA, for having me on this panel. I'm quite honored to be here with Melanie, whose academic career I admire, because you focus on minorities. But overall, I admire what Oksana is doing, working with the Arsenal Book Festival in the times of an aggressive war and still being able to talk to us here. This is incredible. So, yes, it's wonderful. Thank you, IPA. But reminding me of my STM, scientific, technical, and medical career, I just realized I'm 40 years in publishing, yeah? And that's quite a time. And I used to work in literary publishing in Germany, very focused on the German book market, and then it was STM. And I just realized that STM per definition was an English language market, yeah? And actually this is some sort of exclusion as well, yeah? Because you don't let people in, yeah, who cannot speak English, yeah? Because so at least the STM side, it's somehow exclusive. And I think Richard is still sitting here somehow. Maybe he want to be part of the discussion later on. So we have to rethink this model. But what I want to focus on right now is actually that publishing is, on the one hand, these are economically driven institutions, organizations.
Yes, definitely.
But on the other hand, we see ourselves as cultural, political institutions. And I think in the past years we've been biasing, we've been focusing too much on the economic side. We are seeing what's happening in our markets, we see the consolidation, and I think the importance of the editor went down a bit. Yeah? When I go to book fairs, when I go to Frankfurt, by example.
For example, yeah.
For example, I see more and more rights people. This has to do with the development in the market, that there are a lot more smaller rights, that the market became more global. Yeah, we have film rights, audiobook rights, games, whatever. So it's a lot more rights to be dealt with. There's more people who deal with sales, distribution, the cost side of the business. But I'm seeing lesser and lesser editors. I don't know how many editors are here in this room, really. This is management, yeah? This is communications people, marketing people. But I think the importance of the role of the editor should be more on this cultural, political side. Yeah? And this means the editor should focus on translations. We talked a lot about the role of translations. And translations, on the one hand, from one language to another, but from one community to another. From the writer to the reader. Yeah? Because as soon as I start reading, I'm transforming a story into my ideas. So actually, I do believe our business, yeah, is the most diverse business anyway. So focusing on diversity reports and thinking of what we can do with our no, I'm lost a bit. No, but actually focusing more on the business side, it's one thing, and this belongs to corporations. But the cultural, political side, we shouldn't forget, and we should focus a lot more on that to make this visible, what our industry stands for. And maybe we need more support from the state to fulfill our role, at least for the smaller independent publishing houses who actually are the ones who translate, and if they're successful, getting bought by the big corporations.
Yes, I agree with you. I think the shift that occurred on the level of the literary agents all over the world, and as you were discussing in Europe as well, this role was overtaken by small publishers or independent publishers who will be eventually taken or overtaken by big publishing houses. So the role, the essence of the role of the literary agent is diminishing or vanishing a little bit, which affects negatively on the diversity of the content we find on the market. Melanie, with the history of intergroup conflict, acts of othering and bias from dominant culture, is the role of publishing in promoting tolerance or diversity a critical issue in Indonesia and in the region? If you can share with us your perspective about that.
Thank you very much. Definitely so. Of course, we need books that promotes tolerance and acceptance of differences. And intergroup violence, intergroup conflicts are not, are part of our history. We have a long history of intergroup conflicts. And how does publishing industry intervene in that matter? I have to acknowledge that one issue that is very sensitive in Indonesia is religious conflict. Yeah, it's actually we have strong religious tolerance, but in terms of power structure, sometimes this religious issue are being used as an identity politics. Yeah, so how to deal with it? In terms of publishing, for example, religious books for children are very profitable. If you go to Gramedia, if you go to bookstore, you see a lot of books on how to be a good Muslim or a good Christian or good, there are a lot of books that are, and parents like to buy those books. But I have done research with a couple of students who are very concerned about religious conflict and tolerance, etc. And we try to find books that promote religious understanding from one religion to another. And it's very hard to find it, We can find only a couple of books about this. So I think, again, commenting on you, there are two sides of publishing industry, the economic side and the cultural side. How to really, underline the cultural side, I think is very important. Although
promote interaction between different ethnicities.
Yeah, and books that
religions,
represent so many diversity, not only among Indonesian to another Indonesian, right? I was just sitting with Ms. Christina, who were in this panel before, and we talked that traffic between Africa and Asia, I think, books representing our differences are not so much there, We know about Korean, we know about all these, books, popular books that are very profitable, but no. Now, I would like to share with you some images of people from the area of conflicts. These are people from Poso, women from Poso. They were, before in 1998 to 2001, there was a very bloody conflicts between the, dividing the society into the Christian and the Muslim. Before, they were very much tolerant towards one another. But there was a lot of interest in dividing them for other, political interest, economic interest. So these women actually came together. They created books, not only books, school for women, for village women, uniting the two conflicting groups through books.
That's amazing.
Through reading together, understanding together. They have this school, they call it the School for Women, and then later on the women went back to villages and they started School for Village, also integrating the others. So books like this, initiatives like this are, of course, very important. And who support this? Of course, they need funding, right? Publishers, I think, also they work with companies, CSR, to donate books. Publisher can also donate books for them. Sorry.
So initiatives like these, they are reproducing in Indonesia, they are still surviving?
They are still surviving. Now here, of course, they have to find money from here and there.
Definitely.
This is an example of also a gang of boys, yeah? They have intergroup conflicts between gangs. And then a religious person, one santri for pesantren from a religious Islamic school, initiated this activity for these premans or gangsters to really work together among one another, creating library for children. What is the library? There is no space. So they use anything. Yeah? They use whatever in order for the younger generation not to be involved in violence.
Yeah,
so
not
initiative like this,
with knowledge.
Yeah. So, but who can sponsor this? Of course, we need state to promote because if we rely on publisher, they need to survive. They need money. Yeah. So we need government to sponsor this activity. We need collaboration with communities who are very much engaged with this kind of initiative. Yeah. I think there is hope for people to use books, libraries as a space for critical literacy. So not only they read books, but they also learn how to read critically. For example, besides books, they have gadgets, and there are a lot of hoax that promote, are filled with hate speech, right? So how do we use this space with books and also gadgets, digital information, for children to be critical of what they read, to say, oh no, this is like this, why? I have a friend that is not like this, and a kind of discussion. And many women's groups all over Indonesia are now engaged in this kind of critical literacy done by community almost without any funding. They just use whatever space, they use used books, and they collaborate with local government, with the village government, with the CSR to create spaces like this. Thank you.
Thank you, Melanie. That's great, and the pictures are a great proof that, as cited in the Inspire report, how we can turn the intentions into actions. We can do very much with a little of resources. We can implement new projects. We can spread public values within the society, healthy public values. Mr. Jürgen, so you have talked about diversity and inclusion on the professional level. Melanie has talked about the values of diversity and inclusion on an ethnic level, religious level. What do you think of these values, the application of these values in the publishing industry for people, for example, with physical ability or educational level or other factors, or for example, people who live in remote areas? We were talking earlier today about the concentration of resources and the opportunities in the big cities. What about people who live outside the metropolitan regions?
I sometimes do have the feeling that societies are drifting apart, and it's not only rich, lower middle class, working class, like the models we had in the past. It's more about people who have access, and we know how to use this access. And I really admire you that you have this little speaker up there, because I tried to have this in Frankfurt, and I could only do it because I was lacking money, because I wanted to have it in all the sessions. And then I had to think about the language, and I had to think about many different translators, so it got very complicated. But this has to be a standard, accessibility. It means what you mentioned about the rural, the regions here, and Indonesia is incredible in that sense, 17,000 islands. Definitely. But even in Germany, we have these remote areas where we don't have any bookstores anymore. And our library system public library system is not state of the art. If I look into the Nordic countries, the importance of libraries is a lot better, So, we need to think about accessibility, and this is something all the publishers have to fight for, in this public political role we do have as publishers.
I have a question to both of you. Are you aware of any measurement tools in your work environment or your social environment, how we can measure diversity in our societies? How we can measure it so we can advance, how we can develop it more?
It is still very challenging because, for example, from our government, we have different ministries, right, that deals with women, deals with villages,
different sectors.
Different sectors. And they actually, to tell you the truth, it's, there is no coordinated information processes to process all the data.
Do you think we need the centralization of data?
I think
a common project?
I think they started with the villages, but then it is not yet coordinated to be one kind of pool of data. There is still ego-sectoral of each of these silos between the ministries. Of course, there are many researches by the academicians, but again, they are still dispersed across different information centers, etc. So how to get one pool of data, That is, I think we need one seminar or one workshop on this, because institutions sometimes they are holding on their own information, and they won't, because of their own project, they have to, provide their own system. So maybe IPA can intervene and work together with our governments and to create sort of data. Maybe we should do that.
I think there is a real need to centralize data and try to measure the public value. Public values are always hard to measure, honestly. But there should be definitely indicators to measure the diversity level and inclusion and tolerance and acceptance in different societies. What do you say about that, Jürgen? Are there any highlights at the back of your head?
No. I do believe data are important, yeah. But I'm not agreeing completely. You can use data to justify activities, yeah. You can find data all over, but to make them comparable, it's nearly impossible, yeah, because you have to put them in the time when you get this data. I think it's more important, and you mentioned it, the word awareness. Yeah, we have to be very sensitive. We have to be aware that people are different. And I think that's happening in publishing anyway, if you think of translations, if you think of authors. And I think we have to focus a lot more on qualitative initiatives instead of data. We need data, yes, that's a basis, but on top of that, it's more important to have sensitivity, to have awareness. And that's what I like about the idea of this inspire. We need to inspire people. We need to motivate people. We have to motivate people to get into publishing, to be passionate about storytelling.
Yeah, definitely, I agree. And this takes me to my next question. So looking at the scene of diversity and inclusion in the publishing sector and also its influence on society, we have two extremities of this equation. We have the book fairs, bookstores, libraries, and we have the society. Do you think, how do you think this relationship of promoting and empowering inclusion and diversity should work? Does it start from the government side, or does it start from the social establishment side, or from the bottom of the society?
Actually, I wouldn't say from the bottom, but it's the individual decision what you can do. Yeah? I think it's our responsibility, not as publishers, but as human beings, to think about accessibility, to think about the rights of minorities, yeah? To defend our status quo, what's happening right now, and we're seeing how societies are changing, what's happening in this world right now. Everybody's crazy. Yeah? So I think it's about us personally to take on our responsibility and to embrace other cultures, to be closer to other people. And again, it's about accepting that people are different.
What about you, Melanie? Where does it start, the story?
I would like to share one picture. Can you help us, the technician, to share one picture? The picture here. Yeah. So this is from community side, because I'm not working more with publisher, but working more with villages and communities in order to empower them culturally. Yeah? I work with a lot of kampongs, and you can see here how this is actually a place for, in Indonesia we call it siskamling or gardu. It's a kind of a post for guards to watch the community. So you see this in the side, very, a simple place where there is, we take turn to do surveillance, for the community surveillance, yeah. So this guard post is everywhere. The community who wants accessible books, who wants the people, lower class people, kampong people who cannot afford books, to have access towards books. They use this post in order to be libraries. So it's no money, you don't need any building, anything. They use that. And then each of the women, the community members, take turns to interact with children. Yeah? So this is one way of how the community increase accessibility for a community. Yeah?
Do you think, Melanie, documenting these efforts would help implementing new practices in the publishing, on the publishing sector level?
I think we should do so, because I'm sure in India, in Europe, in other places, there are initiatives like this, yeah? And how this initiative inspire book industries, bookstores. Some bookstores sometimes give the books that are not, discarded, rather than, burning or throwing them away, give them to these communities. And how this should inspire governments, local governments. Now Indonesia invested on villages, so that they have money for the villages. So this should inspire villages to give money for this kind of activity. And also Indonesia has a fund now for cultural endowment fund. So how, again, like what we have already discussed, how should it be allotted, not only to performances, to, big, elite kind of, or different kinds of production, but books and for reading and critical literacy, I think is very important. I think we should all document initiatives from all sorts, within the area of war, like Oksana has mentioned, it's very, very, very constrained and very critical, but how she, still keep faith, I think we should all document our initiatives.
Thank you so much. Now talking about the initiatives done to document the efforts towards inclusivity and diversity and maintaining public values, it crosses my mind the restoration of an important library in Jerusalem that was done last year by Bodour. And efforts like this should be really maintained and reproduced. And to recap about the values we have talked about today, we have talked about the tolerance and acceptance on religious level in the content, educational content with the children, not only explaining their own religion and their own values, but also accepting other people and accepting the others. This is a very important aspect of diversity and inclusion. And inclusion is a philosophy that can be cascaded from the government level towards the communities or the other way around. And the proof is this. We can start from almost nothing, from very minor resources, and do a lot. We have talked today about the importance of trying to synchronize the efforts distributed or granted to literary work in small cities as well as big cities. And I want to open the floor for discussions before I go back to you for your final highlights about today. If anyone has any question, if you have any points you want to raise about the topic of this panel discussion, you're most welcome. Yeah, as Melanie said, if someone wants to share their stories. Yes, we have here Richard. Can someone give the mic, please?
Hello.
Hi, Richard.
Richard Sharkin. Jorgen mentioned that in scientific publishing, the universal language is English, and thus this, you could argue, this excludes many people who don't speak English. I would argue the contrary, that in scientific information, by having a language which is universal, actually helps understanding, and indeed the way that scientific publishers are building tools to help those whose natural language is not English, but to help them with language editing to make it possible. Also the tools of having abstracts and keywords which allow for search. And of course there is Google Translate. So I would say that at least within scientific research publishing, the use of English is inclusive, not exclusive. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. I agree with you. So a universal language would do, of course, a lot in terms of translation, to translate the culture, to translate other ethnicities and cultures that we can know about to really get introduced in our daily life to the meanings of diversity and inclusion. And
yeah, actually I'm agreeing with Richard. This was just a little provocation. Sure. And he knows that. But to think about it, we have an initiative in Germany actually to translate scientific research in the field of humanities into English, because otherwise we wouldn't get access for German philosophy, for German literary theory into other languages. Also, you could think that people who are interested in German literary theory should speak German anyway. So it's complicated, yeah? It's not one-dimensional. This is my answer towards Richard. And in the field of medicine, even in the field of law, I think it's important that we have this one common understanding. Yeah? But this also means that we have one school system, and it's not this easy. It's more complicated. Yeah? But on the other hand, another thing I want to mention before we come to our conclusions, obviously, I think we have some role models here in this room. And when I think of Bodour, who started Inspire, when I think of Karine, who is now taking over, if I think of Pansa, all of them have their roles as publishers. Yeah? And they do take over a role here in IPA. I think these are role models, and this is why I like publishing, because you can find these people here.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. I wanted to point out also for, I mean, if we talk about kids and teaching kids these values, I think also the aspect of silent books is a very important solution that overcomes the barriers of language as well. Do we have any other question? Yes, we have a question here.
Good evening. Mohammed bin Dakhain from United Arab Emirates, Sharjah. Well, the photos being raised by Professor Melanie remind me through pandemic the great novel, The Rainbow Troops, the Indonesian great novel, an Indonesian Laskar Bilanji, maybe. So how was the challenges for the heroes, the 10 boys, to attend the school, and how they, to get the knowledge and books. And the other hero, the lady teacher, Bomus, she tried to keep them together and to keep them learning, and then until the challenge to demolish the school. So I think challenges will keep coming, but I think I'm happy to be in Indonesia today and see the story of the Rainbow Troops, how become a very promising future. Thank you.
Do you have any comment?
Yes, thank you. And this also is connected to the previous comment, that yes, English can be a medium for inclusion because thanks to the translators here, right? They translate the voices from the margin to the center. So it can go both ways, yeah? We listen to the global and also the local is translated. That's why Rainbow Troops are now everywhere. It's translated into different languages because first of all, it's translated into English. So yes, I think it's very important to pick, and all to contribute to the world literature what the voices from the margin has to say. But on the other hand, I think it's also important to give spaces to the languages, the minority languages, so they will not die out. I remember in the colonial time, the Dutch have the policy to translate or to have books on various languages in Indonesia, right? And I hope, even though it's a colonial, there is a colonial interest, but I think this kind of engagement also needs to be continued. So then we have two, translation into English, but also translation and inter-languages translation. I think it is as important.
Yeah, I think this book you mentioned got translated into German
The
from
German,
English.
yeah.
Yeah.
From English and into Spanish.
Yeah. So we had to choose another language in between. So the role of English is important in
That's
that case
right.
because it's some sort of transmission. Otherwise, we would have. We didn't have too many translators from Bahasa Indonesia or even from the other English languages
right.
into German. Didn't exist.
Yeah. So that's it.
Thank you, Melanie. Another mic. I think, yeah, sure, go ahead.
Hi. I mean, I'm taking a risk here by mentioning this, but since we're talking about translation and we're talking about language and the, what helps stories travel, I think we only have to look at the world religions to see how having a single language does sustain a story for generations. You know, Christianity with Latin, Islam with Arabic. And I think that we can't overlook those factors that they have. There's a great deal of power to have a single story, especially the great stories of the world religions in a single language, and they have managed to travel the world without translation, or they've been reinterpreted many times, and there have been translations that introduce some errors and there have been interpretations, but that would be one example of a story or stories that have sustained themselves over many, many generations through various interpretations, but in single languages.
Yeah. Thank you, and I can add to what artworks as well, and movies, and the digital media right now. I think we came to an end of our panel discussion, and before we close, I think my guests have highlights to share at the end of this panel.
Yeah, Melanie and we had an interesting discussion throughout the day while preparing for that. We were sitting together there, and I was running in and out, but still we have found the time. And we agreed that we would come to one conclusion, and I would leave it to Melanie to say what we agreed on.
As somebody who are not involved in publishing myself, I would like to use this closing statement to honor all of you, the publishers, who have made our lives so special. I remember the first, I would not be a literature professor without, the first book that I learned to read. I have dyslexia when I was young, and it was hard for me to start to read it. Once I was able to read a book, I got hooked for my whole life, and that is the beginning of my career as a professor of literature. The passion to read and how books have enriched my life and have, given meaning to my life is incredible. So I would like to now stand up and give honor to all of you who work in a publishing industry.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
So again, you want to share a final statement?
No, this was our joint statement. The same happened to me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here after years in publishing, bookselling, Frankfurt Book Fair. Yeah, it's a passion. It's all about passion, and you are passionate.
Thank you all. Thank you for joining us to this last moment of the Congress. We're pleased to be here at the end, the final panel discussion, and we hand over to the closing remarks, I think. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Muhammad Alatar, for moderating the session, and thank you to our speakers as well.
Thank you to Mr. Jürgen Boos, also Professor Melanie Budianta, and Ms. Oksana Miljovska. Thank you very much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to the next segment, just a few announcements. The PCR station is now closed.
It's now closed.
Yes.
Got it.
And then for those of you who wish to bring some authentic Indonesian souvenirs back home.
Beautiful.
You can shop for them at the foyer area. There are some really well handcrafted souvenirs that you can bring home as a memento of your trip to Jakarta, Indonesia.
And also a quick announcement, gala dinner will begin at 7 p.m.
Okay,
All right.
looking forward to that. All right, once again, thank you to all the speakers and moderators for the previous discussions. But now the International Publishers and Congress Day 2 event, it's almost done.
But before we move on to our next agenda, allow us to present IPA Congress highlight video. Enjoy. Okay.
What a heartwarming video
Yes,
that was.
Indeed.
Okay, so now to wrap all the activities and festivities of the Congress, we would like to invite Ms. Laura Prinsloo to come to the stage and say a few words.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. What a wonderful Congress this has been. What you just witnessed, a short video that shows you for the last 2 years how our team has been working hard to prepare this Congress. So thank you, team, for the hard work. We will shortly be handing over to Bodour Al-Qasimi for her closing remarks. But before we do, we are very excited to be able to hand over the baton for the International Publishers Congress to another host for the 34th edition. It is my great honor to announce that the 34th IPA International Publishers Congress will take place in Guadalajara, Mexico. So with this opportunity, I would like to invite Mr. Gumilar from the Jakarta capital city government, Mr. Aris Hilman from Indonesian Publishers Association, and Mr. Hugo Setzer to come and join me on the stage. While Hugo joins us, let me explain the tradition that IPA has for this handover. Here, we have the IPA flag, which I received virtually from Kristen Einersen of Norway. Now, it is our great pleasure to hand over the flag together with Jakarta government and IKAPI to Hugo Setzer. We look forward to coming to Mexico.
Well, thank you, Laura, Aris. Thank you to the CAPI, to the city of Jakarta for handing me over this flag and the responsibility for the next Congress. Boy, you have set the bar quite high. We will have to work pretty hard now in Mexico to be able to produce a Congress such as this has been, such a fantastic Congress. Congratulations for this Congress. And I would like to invite everyone in 2 years' time, in 2024, to the beautiful city of Guadalajara, from the 4th to the 6th of December 2024. So please mark your calendars, the 4th to the 6th of December, where you will have the chance to attend the 34th International Publishers Congress. You'll have the chance to visit the most important book fair in Spanish language, the Guadalajara Book Fair, which will be held at the time of the Congress as well. You will have the chance to visit the beautiful city of Guadalajara. And now I'd like to give you a taste of Guadalajara.
Y como dijo Vargas, no te rajes, Jalisco.
De mis pesares, ojos de papel volando, negrita de mis pesares, ojos de papel volando, a todos diles que sí, pero no les digas cuando así me dijiste a mí, por eso vivo operando. Guadalajara, 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 tienes el alma de provinciana, hueles a limpia rosa temprana.
Thank you. See you in Guadalajara.
Thank you, sir. Amazing. Can't wait to go to Guadalajara, I'm
Yes.
sure, with all the participants. Yeah?
What a beautiful video. I wish maybe we have a chance to maybe be the MC for next year in Guadalajara. That would be amazing.
Nice entrance. Love it. Love it. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we'd like to invite to join us on stage to give her closing remarks, Ms. Bodour Qasimi, the president of IPA.
Hello, everyone. Well, I think we can all agree it's been a truly amazing couple of days. Thank you, everyone, for all of your ideas, and your energy. The passion you brought to this Congress and to the discussions re-energizes all of us. And I'm sure we'll carry this energy with us, leaving 2022 on a positive note and ready for 2023. I certainly have a lot to reflect on. The discussion around technology and social media and freedom to publish invited us to further examine the policies in place to protect people from censorship and persecution for expressing their opinions. We also discussed the multiple benefits of technology in bringing forms of e-books, audiobooks, and online marketing and print on demand. At the same time, we reflected on the reality of disruptive and fast-paced nature of technological change. When it comes to AI and publishing, our conversations underlined the importance of issues on ethics, privacy, and transparency. It's critical for us to adapt ourselves to smart and agile intellectual property strategies so we can use AI to further enhance our readers' experience and thus adapt our industry to its evolving needs. We also looked closely at the evolving trends for children's books, which strengthened our resolve and belief in the importance of shaping future readers. Books offer so much more to children than simply nice stories. They are a gateway to so much more in life and help secure our industry going forward. And perhaps most importantly, we looked at sustainability and our need to create real change within our industry, not just for the sake of publishing, but something much more existential, the future of humanity. Our role can be much more than simply creating internal change to make production and distribution less carbon intensive. We have a role to educate too, which leads me on to educational books, which suffered a shockwave during the COVID crisis, but also a wake-up call to adapt to technological change. Our panel of experts helped us understand this difficult but necessary transformation. The Congress also covered translation and everything it offers, not simply in terms of new readers in different languages, but also supporting a cultural change in how we reverse decades of conditioning dating back to the colonial era. We also discussed diversity and inclusion, the work Publish Her is doing to bring about real change for women in our industry. The steps we are taking now will help bring demonstrable change to mirror our societies for those working in our industry. I know this is a lot to digest, but I also know that we're resilient and adaptable, and we will eventually turn these new trends into opportunities to further advance our industry. I sincerely hope that each and every one of you will leave this Congress feeling empowered, positive, and fully supported by one another. And on behalf of IPA, I wish to extend my sincere thanks to everyone who has worked so hard to put this Congress together. Thank you to all our wonderful speakers and moderators, the organizers, and our generous sponsors. Thank you to all the committees who delivered such a wonderful Congress. My profound thanks also go to the government of Jakarta for their hospitality and support. You have helped create a memorable Congress, one which we will look back on as a landmark moment for our organization. For me, this is the last time I will address you at this Congress as IPA President. It has been truly a privilege and an honor to be part of this community and to meet so many wonderful people, many of whom are now dear friends. Publishers all over the world overwhelmed me with their generosity, hospitality, and most importantly, they inspired me by their resilience and passion to fight, to continue to grow this essential industry. I'm particularly delighted to be passing the baton into the very capable hands of Karine Pansa, supported by Vansa Jobava as Vice President. I know they will do a fantastic job. And will make IPA stronger and more diverse and international in its makeup and outlook. I wish you the best of luck in the next few years. And I would like to end by saying a big thank you to all of you from the bottom of my heart. I wish you all the best for the future, and I hope our paths cross again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bodour Al-Qasimi, for your welcoming remarks, and thank you for being such a warm and welcoming presence throughout the Congress. It's been a pleasure having you here in Jakarta.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 33rd International Publisher Congress, Day 2, is coming to an end, so thank you for your presence and participation during an event. Round of applause to everyone. Thank you.
Hopefully all the discussions from yesterday and today shall create a big impact on the publishing industry.
Yes. So, it's time to say goodbye.
Time to wrap things up on stage. I'm Siska Becker.
And I'm Uli Herdi. Thank you for having us, and hopefully to see you at the 34th International Publishers Congress 2024. Have a wonderful day. Goodbye, everyone.
Bye.
Take care.